be here, there, and everywhere as the AWP. One of my favorite actors.
I thought he was arguing with Elon Musk as an astronaut.
Ah. One of my favorite actors. Okay, it is the Force, understandably so. Astralis, they can wrangle control back immediately. Now be over towards B.
I really do have this incredible ability to just come back strictly for Inferno games. At this point, I'm going to start playing Inferno because I have so many reps watching it.
The mid-round team was a bit of a problem for FaZe yesterday in their series versus Falcon, something that Carrigan highlighted. Some of the growing pains, not reacting as they traditionally would. On Ancient, they weren't in control whatsoever, disappointed with that.
Just the makeout session in the crowd? Good, that type of stuff scares me.
Show us what they've got. As an aid lands on Brokey's toes, so more damage done. Unconfirmed, however. Happy to rotate back over, leaving KD with some utility to block.
I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I was too fucked, man. I was up, but
smokes to work with. Get one of those to long, one to Moto. Still have a Molotov on Elige as well, which can be used to pit.
Yeah, the finals are today, yeah.
Against Force buys.
Yeah, this MP9 can really pack a punch in this position and not going to be blinded off. So
yeah, sure. At least I made it here for Inferno.
Frozen, but not ready for this crossfire. It's potent. It's perfect. And his second round, Force is Astralis. Comfortable collection. Galils are plenty.
Inferno, I'm so happy
and Ancient looking increasingly likely.
I just hate going up short.
RC thanks for the 34. Nordic thanks for the 43.
Almost like the equivalent of going into cave up against 5-7s.
Just look at all the angles, right? Like obviously the balcony, the pit, they're in sight. You have headshot, you've got wide pit, you've got bike, you've got graveyard, short graveyard, you're very exposed, you have all the boxes inside. It's just, it's so tough. And if you commit to the wrong angle initially, you're going down.
Force buy from FaZe.
Oh, this will be the remainder of the game, I'm sure.
Ooh. Insanity, thanks for 36.3, so thank you.
Gonna be hanging out.
Never late, never late.
Be direct, but
sometimes it'd be like that, bro. You gotta pick and choose the battles. I lost this one.
It is just gonna have to be all in. You can see with what utility they're working with, smoke and a handful of flashes. The flashes have to be perfect. Rotation on the way, 3 now over towards the A site for
At least I'm here for the final. I'm feeling better, so that's all good. B-Rob, thanks for the 70-month primer, thank you.
Oh, device down.
Still 3 here.
Still the bodies are there, and the bullets connect. Step, 3 peeks in, gets a nice one onto Brokey, and double from Jabbi.
How did FaZe look on Mirage, or how did Elige look, rather, on Mirage?
Here's your choice. Eco, essentially give them 12.
Or what?
Try and come back from 12-4 down. You can force right now.
Okay, wow, they're opting for that.
Okay. It's the long road. Either way, this is going to be extremely tough. Might not get aggressive. Instead of doing exactly that.
Oh, device is sick. Oh, bro.
It's a probe out second middle. And this is more than respectable Counter-Strike coming in from Astralis. The fact that they pushed FaZe, they're in a position to win on Mirage. A weakness in their map.
Still, thanks for the 31-month primer, thank you.
Of Inferno, a map they played an awful lot this season so far. And they are just blowing FaZe out of the water.
Rogue, thanks for the 10-month primer, thank you. Chat matching all on Twitch and on YouTube.
Astralis didn't feel that way. This has been a very punishing scoreline. 12-4, secure. Just one more round required.
Jesus, we're really speedrunning. What's their map?
Do we see another classic Astralis choke?
12-4. I've never seen Astralis lose these on Inferno.
They've done a couple. 12-4 down, 12-8. I'm sorry, 12-4 up, 12-8 up.
I'll acknowledge that you've planted the seed.
I'm not watering it.
I'm not watering it.
No one's watering it.
No, but the seed is there. It's in the soil.
If it rains.
Sure, I see what you did there. So
Carrigan and Elige without head armor. This is going to go wonderfully. It's a bit of sarcasm, by the way.
Ah.
And yep. Oh, wow. First bullet of an M4. The last map was so exciting. They said, all right, we got to make this one quick.
I reckon Ancient might match it.
We can't be on schedule, though.
I don't think we will be.
No,
I don't
no
think
way
it's
in the world.
Yeah. We had 2 maps for the price of 1. Ooh, Elige getting frisky. Stown hoping to be overlooked. He is counting on Elige being lazy, but that's not him. That just ain't how he operates.
Fucking A.
Oh, Lee.
Little tap on the chin right there. Rain's going to secure it.
Let's go, Johnny Jabs.
You can run, but you can't hide.
Well, Lee's just doing his thing, it seems like. Nothing new here. NA once again having to carry FaZe.
Cash is what we need to be looking at. So whether we hold on to this or not, we'll see if that becomes part
Don't
of the
know why your
conversation.
teammate is crazy.
Can buy, Stair can buy.
Sauce for Science. You met Sauce for Science with 18-month primer. Thank you.
I don't feel good about it.
No, I don't think it's going to be going great for him either.
6 bullets.
It really
Oh
depends
shit,
on
no, it's Truck. Dude, it's actually sometimes I miss Truck's messages because I have him as a mod.
It's probably going to be Stown, the one dropping something for Cadian.
And I ignore most of my mods.
Some nades, drop Cadian, maybe.
Snowy, thanks for 32-month recent, thank you.
Is feeling the AWP to try and close things.
SL0M has awoken from his
really good work from Elige.
Dude, great mod work.
Plenty of flashes in the mix.
Truck lying on his resume.
Cadian. But yeah, diligent work from him. The knee betrays Stown. And there you go.
Employers, mod in Flom's chat. Reference.
Double AWP and a peek down mid with a spot. The crouch does save his life there. Brokey, wise to the potential.
That's how you lose a job? Yeah, but think about it. Could lie, get it, at least temporarily. This is not real life advice. Don't do this.
Good nade damage though.
And yeah, it's just kind of like speeding. It's only bad if you get caught.
Is he going for more nades or is he just...
Okay, also bad advice. You know, maybe I'll shut up now. I need to get my coffee before I say too much.
It's well timed. This gamble once again. Just well read.
Shit. No, because some of you guys actually speed and like don't even know how to stay in a singular lane. And drive in the right-hand lane.
Device is punished. Oh, there they are. There they go. Double orbs collapse. Oh, a real opportunity for Stown. He hasn't been spotted out. Nope, unknown. Frozen is aware that that was a possibility. Great awareness from Frozen. Set up in the post plant. Jabbi partners up with him. It should be FaZe with 6 here. This elevated swing.
But I think the idea, third place deciders, I think with this format it's good, right? With VRS, I mean, it has real stakes.
I think you'll get away with a bit of timing to get out of here as well.
Right before there weren't stakes because each individual match didn't have VRS adjustments. Where before now they do, or yeah, like third, fourth. If you got third and if you got fourth, HLTV probably wasn't gonna move your ranking that much, right?
And everybody's staying alive for the conclusion of that one.
With VRS, it actually matters, which means we don't need show matches that don't mean anything anymore.
Need a whole lot more of that.
I'm new to CS. What's VRS? Valve ranking system. Here, I'll show you. Oh, wait, shit. Do I have my streams up here?
Yeah, the orbs. Not getting anything done.
Good.
Frozen just
so
both over. And
HLTV built it in. Oh wait. Oh god, man.
And they won around with it. Jabbi saved AK-47 before that was on Mirage. Boosted short on the CT side.
Jesus Christ.
And now he's at the top of the pops again. 19 kills,
so,
15 for Stair.
If FaZe lose this, they lose 1 ranking in the world ranking. If they win, they don't move up, but they get 20 VRS points. If Astralis wins, they get 46. So it doesn't move their overall ranking too much, but they're still playing for something.
We'll see if he just wants to try and clear up Banana quickly.
For Astralis, they love this because they basically, I don't know if you saw, but they basically lose nothing for this game and can only gain. FaZe can get a little bit and they lose more than they gain, but it's still like, it's still good.
Starting over towards B with a block smoke. Kagan will get top and under control, no issues, none at all. He's going to push through that, ahead on the timing, and well, Cadian might have to start screaming for a rotation if they want any chance in this round.
So does the prize money calculation in VRS at the bottom not come into HLTV's calculation?
Now it's the mind game. Does Karrigan think they stacked the site? Does he believe that there's more? Is it all just smoke and mirrors?
Oh, so that's just purely based off world ranking change. That's not including the prize pool change.
I think it's just tough because what do? I hang around with the US.
Oh, so it's even more important. Yeah, this is a big deal.
Now pivoting back. Astralis are gambling.
Man, I wonder why. I wonder if HLTV will be able to calculate the prize.
With how things are going for FaZe, I could see this working.
And that AK primed and ready.
If they go up short again.
Oh wait, Karrigan's necessary scouting here.
Hey boys, sector clear. Come on back.
Ooh. I mean, we do see professional teams that don't do that.
Yes, yeah. There are some who mess that up.
Alicia always likes to stick around. Levy, thanks for the 2 years. Thank you. Koff, thanks for the Twitch primer. Thank you. Sinstar, thanks for the 5-month primer. Thank you.
Bomb goes in and 40 seconds on the clock. The biggest is now just holding on to this AK-47 in Yabbi's hands. The other's hoping to find some exits. And that's a spray. Elise will find Cadian. 17 bullets to do so. Don't really need to hunt in this situation. Worst case, you give over another gun, but Lee's just feeling himself, trying to chase down that 20 kills.
Oh, and he found it.
A team that's only going to get 2,400 loss bonus into the next.
Yeah,
you want to be careful with this.
Twice not making
greedy. I would do the same.
Karrigan Mac 10 does arrive, and he is exposed, but we'll be able to tuck in.
Actually, I don't know. If I had an AK, I might not, to be real.
But the rifles are preserved.
I actually might. I do actually have some decent self-control these days. I don't know. I definitely would think about it.
So it is a 5-round game at the moment.
Rav, thanks for 29-month primer. Thank you. But I also almost never have an AK in my hands on those rounds, so it's a little bit different.
See if he thrusts himself down for the full
banana control. You know what I'm saying?
Towards the front of this banana pack alongside of Jabbi. Maybe they'll just try and soften things up. Frozen.
You don't look exactly like someone who has self-control. If you saw all the things I could eat, you might change your mind. Deadass. I currently right now have a fucking 20-pound cake in my fridge. I am allowed to eat it. I didn't eat any of it.
Go out the gates. They wanted to avoid any shrapnel damage. Break the smoke again. Should be theirs, Astralis, if they'd like it. Double hole setup. This is strong.
It's been in there since yesterday.
Oh, double from Rain.
You want it? Oh, I did. I wanted to eat the shit out of it yesterday, but I didn't.
Rain has no idea.
I'm trying to get back on my deficit, bro. It's blueberry lemon curd and
in a game like this,
yeah, vanilla cake. And obviously Nori made it. And she made everything from scratch. She's got a couple other things in there too.
Well, might not be any of that again. Coming in to Yabbi's domain, Sounds here.
I'm just saying, you know, you might change if you saw the things I didn't.
Yeah, it's not committed. Karrigan's just looking for answers, and they're not giving him anything just yet. Hang on. Oh, what?
It's a goddamn miracle there's not a forklift to move me around.
Okay, now the bomb's coming in.
Okay, well, a redeploy.
Torque, thanks for the 12-month primer. Thank you. Cypher, thanks for the 44.
On any save potential, so Stown. You have to stay very, very quiet or get very, very
Rav, thank you. Sinister, thank you. Koff, thank you. Clevy, thank you. Finite, you smell like shit. Snowy, thanks for the 32. Sauce, thanks for the 18. Bizzle, thanks for the 10.
Doesn't need to be in too much of a rush. The threat's not really felt. The best way you can walk away is taking this rifle, and Stout knows that he's being tracked. It's about to become a 4-round game. 12-8.
Chad, I'm getting the watering can out of the shed.
No, okay. Oh, you're going to start watering. Okay. The seed was planted.
It was planted.
It was planted.
Hey, Astralis. Do you feel that? The weight of your sins?
The psychology of like, oh, it's Inferno. Oh, we're 12 up again. Remember last time we had 12?
Oh, yeah, you reckon they're saying that in TeamSpeak right now?
No, but I think they're saying it in their internal dialogue.
Well, they get a partial.
PGL is doing third place deciders this year because of the new ranking system. This match actually matters now.
A third, and that one is significant damage onto 2.
Bang on the money.
And yeah, because it matters, the players are invested in the game. From my knowledge, I mean, it went like 6 OTs, so I imagine it's 3 Ds.
In FaZe Clan's
side. Look at the rotation. They get the kill, they smoke half wall, they immediately rotate and pivot.
What's Stown supposed to do in this position?
Well, stay alive.
Yeah. Rotation is coming quickly. face down, just underneath the Liege. Playing for that headshot.
Oh, that might be it. That might be it.
Rain gone, Frozen limping. Could fall to Jabbi upon the fate of this
Oh,
banana smoke. They're
Frozen's
trying to
so
see if there's an
low,
avenue
bro.
into B. If they find Jabbi, yes they do, or if at least raise down
Wait.
2.
Look how low 2 of them are.
Okay, yeah, there is grounds for this to be the last round. 100% possibility.
40 seconds. You'd love to have Bogdan's Law come into play. Yeah, it has. So Frozen takes the AWP, Brokey with the rifle. He can still bail them out, the Latvian. They know where Stow roughly was. The position of Device with the MP9 inside. That feels like the knockout blow. And Jabbi just keeps on pushing, taking this space. They're well informed. 25 seconds.
This is a tough one.
I think this should be it.
It's just a deagle for Stown, though, and then it's going to fall down to Device. They're out. Oh!
And he got the high HP. GG.
It's down to secure it. We will go 3.
The Deagles. The Deagles.
No choke this time round. That's what you want to see from the Danes. They pick up their map choice. This one needs to go the distance. The 3rd place decider brings us Ancient.
All right. My night's really smells bad today, so I'm going to make a coffee real quick and just take a break. Oh, God, the voice crack. Break from that. I'll be back. One second.
I love you.
Wait, I need to run that though as well. Sorry. Heads up. Sorry.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
So it's turning out to be an epic match in this 3rd place decider. Astralis have leveled it up on Inferno. We will go to Ancient. We're going to try and break it down on the desk. Here's what I'm going to start us off with. We know that Astralis like Inferno. We know they're good on Inferno. That might be their best win on Inferno. It might not necessarily have been the cleanest, but ultimately they got that big lead on the T side, and crucially this time we're able to close out.
Yeah, they had to fight for it though, you know. Again, they win a force buy here at the later stages of the game, so you're kind of sensing that Astralis will lose being grasp of the game again. But you're right when you're saying that the T sides they've been able to display so far this tournament, specifically on Inferno, has been some of the best Counter-Strike Astralis can play on any given map out there. I think they're controlling the pace well. I think the spacing is fantastic. The calling from KDN is good as well, and it does remind me a little of the old Heroic as well. Whenever they were playing Inferno, always in this group pack mentality, always using the utility to their advantage as well. And you could see how FaZe were just feeling uncomfortable pretty much every single round. Whenever FaZe had to win a round, it had to come down to an individual play. It had to come down to them, you know, getting out of a sticky situation almost. So Astralis made it very difficult for FaZe throughout that entire first half, as they have against every single team they've played so far in Inferno on that T side.
They make use of the whole map. That's what's so impressive about Astralis. Whereas some other teams take shortcuts on Inferno, they take Banana, they just just exec B, or they run out of ideas, they just try to go up the short side towards A. Astralis were in their spawn, they're going through halls, they're taking bracket, they're coming back. They'll do everything. They'll flex the entire playbook, and that's why they are comprehensively a great offensive side. This time around, Richard, we don't have to suffer the same fate that we did yesterday, or Astralis don't have to suffer that fate, where FaZe don't pull off the entire comeback. A little bit there for a cosmetic one, but nothing too worrying, and to see them close it out in that fashion. Astralis said they showed poise, and I'm glad to see also Jabbi showed some balls. Like, Jabbi's pushing out, he's making sure that he's going to make people uncomfortable, and that's exactly what Astralis need. They need a little bit more flair, and Pimp, you were asking for a star player, or who's going to really be that deciding factor. I'd say Jabbi actually took up the role very nicely in this one. Yeah, he definitely did. This is like, this entire tournament, this has been the best version of Jabbi. The best version of Jabbi we've seen in a long time. Actually, maybe ever. I know Stown's going to be on the screen right now. It's good for him, but I'm going to just talk about Jabbi over the top. So you enjoy what you're seeing visually, audially. We're talking about Jabbi today. I think that's fair. And listen, one of the things that it blew me away, the crowd recognized it too, right? They were chanting his name. I mean, Jabbi probably couldn't see. He was that close to the monitor, but the fans were loving it. Yeah, they've changed it. Hey, we switched it. They've switched it. That's incredible. I love you, production. Let's talk about Jabbi. Jabbi. He had an amazing game. It's as simple as that. He's having an amazing series. He looks like, actually, more than Stown, he's the star player on this roster now. He's been activated when this iteration of Astralis, and look look at the heat map right there, where he's getting all the kills on the T side. It's more or less in one single position. That's what I love about Jabbi. He's a specialist at what he does, and it's been like that all the time when Jabbi back in Heroic days were doing good. He's a player that can really help your team and transcend them and elevate them to the next level, but he hasn't found any sort of consistency within Astralis up until this tournament. So I'm happy to see that he's playing well. Definitely a step in the right direction. He's been showing consistency pretty much from the start of the tournament to now in the arena as well. So for Jabbi to have this performance, let's say it's an Astralis breakout performance, that's something they can build off. That's something they can work with. And then we just need a little bit more of Stown and a little bit more consistency coming out of him. And then all of a sudden that $500K or $1 million investment they made back in the days is starting to pay off. Yeah, and you can see as well that, like we talked about, Stair is kind of like going in there almost like the point man, and then Jabbi's the closer. Jabbi's coming in. Jabbi's cleaning up, getting all of these kills. And you saw there on the heat map what he was doing on that bomb site. Like, it was just so many kills. It was so hard to stop him, you know, from pit, you know, to stop him from library. Once he was out, he was a menace. He's such a great pressure lurker. By that, I mean, he'll use these extremity positions and just put the hurt on people. Sometimes people play it so passively, they just get into apartments and say, okay, job done. I'm just going to wait until the rest of my team goes elsewhere. But Jabbi, you never know when he's going to strike. He did this so much on the old Heroic lineup when he would be lurking B on overpass, a notoriously difficult position to just walk out and hit a headshot. But many people propped up Jabbi before he was actually even picked up for the Heroic lineup as one of the best mechanical players in Denmark. I would actually say that holds true to this day. I don't really see too many people who can go toe-to-toe with him in terms of first bullet accuracy, and that's why he's so scary. If he peeks out of apartments and you're out of position, he could instantly take your head off. Stown needs great setup, and in some ways, Stown is sometimes more cerebral than Jabbi. Jabbi sometimes makes a wrong choice. He'll peek at a time that might not be optimal, but he just hits that instant shot that makes you still question, what did you do wrong? Yeah, and look, just to continue talking about Jabbi, he had a tough time. I mean, he was right down there with Stown at one point, where people were being really, really critical. Obviously, when you talk about the $2 million price tag, it's a lot of money. There's a lot of attention that comes with that, and both of those players were not performing well in an Astralis jersey, full stop, regardless of the iteration. It just wasn't working for them. Now, I don't know whether he's going to be the star player moving forward. You would still hope that maybe Stown's going to get up there. But ultimately, if they do switch roles and the stabby combo can still work in some capacity, very good news for Astralis moving. Very good news for Astralis. And again, we said that a couple of times, and in danger of sounding like a broken record, that is why KDM was brought into this lineup as well, because those two players, both Stown and Jabbi, are system players. They need comfortability around them in order to perform at a high level. That's why they were good in Heroic. That's why we're starting to see more of Jabbi now in Astralis, and that's why I also still have a
certain amount of faith in Stavn becoming better. You know, I don't think we're ever going to see the Stavn that we saw in his prime in Heroic. At least there's nothing that suggests that to me right now, but there's still more in the tank for Stavn. And, you know, some players are just like that. Some players need a system around them. Some players need the comfortability around them, knowing exactly what all the teammates are doing at all time to then make the right decision. And some players thrive in the chaos. I think Stavn and Jabbi are two of the most systematic players you can find in Counter-Strike.
Think of the two IGLs that they had when they were floundering. Come on, it was Blamev, and then it was Device. These aren't real callers, okay? Compared to Cadian, who's actually going to devise a system, who's actually going to flesh out the playbook, not just have a selfish style that's more about getting his own numbers. In fact, Cadian is incredibly sacrificial on this lineup at this point. MP9 most of the time. Sometimes, yes, he'll equip the double op, and sometimes he makes it work, sometimes he doesn't. That's more of the defensive side. But when it comes to the T side, he's just going to take space at will. He's just going to make sure that he's able to open up a little bit of airway so that people like Stavn, people like Jabbi can fill in behind him.
Yeah, and I think there's a round that you wanted to just quickly talk about, right? Was it round 14?
Yeah, there are a couple of rounds. We can pull up the first one right here as well, because we did see Astralis do some good stuff in this one. Again, the aggressive play on towards apartments, proactive Counter-Strike, trying to put it in the face of FaZe, and this is kind of where the game went out of it, right? It's a force buy, FaZe won the pistol, they can convert, a good setup right here, and then a player all by himself in pit combined with the player on side, good crossfire, they sweat it out and they win this round. Had FaZe won this, had they won this force buy or versus the force buy, I think we could be in a scenario where you could see Astralis scramble a little bit again, because the CT side has been, you know, dare say it, piss poor throughout this tournament on the Inferno side, whereas the T side has been world class. So I think they should be very happy they were able to win this force buy, because otherwise we could probably have been done with the game by now.
Well, let's set up the decided map now. Obviously, we know it's going to be Ancient. I just want to talk about a little factor that we may or may not come up on this map, but one thing I have noticed in the series is Brokey.
Not a confident.
There's been a number of high-profile whiffs, let's say.
Yep.
Some high-profile misses in situations where if he gets one extra kill,
sorry,
they are going to win that round. And yet he's missed the initial shot, maybe got another, but not enough to make up for it after the repositioning. So is that going to be a factor here on Ancient?
Of course it will be. We do need to start a conversation, Richard. Brokey so far at this event has been overshadowed by Liege and Frozen, even Rain bailing him out of these kinds of situations, and I don't really want to, I'm not going to sell all my Brokey stock immediately, but it just seems like, you know, once per couple months he's going to have a tournament that's just not up to the standards where he can either win you a tournament or lose you a tournament. I'm not saying he's the sole reason FaZe are not competing for the championship on this Sunday, but at the same time, he definitely didn't elevate himself to those Chengdu numbers, those playoff numbers where big stages he's usually finding so much success.
On top of
all in all, if you want to walk home with at least some sort of hardware,
Pocket takes to the 49, Ronan takes to the 51.
Brokey's got to do something more.
I'll give you a silver lining though. His opponent on the other side of Astralis right now, Device, is nowhere to be seen. He had a good start on Mirage, then we had the whole overtime thing happening. We had a bit of an extended break, you know. I don't know
so damn good. Hell yeah, bro.
I've got a little bit of insight there, and you can tell me if this is a factor or not. Apparently he was feeling ill. He needed to leave the stage temporarily and then came back. We know historically Device is a player that has had some issues with this.
Sure.
Obviously he plays through the pain. He plays through, you know, having you know, digestive problems, which are very difficult to kind of overcome, particularly exacerbated by stress, travel, you know, eating different foods.
6 OTs.
Water. Yeah.
6 OTs could cause it.
Yeah, that'll do it to anyone. It did it to us. So I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be a factor in this game. I don't know how bad it is, whether it was...
Well, I'll tell you what, it already is a factor in this game. Inferno was not a great showing by Device. Luckily for him, he wasn't needed at all. Online, if you watched all the Astralis games, he's been the spearhead. He's been the guy actually playing incredibly well, in particular in some of these online qualifiers that Astralis have been forced to go through. And also on Inferno, for that matter as well. On Inferno, he didn't have to do anything, and he didn't do anything. And in overtime, after that break, I don't know if you noticed it, but he went completely missing. Whiffed a lot of op shots and probably got to him. Even buying
this is for third
place. On Inferno buying a Mac 10 when he had 4K in the bank as well. So I do feel that something is going on with Device right now. Now, if he's sick, that's a totally fair and reasonable excuse to maybe not play to your best. But in isolation to this game, that could be a defining factor.
Yeah.
It's scary for them because all in all, I would have
Good job,
FaZe as the
Scabbard.
favorites on Ancient, and if they have a Device, Astralis, that is, if they don't have him at the full capability of his powers, then I do think that this one's going to be siding to FaZe. Even though, yeah, we just saw Astralis gain some momentum there on Inferno. FaZe is so deadly on this map. They've actually used it generally as a first pick because they love the Elige Frozen duo. Two guys who have not been quiet today. Two guys who have clearly showed up, even though it is a third place decider, and their mid control is just devastating, both on the defense and on the offense. They're so good at playing off of each other. I love the duo, and I think this is the map where they fail the most at home.
I mean, maybe it's something as simple as you just put the rifle in Device's hand. I mean, I think it's a slept-on component of his game. He can do it if he's struggling with the AWP. Maybe you try and, you know, do an adjustment. We know Cadian has picked up the AWP multiple times over Device, which is it.
I feel like the G-side AWP on Ancient isn't that needed anyway. CT it is, but
so maybe we get something different here.
I think it's something Chad and Alex can definitely look out for during the cast, especially in the first couple of buy rounds, because we saw glimpses of it on Inferno. Inferno is a map where you don't have to force the AWP, so it could be for different reasons. It could be for pacing, it could be for tactical reasons. I will say on Ancient, if Device is not picking up the AWP, that is a clear sign of something not working out. So look out for it. It could be a defining factor.
If he's just going back 10, P90 like he did at the end of Mirage on parts of Inferno, then you know something is unfortunately wrong.
Okay, so the time is coming up on a minute before we get into the action. So I'm just going to ask you guys, with everything you've seen, the totality of all the Counter-Strike that's been played, who do you think is going to take Ancient?
I'll take FaZe. I'll even make it a little bit closer. 13-10. 13-10 FaZe.
Oh, I think that's a fun way to end the game. I'd say FaZe will be winning as well, but I have a fear that it could be in a very one-sided affair for the first time tonight.
Okay. Yeah, well, you might very well be right. The commentators are ready for this one. The map might be Ancient, but the casters, they're fresh. It's Sponge and Machine.
Oh, fresh might be a bit of a stretch.
Not fresh-faced.
Certainly not, but very excited for this one. Both of the analysts heading towards FaZe, expecting it in one way or another, shape or form, being a FaZe third place. Is there grounds for a conversation to the opposite?
Oh, definitely so. I think now we're giving quite a close scoreline there.
Yeah.
I think, obviously, Device, we know that he's sick. We've had those reports coming through. We lost him from the stage throughout map number 1, so clearly not at the top of his game. But Jabbi is in great form, and he'll be playing middle. He'll be jumping up heaven, he'll be tussling against Elige and Frozen coming out elbow. He could single-handedly be winning them CT side rounds.
Chad, it's just Device on B.
Nah, that's all right. They're playing for retake. Cadian's got the kit, the smoke, the flash. Device is going to block with some dual Berettas.
Oh, if he could smoke ramp when they give him a signal, if he gets away with that, that would buy so much time.
No way, Bomb slept through a million
No way FL0.
I did.
Oh, does he dare? Wow, that's
no, actually, I was awake.
It's just someone to play around, someone to make it all.
I just wasn't 100%, man.
Spams away. Dual Berettas unload, and down goes Frozen. Big start from Devet. Available for another one. Oh, quick and snappy.
Okay, bro. He's having his flu game.
Present and correct. Bomb will go down, but it's the retake, as you discussed, they're being played for. And already, Carrigan caught on a spam. Device unloads a full mag, 30 bullets through the smoke. Oh, it's 30 more. You really feel some suppressing fire from him. He's only got 7 bullets. Okay, how about 3?
2 eggs, chicken, katsu.
Going to take them both downstairs, in fact, with the final frag.
Banana peanut butter.
For the Astralis boys. Well
Beautiful
played by
from
Device.
Yeah, got more than it was worth in that situation. I like the way he used the defensive
So
smoke.
Device is going to flu game us? Is that what's happening, chat?
Pips one for free.
Astralis fans in the crowd looking to see this new Astralis.
A third out of 5 pistols so far, falling in favor of Astralis. We've split them on every map up until this point. See if we continue that on map number 3. Force bite for FaZe off the back of the plan. It looks like they might just go into another B play. Cave smoke thrown out. B door smoke has missed.
Oh, the nade doesn't. Chunky.
He dinked Frozen with a random bullet through the wood.
Ramp into the extremity. That would be their best option right now, but it wasn't actually a cave smoke. It was one that's landed in front of the construction. And now they're executing B. They have to push through this.
I'm cheering for FaZe.
Smoke, and it's a good call. No one there to receive them. Bit of damage inflicted. Finished off now by Cadian. Need to multi.
Nice. Oh, damn.
In a quick exchange, it looks
good
comfortable
rotation
now for Astralis. And the opposite for FaZe. How many of the 4 kills he's got has he actually been able to see?
Yeah, well, look, he'll take as many as he can right now. Just
it is me, Keaton. Thanks for the 11-month primer.
And they looked rubbish yesterday on this map against Falcons. Just rolled over and died in that semi-final. Falcons obviously bringing quality CS to the table, but Karrigan also in the loser's interview addressing the fact that he was disappointed in the level of Counter-Strike that they brought to their map choice. They were undefeated on that in 2025 up until that point.
But it was just yesterday. I mean, how much can change? Sure. Little details. That's a good flash. Yeah, look at that team play. Great flash from Karrigan and Elige. That's an ambitious one. Crouching, tapping to Red Room with the Tech 9. I don't know how often you're going to clear this. Yeah,
never.
Frozen's never going to clear that.
Okay, well, if you have any worries about Device, he's off to an absolute flyer of a start. He is currently 7-0.
Respect.
Had kills in all the rounds, impactful.
I think that's already more than his Inferno, right?
I don't know about you, Chad, but when I've tried to play when unwell, it has not gone well.
No, well, I guess he's been doing that for the majority of his career, hasn't he? So yeah. At this point, maybe more than used to it. We still have Mouse versus Falcons. Best of 5 grand final coming up next. This third place decider has definitely delivered. Rifle round number 1, double mid mollies.
Oof, dangerous game Elige is playing, but the best do it this way too. Just weathers a bit of early damage down to 60, but has the space.
This push needs to find a kill.
Ooh, masked by the smoke, but spots out Rain.
That's very early for a B push.
Is he ready for cave as well? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Jabbi swings in, loses his head.
Can understand why Astralis was so heavy going for that play. It was KD and the only one starting middle and then over towards the A side.
Hey,
hey. Some info. The fact that they concede the opening frag, that's a little bit problematic.
Is that a set one?
But right now, Astralis are gambling again.
Well, Flipper's back in YouTube chat, going crazy.
Frozen secures that. But there's plenty of
Flipper with the 5, 10, 15, 20 fucking members in the YouTube chat. Thank you, dude. Thank you for the 20 gifted in YouTube, bro. Okay, that's not good. That's kind of like the opposite of what I wanted to see there.
Does disrupt with 1, but it's just a double swing from 2 different vantage
points. He got the kill.
Yep. Late from mid into the crosshairs of Device. 4-0 start. Guns fall flat.
And another Device multi.
Another one.
Okay, is that
Flipper,
every round
thank you
so
very
far
much,
he's
dude.
been able to pick one up?
Quick maths, 4 rounds, 9
Thank you,
kills.
thank you.
I think so.
Okay, well, getting hammered at the moment. And I said yesterday, I don't think dejected was the word. I used checked out. Still pretty damn similar to describe it, but
yeah.
Tyler, that's the plant has a grow light.
Team. That's a conversation for another day.
There is an opportunity here.
They're not going to rush it. So he's selling the fake. They want to draw a big rotation. They want them to come over, drop some utility, and then they're going to do a double pump. So there's 2 more smokes available for Brokey. They'll redeploy Donut. I think that's going to be the deep Donut.
That's my thank you very much for the 69-month primer. Thank you.
This calling is very one-dimensional, very telegraphed.
And that's still going to work out for Karrigan on the drive-by. So Caden goes down.
Nah, it's a ZZ plan.
Important to retain control from Device.
This is good. Jabbi just pushing. Yeah, wasn't expecting Frozen to already take it. Ah, the reload! Okay, FaZe, this is really looking good for them. It should be the round.
Come on, FaZe round this shit. Get your first.
Getting out of there.
Save it,
how
nice.
Obvious the call is if you hit the shot. So great work. Karrigan will brute force.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of those rounds are always obvious, but it's the pace, right?
That type of call, probably not, but you need to start finding success with the rifles coming out. Still very early stages. More than
that's what you can't really like. You're not trying to fake or default with that type of round.
Keep on coming. That bomb radius is big, Brokey, and you're low on HP. Number 2, can he land it? Yes, and well, 2 more available. They're going to farm all of these.
There's the light on a time cycle. It is.
Push out. They're going to clear the kill. As down goes down. Elige and Frozen survive. They get themselves some guns for free, as well as that aforementioned round on the board. All right, well, first round Device didn't get a multi, and I didn't find that conversion. It'd be crazy if that's your win condition. Hey, Device, we need you to get a multi-kill every round. Desperate from Jabbi. Deep donut smoke comes in, can be very stifling, especially if you lose the opening exchange.
If that kill from Karrigan was
Empress AK or Inheritance
set up in middle.
between the
Karrigan
two and
holding
have
flashes.
the stickers go. Either one wanted a second opinion.
Coming through on the second.
Wait, which one? I always fuck up. I remember the A4 Empress. Which one's the AK Empress? What color is it?
AWP
is it blue as well?
Ooh, yeah, okay. That's a really slow start from FaZe. 2 down. Broke
That's
0-6.
Yeah, this is.
Bro, can somebody link it to me real quick? I'm like spacing really hard right now.
One by one. Oh,
I mean, I like Inheritance is like one of my favorite AKs, but
the AWP's posted on the line, so should be dead. Device does miss, but gets away.
Nade's not going to do it. Just to chunk it
I
down
know the
the shore.
Empress.
This would be
No, I do. I'm just like
carrying clutch for the history books, wouldn't it? 60 seconds on the clock. Plenty of
Let's
time
use
to
my
work
phone.
with.
I got
AK
it.
in
Don't you have
hand.
a
2
phone?
players softened up. It's just Stare that he really has to deal with.
My brain is pulling up the wrong Empress. Yeah.
Open. Taps away.
There we
Now
go.
he's to get closed in a
Definitely the Inheritance. But that's like, for me though.
Stare knows that he can't peek out. See where he's the one on HP. Has to let the fight come his way. Would love to just push it. Oh, no, he will.
Ooh, hang on.
Okay.
Jabbi cave. Yeah, you're not
There's
expecting
no
this.
way in the world.
Okay.
Well, at
I
least
say Empress because you almost never see that
Device can
skin.
stay on A.
Well, at the end of the day, you got to get whatever skin you like the most,
The
right? Like,
5D chest. He missed his smoke.
How does he? There's no way he clears this. There's no way.
No way, indeed. I start to believe, but just a little bit.
Well, that was a device opener and a Jabbi triple. So 5-1 getting blown out now. Neo's taking a tactical timeout before this one
Dirty.
gets
Nora used to do. She did pastry and then she did. Well, she did coffee and then she was a barista and then she did pastry. So I don't have the knowledge, but she went and got us like a grinder and a espresso machine, a boiler. So I will say it's worth it, but
Oh, there you go. You wanted arts and crafts. How about a trophy? Didn't think about that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's good.
Can't believe someone's brought
We've
masking
had
tape.
staff,
Hats or crowns.
wall, crown.
Or helmets.
I would say
And
if you end up going that route, like if you to make espresso at home,
With one
invest
blade.
in a good grinder first, because
Right, well,
you do a little bit of
this is
research.
goodbye.
They should basically last you a lifetime.
FaZe took the moment to have the conversation. Don't give away the opening kill. That'd be number 1 on the top of my list.
Oh, Rain really
That would-
close
that
to
would be
going
my-
down after that. Through the flames, double nade.
Maybe I'm biased, but
29
that's what we
trying to
did.
Punish down and nice work. He gains first stage.
Put sugar and milk in your coffee.
Notice how they aren't challenging close
If
weapon
it is
around like
sometimes,
this. Actually given up 3 players starting
like
over
this
towards
morning,
B.
I'll do like
Stare can
literally,
press at any moment.
I'll
Whenever
literally
you feel
like
a lot of mid-pressure or
that
cave
with
pressure, you can
with
make a
some
move.
fat-free Fairlife at the top.
Well blocked.
And
Just
it's usually
challenge
just to
them
make
out.
it not give me like
That
that.
aggressive smoke, though, they are scared of red, but Caden's just gone.
It's like my first sip of the day. I mean, like the lightest splash, bro.
Oh, that's an opportunity, but not overcommitting.
But whittling them down nonetheless.
Certainly. Close AWP as well. This is not going to be an easy fight for anyone that dares enter from this side.
Rencilia Sylvia. Yeah, that's
even
so
come
we
in
have a
this round.
No, not looking
Rencilia
like it.
Sylvia and then a
Nice
special
one
leader
individual
grinder.
to Liege up towards red room.
I think our grinder costs more than the Sylvia.
Spotted surely.
Yeah, great info, great info. Stare, playing for his frag. Aware Cadian spots out Elige, that's a big kill. Threat neutralized, one back from Frozen. Device, not a comfortable position for the AWP, will wait for the squad. Rain will find him before Cadian can get there.
Tough to win this one now.
Most definitely, especially considering that Carrigan's going to have that ramp flank covered.
Kaden would have heard him making noise.
Okay, so he is aware of the possibility. Jabbi's got a head-to-head with Brokey simultaneously.
I think they're playing with the cans again.
Time sensitive, guys.
Still
the
go for
kit's
this.
on Jabbi. It's down now,
Nice.
and the round is FaZe's. Nothing's down.
Their
to do
money's
about
not
it.
great either. And Brokey's still having a
FaZe
rough
2,
one, huh?
Astralis 5. Last map of this third place
Kind of
decider.
coffee do I have?
Okay,
No, I'm
okay.
just drinking Americanos in the morning, man.
It's interesting because after they got the red room kill, they didn't just start rotating.
Iced
towards
Americanos, sir.
And you
Just
thought
slow
that
me
the
down,
defense was
because I
definitely
will
piping
inhale
out saying that they
espresso
were feeling
shots
a bit of
like
pressure.
they're
Kaden actually
candy.
started to push out red to clear middle to deal with Lurks.
It's a problem.
The fact that Stair gets nothing and Device also caught in the back there, that does make the site completely open. So a little bit of a problem. Maybe misreading the situation. His money to cobble together something for Astralis, but it's not pretty. 5-7 for Katie and Famous for Stair. Another one of those pesky pistols for Device to work with. It's the rifles. One save from Stown and Jabbi.
Hannah, cake didn't I make? She made a lot of cakes. We celebrated her sister's birthday early, but
Frozen can activate late.
her actual birthday's coming up, so she made a cake for her. And then yesterday she had like a girls' night, so she brought over like a bunch of cake.
Device will have the cross on the jiggle.
But the main one with all the extra stuff would probably be blueberry
lane retake.
Yeah, blueberry, lemon curd, vanilla.
Staging area to apply and execute. They're flashing for Frozen to come out middle. But look at the smokes and mollies that are held onto by Astralis. There's still restraint on their nades.
I think she made her own strawberry jam as well.
Yeah, but that's incredible shooting from Brokey, catching the jiggle. Cadian Scarpers to retrieve the incendiary. Smokes in the air. But a pivot looking to
Brokey's on the board.
Down and Frozen on a collision course. They might miss one another. Oh my goodness, that's a crazy.
Oh my god.
So now with Device under so much. Oh wow,
Time.
okay, Device.
Time.
Wait, but do they know?
This is the bomb.
And that's the bomb. He's right behind it. There's no way you're ready for this. Oh, the bomb's down.
1v3.
What can you do, Stown? Massive round available for the taking. This is critical.
Oh, wow. I mean, honestly, NT from him, but well done, FaZe. God damn, that could have been so much worse.
Yeah, Stown was at a pinch there, wasn't he? If he wins that fight, then there's a way out. He can get out of Donut. He can delay. There's not going to be enough time to plant. So you can see his frustration because now they're on eco. That round, they shoved all in. The buy wasn't great, but they still almost got away with it.
Tiger Tooth or Autotronic Butterfly? Dude, Autotronic, not even close. But that's just, I've never been, I am very anti-Tiger Tooth around here.
The black and white stakes of this one. Third place is going to read an awful lot better than fourth in the history books, as well as 60K plus.
What's the score, please? Or are you on audio only? Astralis is on the CT side of Ancient, and they have 5 rounds. FaZe is on T side of Ancient, third map, and they have 3 rounds. They just put Astralis on an Eco round.
Oh, they're going to farm this one up. No problems.
And that was the sound of Rain's AK killing 3 of them. It's 5v4. Or 5-4, sorry. 5.
Do you look at a map like this, though, you need to be quite on point with your utility if you want to be able to take mid control and B lane. And it hasn't felt like a lot of these rounds Astralis have necessarily needed to go for that. It does just bring into question what their buy is going to look like, because as we can see right now, there's more than enough for them all to get out M4s. But you love to have the HEs if you're going to do the lane molly. You want to nade them to slow them in it. You want to have the nades to be able to break open smokes. You need to make sure you have the flashes to initiate some of the pushes.
The hell? I just blinked.
Hopefully this isn't a sign of Jabbi cooling. Has had a great series so far.
On radio casting CS. Sometimes people can't watch the game, you know? I don't mind giving updates like that every once in a while.
Not enough money to afford a kit. Post-plant might just see Astralis going for the save.
No, I know, Aaron. Thank you. The caster should really say the score more often. If you were listening, like, so I listen to the streams a fair amount, right? When I walk away sometimes. They do. They do.
Run boost across. Jabbi, you discussed how influential he's been. It's down as well. He's under a lot of pressure.
No, that's how you want to really test how good the CS casters are. Like wireless headphones and you walk around for a little bit.
That's beautiful. He's going to keep it going, keep it rolling. Rain under scrutiny. Stown reveals his forward position with a couple of bullets of his own design, but backs away, maintains this man advantage. It is all on Cadian.
Some people can't have it visibly open. Donut.
Quick trade out of Brokey. A site for the taking. Leash floods into the side, but they're not ready for such a quick response.
Oh, fucking A. Well, Jesus. That That came to a halt real fucking quick.
Well done from Cadian, and he's fortunate that they had the
Umar,
boost.
thank you very much for. Wait, dude, you just sub for.
The fact they go for the boost, he's able to get get all the information.
Oh, it shows it in Twitch chat now. Hi, Jaxie. Best streamer award, W.
So
he won.
From Stown to find that.
He won.
You're talking about the timing. Jabbi just sprints.
The real trophy. The real trophy. Sorry, HLTV.
Great work.
That was handcrafted in the forges of Romania.
Could walk away with 8.5 if they win this one.
Who is that Romanian streamer, Jax?
Cadian paid a heavy price. In fact, the ultimate price for the 11th round. Burns down to Mirage. Oh, not far off the mark as well. Does chip away at Stair.
A lot of mid pressure this time round.
Yeah, double donut setup. Smoked off, so redundant.
Oh, Ronick, if you can hear me, bro. Yeah, I can't control them over there. They just go.
Having 2 players coming back to red, and they were going to search through donut to completely clear this out. You don't want anybody to linger, but it's tougher now.
Especially with Stown. Headshot pre-aim, not far off the mark, but aware there could be one close. The incendiary will deal with that. Elige forced back and blocked through the flames. Tucks across.
Defensive smoke. Donut fight possible. Jabbi would need to go monstrous in this moment. He actually dipped away. Astralis trying to be ahead of the play.
They got no block util.
Device's footsteps definitely heard.
It's gonna have to just be guns.
Oh my God, Gary.
Look at him shaking through the smoke.
Good trade. Just tap it in. Nice. Big whiff.
Oh,
nice.
Oh, Carrigan. Nice with it.
Very nice.
Hitting their shots, showing their individual mechanics. Jabbi, though, giving it a look in. Knows Brokey's low. But covered by
Later, thanks for the 18-month reset. Thank you.
There onto Stair. He seemed so aware, despite Device firing off that shot. He was looking for him.
Yeah, that one could have been big for Astralis. Could have had quite low money across the board for FaZe going into this final round of the half.
Would have liked it.
And now that conversation goes the other way. So we've been quite back and forth. The opening with the pistol, the conversions. 5 out of the first 6. Well, going to close down the half with some style and some momentum. Our FaZe putting up a bit more resistance than they did yesterday against Falcons. Same mid-harass utility. Cadian pops some shrapnel again. Nade deep, Mirage ahead.
Golden opportunity as well. Full lane and mid control. Golden start.
Yeah, hard to justify the fight at the moment, so looking to try and block. Cadian will be playing the line. I'll smoke it for him. So now red is a problem. Biggest boon they have is Stown all the way up in A main.
Ooh, it's crazy, dude. Whenever I see Raid tap, I'm like, oh, he
he's in
hit
a really
it.
strong position to help deal with this.
Bro's like not even close. He just shoots one bullet. I'm like, wow.
Cadian only with the MP9.
Do you get rev share from premium watchers? Yeah, that's actually the YouTube ad revenue is hilarious. So like I make more on Twitch from ads, but like also on YouTube, I think 70% of my ad revenue comes from people with premium.
Opportunity on this close cross. It's not going ideal for Cadian, and yeah, some damage inflicted, but no kills. Maybe Device can make good on that. A missed AWP shot from Brokey. How many more chances will he get? Nice one back. Just crouching into.
Yeah, I think it's because YouTube Premium is more widely used than Twitch Turbo, which makes sense if you think about like how interconnected Premium is on YouTube.
Stown even pushed out from his power position to main. He goes
down.
Now it's just Jabbi. 30 seconds on the clock. Bomb heading over towards B. We'll call this one all tied up. So really wanting to force that fight, Astralis. It will cost them in the end. In the end,
yeah,
indeed.
Bryce, but we should get that handled for you regardless.
Now, will we continue to
Can you bump it one more time and I'll ping him right now?
Open things up with Astralis pistol. Actually, they managed to get both. Excuse me, on Mirage. So they have
like it's interesting because I'll just I'm not gonna say numbers because adult conversations are hard on the internet. I have mansions. That's all you need to know. Billionaire status. On Twitch, like the ads are probably like the people that let's say like 80% of the ad revenue comes from people that actually see ads. Or on YouTube, it's like literally in reverse.
You having a good Sunday?
Most people that I'm making money from on YouTube for ads have premium.
Final bit later. Should be a good one.
YouTube Premium and Twitch Turbo are just like the same. There's more to Premium, I guess, so depending on how you use it.
Just what we were ready for. $1.25 million prize pool for this one.
Yeah, 400K at first.
400,000.
Not a bad day at the office.
Yeah, so if people have YouTube Premium and if they have Twitch Turbo, you make money as if they saw the ad. That's what I'm, yeah. Sorry if I didn't.
Fist bumps are there.
I might not have.
Looks like it could be a technical pistol.
Voice Critical showed everything. Yeah, but he made a YouTube video. That's way easier. You just upload it and you don't have to deal with people.
4 different players. So it's not
and
just
even then,
one individual throwing it all out.
It's still annoying.
Let's see how
but
they
yeah.
use this. Over towards A quite quickly.
A live stream? Hell no.
Donut smoke for device. Cadian's already lobbed one out towards CT, so this one's got pace as the flavor.
And a wide open runway for the plant. Smoked off is Frozen. Pre-aim from Frozen, hoping to catch that default plant.
Isn't the premium slightly higher than regular viewers? I honestly don't know.
Temple charging.
Do you make money directly from Turbo? Yeah, like in fact, now Twitch separates Turbo ad revenue separately when we look at it each month. And I can see that more and more of you are getting Turbo every month.
Takes down Jabbi, but that's a nice double out of Stown. Device in A main. Ooh, good shot.
But it's still like
connects. Frozen.
When you compare it to YouTube, it's like
does kind of obscure, but
it's in reverse.
He'll be sticking out, and down he goes. Astralis, both pistols, Smiles creeping onto their faces.
Fucking A, bro. That looked way too easy, man. That looked way too fucking easy.
We've seen from FaZe after they've lost these CT pistols that they haven't gone into the force buys, and I don't think that's going to change. Even on Inferno, they went with
I was going to say, the other reason I think is on YouTube, ad block works. So people either don't see ads or they just have premium.
Felt like the approach was going to.
I prefer they have premium. Thank you.
A bit of a non-starter, a bit of a fake comeback. Bit of a weak CT side. They stacked the correct bomb site, Alex, and they're coming with pace.
Like, all good, but I'm not hurting that bad, but it would be nice, you know?
Not blind, and device is back 10 finds Frozen.
Do you, but bruh.
And it seems they've worked it out. Just as easy as that. Wow, look at that from Allegiant's POV. The whole team ready for him.
All right, well.
So let's see what they do now.
I think they should buy.
Right? Just going forward.
I think so.
Finals today? Yeah.
Starting to take shape. So just one famous for Carrigan. He's got the defuse.
Is that Romanian anomaly? That's crazy.
Everybody else into the A4s. The only one Rain. Sorry, A1s. The only one Rain on the A4.
Do you, but don't. Well, I'd rather people watch at the end of the day no matter what. So if it literally means you won't watch the stream, sure. But also, you know,
when he gets the all power,
I would appreciate if you don't.
Might be dealing with A.
It is a real answer.
Again, the bomb is really late on Stown, so this could just be a fake. Try and
it's a bit of both,
pressure,
right?
Force the mid players back and provide a gap in middle.
They have no answers. They're in the dark about A.
Second wave. So nobody A.
So you like money, Flum? I do. Yeah, it's nice.
The first time, but
look at the mollies to set up, right? You drop these
this mean the return to Tier 1 for Astralis? Considering they got absolutely bodied by Heroic and are missing Dallas because of it, to have this type of response is impressive. And I say that as a very big hater of the Astralis organization. So,
flank from Allegiance, everything. Clean headshot. Removes down. Cadian, though, puts Rain down. Awkward, 3v3. Device, a lot to do with just the MAC-10. Brokey's already applying pressure. Frozen can't finish it cleanly.
Oh my.
Awkward.
This is fucked. It's fucked. No, he can't. He's fucked. He's fucked. It's not even close right now.
Cadian even finishes the job. It's a big round from Astralis. Stealing that one away. Comes down to a last couple of 1v1, but still.
People will still with a straight face like tell you that Cadian isn't a good IGL, and it's fucking actually insane to me.
Could have gone the other way, but you're right.
You realize like the mental battle that's going on right now, right? Like I know it looks stupid, but do you really?
It took fights at multiple fronts there. Really good work.
People with a straight face saying Brokey's a good opper. He is. Grow up.
Even just by staying alive.
I watched Modesty go missing at the end of the last year's tournaments. And he's still good too. Grow up.
Astralis. Has gotten away from FaZe. Took a tactical timeout, had a conversation. They need a fire starter to get back into this.
Well, meds? By meds, you mean vitamins. Yeah.
9 for Carrigan.
I got a couple left. I got a
and 6 for Elite.
Nice vitamin D pill looking at me right now.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, really conditioning this side of the map, aren't they? And one of the things that Alive said in an early interview, which I'm sure I'm not the only one who hated it, is, oh yeah, you know.
Yeah, Vitamin. Yeah. Shut up, chat.
A players get to play middle a lot.
Some of you haven't used your fucking dick in like 10 years, all right? Like, grow up.
Really not a big fan of that, but
yeah, you want some of this vitamin D I got right here for you. Shut the fuck up, chat.
Has caused a massive gap. This is a risk to take against this type of buy. His teammates will be made aware of the possibility, but he's already got the rotation completely cut off.
Yeah, because Brokey just got hurt. He heard a CT smoke and pulled further to A. Now Stare, if he gets one, it'd be even more convincing. Brokey pulled back, and Jabbi, oh man, he's in CT. Heading B, yeah, I mean, they will. It's Device that will likely go down. It's the second that's crazy! How about 3? How about that from
And people still buy the CZ!
1, okay, 2, yeah.
Why?
3, it's round defining.
What is wrong with you?
He's been here once, he needs to be here again. Where is he going off to?
If you buy a CZ instead of a 5.7, you should not be able to drive a vehicle.
Yeah, he can still win this. 35 on the clock.
He certainly could, Chad. And I think with Frozen confirming it, Rain is aiming in the right direction. Rain, the pre-aim, but Jabbi too smart, too quick. 28. Molotov thrown. How about 2 of those? Can he pivot? Has he got time to do this? He's worried about the flank. He's got to commit to B.
He won't know the Frozen's ahead.
Could be a bit of a... Oh, he's just planning in the open. Frozen's going to have him dead to rise. Jabbi gets off the ball.
Oh, the CZ gets us? Oh, no.
To be had now.
I'm fucking kidding. He wouldn't even hit a single bullet.
Jabbi,
Grow up, idiots.
Throughout this series, this is a huge clutch, though, to keep Astralis on their winning way. Spots out Frozen, 5-7 v AK. He took this space, but he can't take the head. It's Frozen in combination. He can't beat himself up about that. He wasn't there when Rain mows down 3 with a 5-7.
I even thought the spacing was all right. The fact that he gets the kill in spawn, it spurs them forward once they identify where Frozen is.
Holy Rain, bro. Give me the slow-mo of this.
You have the first man in Device. He's low. So you want him to be traded. He's meant to make the space, but it's just rapid out of Rain. Bish Bosh bashed 3 down, and that's the round. Here it is again for all its glory. That's the low HP. This third one is just snappy as all hell. Look how quick this happens.
The snapping turtle in full effect, bro.
Break the money with this one, FaZe.
Now mid with some confidence. That sucks for KD.
JD thanks to 23-month primer. Connor thanks to 3-month primer. Thank you.
Feeling under a lot of pressure.
Rain's got to make it into the Hall of Fame whenever he's done.
Of first stage of Cave.
You need to decide,
oh, dude, he'll
play retake or you play more forward. This is a classic position.
Yes, Rain will be in it. That's yeah, I can assure you. Whenever that day comes, and hopefully it's not soon, and if anything, it looks like he's reinvigorated playing new positions, so... Well, mostly on T-side.
Retake likely now. Bomb escorted onto the site by Device.
Oh, that's a team flash.
A team flash, yeah, that's awkward. Miscommunication. Device, though. Oh, nails.
Never mind, he's washed. What?
Caught with his knife out.
Brokey, what are you... This is not Call of Duty. That's not a throwing knife.
A quick response. I thought maybe
Bro was about to hit him with the...
Reset. Save your mental, but no. Astralis straight back to their winning ways after fumble against the 5-7s that had so much at stake.
Oh, man. Brokey literally killed one person with an op and shocked himself.
Had flavors of this yesterday,
Bro said, look, dude, I did it.
Plucky rounds with saved guns and upgraded pistols, but when it came down to the full buys, they were getting outclassed by Falcons. Dexter putting on a massive performance, Nico as well.
YouTube chat, y'all are so goddamn shameless. Leave a like, it's so easy. Himmy has come into my YouTube chat every day to try to remind YouTube chat to like the stream. Not all heroes wear capes. Some have a unicorn as an avatar and harass YouTube chat in a very positive way.
And it's a weird CT buy.
It's very weird.
The thing is, on a map like this, the AWP can have impact, but it's very tough because of how good the Ts are with the smokes and the space that they can take because of it. So I don't see how Brokey's meant to find too much impact on this map.
Where's Alive? He's just missing? Well...
Okay, well, it's a different variation.
I'll be honest, I did not watch first map, but apparently he played incredibly well first map, and Alive was the only one frying on the second map, so... I'm not defending him for this map.
Aggressive.
They need him to step up, but pretending like he's been missing the whole game or something,
rotations off Brokey,
I think would be a bit of a
headed over to be
overreaction. But yes, I agree. They need him right now, especially in Ancient, the positions he plays. They need him to find his groove.
They're going to come in through Cave.
I think defending him and glazing, as I always do, I do think his opportunities have been a bit limited in this game. Either by design from Astralis or poor planning from FaZe, but it really just feels like he hasn't been able to get his way into the rounds.
Simple stuff. Now Brokey needs to run, right? You can't hang around and give away this AWP. You need to get out of there. So he's just going to back off. 2,900 lost.
Okay, at least Lair. That's what I'm here for. Zentech with a 6-month primer, thank you.
Because let's say that you got wiped. Oh,
here's my rent, thank you.
He's already hunting. Where are you going to go now, Brokey? Keep dropping. Bomb over that halfway mark now. They're going to really try and hunt this one away from Brokey. He did fire a shot at the AWP. He announced his presence. He let them know that he brought this into the round. Looks like he's going to get away with it. 11 now for the Danes.
Damn, bro. Some guy went into chat insulting Twitch chat, and then YouTube auto-modded him. I've never even seen this before.
Troubles once they hit the 12. Here in Cluj.
I didn't even know YouTube had an auto-mod. That's crazy work.
Saved AWP though.
That's hilarious. That's actually...
We drove from Bucharest.
Yeah, that didn't take 12 hours.
Only 6.5, 7 hours. We're 12 hours
That's
away.
actually insane. I didn't even know that was a feature.
It's getting bigger.
He's talking about Pasha's biceps?
Yes.
Starting to feel a little bit hollow in the serve up. Cadian's brought in with a Mac 10. It's going to be another one of these pace changes. They were to pull it, or they tried to pull it off on Inferno. Remember the fast B that they went for that was well defended by Carrigan and Frozen. So what they go for this time round. Cadian with a good B spawn. Might just see him run straight in towards Cave or straight up the B round. They could go for an extinguish.
All right, 11-7. Full gun round.
Yeah,
let's go. Elise, they need you. They need you, big dog. They need you fucking frying.
No head armor on the other side.
Damn, he's already on 44 health from the nade. I think Stair legitimately just naded that man for fucking like 60 damage. Oh, oh no, the cap.
Yes, now he does. Nice terrain and Elysian combination. Aggression.
Stay alive, everybody stay alive.
Aggressive venture thwarted. Oh, nice nade.
Softens rain up a little bit further. 3v5 early on into the piece. The Cadian or Device being able to break in. And
stupid, don't put that in my head.
18 kills in total so far. Tippy top of Ancient. Still could try and execute in. You see Stair there with that smoke. Another block one lands. Now at the moment, they're in a fortunate position because limited information available over towards middle. Frozen's just patrolling that from red with some jump spots. Over towards the A site, it's going to be Carrigan. So the other three are on B. They are in the right place, but can't be certain of that. 40 seconds now. Another smoke lands. You wait this out, there'll be 20 seconds and then the go. Taking a look at the money situation, Stair will have enough to buy Device and Cadian with a loss bonus to be all good. So I'm curious if they give this one a shot. And one more smoke.
Oh, that's a shame for Elise.
Okay, man.
Go for it though. They just re-smoked the ramp. I'm pretty sure they're
man.
Seems to be the case.
Okay. I'll make sure they don't have to reinvest. They're not going to get any loss bonus at all though, and it is bottom of the barrel, so probably for the better.
Defend that flum.
About to hit Cadian and Device's bank accounts, and they will be able to buy.
Yeah, you shouldn't have stood there, Elise, you idiot. There we go, got him. John, I didn't mean it. Please carry me in pugs. I pulled out the first name because we're cool like that, right?
To discuss your options going into this next round. Cadian's bought in with a Mac 10 again.
Oh, shit.
And Device is only bought in with a Tech 9. He could have gone for an AK. They both could have.
Bon appetit.
This is really interesting, guys. This might be fast again.
Bro's got 3 pizzas. Let's go.
Both Cadian and Device have gone for, both being up
interesting.
for full purchases.
So they want to test, oh my god, if they were to test B right now, it's very open.
I think they're just going to try and guarantee themselves a gun run into the next as well. But
I just call that my snack, but I imagine that would be quite the meal for them. Oh no, dude, the team flash again.
Lucky to get away with his life. Could have gone worse.
Dude, they're looking off, man.
Blinded off. The AWP getting
Dude.
now by Mac 10s. The smokes are up.
They're flashing each other a little bit. They're like, oh my god.
And Brokey, the jumping Mac 10. He's making it so difficult for Brokey to contribute. There's a wall bang. Stone's got that one. Brokey, though, should
That's
be able
actually
to get himself one, but the
this
trade is
this bomb site. Oh, that almost was a collat.
fast. Immediate trade. Down onto a leash. This round is theirs.
This bomb site is so weenie, man.
The 12th manufactured Stown with that wall bang.
You can't stand at the cubby. You can't stand on the pillar to hold the ramp.
Really anymore. Smoke started to fade. They clamp on down. Brokey gets one, but you blink and he is dead.
That's actually some weenie shit right there. I won't lie.
And the two players with those lighter buys with the two to go down. So Cadian and Device doing good enough to make the space required to be traded upon.
That just feels really that sucks.
Like he's on a
Dude. I don't know.
course. Got a couple of seconds to find.
That's like one of those rounds that just you just feel like that's the type of round you lose. You're like, fuck this map. Even if like you know it can happen, you get kills like that yourself. You like understand that maybe you could have played it differently and should have maybe, but like
should be able to get rifles out around.
You're just like, fuck this.
Can try and facilitate them with a little bit more firepower.
Me, anytime I go up Banana Inferno.
This is what we've been talking about. A third place decider. One we haven't had for quite a while. Back on our screens here in Cluj. Swiss best of threes, 18 playoffs, all the stuff that you'd actually love in a tournament. We've been getting it here.
Hemi said if we get 104 likes in 2 minutes on YouTube, I'll gift memberships. Oh shit.
To the major.
All right.
How's regional standing? A big conversation.
Okay, Molotov down. They are raking
No, no.
Cadian has kicked open the front door. First frag is good. Elite doesn't
fuck.
finish his meal. Tags up one, forced away, licked by the flames. It's Brokey
No, but all right,
in his
bro.
named position. With a nade damage,
That's
but look
it.
at Cadian
That's
go.
it.
He's cooked in trouble. Carrigan does find a response. Still that man advantage. Can he get any more? Yes.
Wait, Carrigan?
No trade, no bullets. Cadian
Oh, but the last bullet got him. Dude, Carrigan is a fucking hero right now.
Worried about the defuse, stare, and Device both in the donut. Surely they can't get this one. Brokey punching in, defusing as best he can, and FaZe.
Oh my god.
Another round of play. Double donut for the post plant. That smoke just.
Oh my god.
Cadian did a lot there on the way, and didn't he? Cheeky grin there.
Is
from
it
Carrigan.
Cadian?
Now holding on again. They're able to come back.
What do you mean, Cadian? I don't know. But regardless, that was insane from Carrigan.
Then, well, we all know what happened after that.
The fact that he actually died in the end is kind of surprising because I only got there's one bullet. Boot thanks for the 22-month resub. Thank you.
Go towards CT. You can see it's just missed right there, but throwing everything he had.
No, finals is after this.
To make sure the defuse comes through and gets away with it.
Interesting, Rugat. Calls a timeout.
I think it could just be to settle them because you feel like you have it right.
Sorry,
there,
Astralis fans. Don't need to worry. I've never seen him blow a lead like this before. You guys should be fine.
Against you coming in clutch for FaZe late, and you can see here with the round timeline, they only have 3 rounds on the CT side and nothing consecutive. So every time they've been able to
finals are today.
You've snuffed that flame, you've destroyed that hope, and this would destroy the chances of FaZe trying to bring this back. A long series. Device is extinguishing. They're going out mid. That's the extinguishment.
That's a change up. Who's going to receive them? Just a leash. New in the FaZe jersey. Tested by Astralis, and he's just sitting there with his nades out. Oh, he's in trouble. The supportive flash doesn't matter. Stare blind and still delivers. Carrigan, more impact from him in the later stages.
Nah, Legi's got no rhythm right now. It's like me trying to dance on the dance floor. Oh, no fucking way.
Empty-handed. Brokey's blind, backs up in the smoke. They're not rushing this. A nice upgrade from Frozen.
Okay, now it might be fucked.
Brokey can't find
now it's
finish
fucked.
off of the Stown. Aggression through the smoke from Frozen stays active. Locks it in. Hard-fought match. In and out of the server. Quad OT. A marathon for Astralis, and it was their game.
The hell? Sound's got a Stare jersey on. What the hell?
Astralis take the bronze medal.
Third place decided to be remembered. This is Astralis trying to rebuild former glory was a long time ago. Cadian back alongside Stown and Jabbi. FaZe come into this all sorts yesterday, blown out.
Do you want to say? I do want to say.
They were undefeated on
way better than the show match, right? I even missed the best part of this series.
The fact that Astralis stayed in it mentally after Mirage, after another collapse. Yesterday could have been a
wait, and Stairs wearing Stallions jersey. Hold on.
They make the best of a bad situation. They understand it's a long season ahead, and Cadian looking for redemption. Back with the Danes. They'll take third.
They certainly.
You think he's wearing Sound's jersey to hope Sound plays better in playoffs?
Across a very hard-fought match here. Cadian, you said it's going to come down to who wants it more. You feel like you proved it?
Hopefully, I don't know.
Well, I think you certainly showed it, but I'm going to try and cast your mind back to the multiple maps of Mirage that you had to play. What did it take for you guys to just go through that mentally and then go into the second map and still manage to win it? Because honestly, I was kind of worried you could have been beaten down after that.
Yeah, when we came outside after Mirage, also in the middle of the game, Device got sick, had to puke. So maybe a little bit of kudos for Device, who were feeling bad, but fought through this entire game.
Styles, thanks for the primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's not easy at all to do that.
The Danish goat. Yeah, so when we got
schedule's
outside,
fucked, so that's the downside.
We lost in I don't know how many overtimes. Device is feeling bad.
Maybe a little bit, but
9 out of 10 scenarios is that you go into the second map and you lose 13-5 because people kind of have already given up. They're out of energy. And I told them this must not happen. And I'm so proud of the boys of how they handled to come back after such a tough loss.
And it was a tough loss, and you did it in style to come back into it. And that momentum seemed to carry through on Ancient. If we look at the first half, you split it 6-6. Even though you started off pretty well, they get a foothold back into it. But there, afterwards, you seemed like you had full control. Just talk me through it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I was in flow state in many of the T sides. Maybe not individually so much as like killing people, but I had good reads and I made sure to make some good calls. And I think also the boys were playing kind of the micro, the small movements very well around it. So yeah, it was a pleasure to play today, and yeah, we really enjoyed it.
And I think this crowd really enjoyed it as well, right?
It's the problem with FaZe.
We need to do one last clap because you guys have been so amazing. So if you guys want to join me in the arena.
He's farming. He's farming. He's having so much fun with this, bro. He knows. He knows.
And on that note, a very happy Cadian succeeds in taking the third place.
He knows. So somebody said, what's the problem with FaZe?
He must have been mistaken about what was up.
I think FaZe should be beating Astralis.
We just move on.
But
it's a big deal for Astralis. This I want to really underline.
I still think I still think FaZe has a map pool problem.
They've really struggled, and sometimes when you go so long without trophies, bronze feels like a miracle, and that is really where Astralis have been at for so long.
They've just cursed. Nah, man. Like
players that work in Denmark. This combination, people were saying it isn't going to work. It's not going to work with Cadian. He came in under a cloud. People were talking about him potentially being replaced.
Yeah.
He's now guided them pretty much to, fingers crossed.
I think the expectations of the FaZe roster are incredibly high because it's FaZe.
He's a great leader. I think he gets too much hate from the community. I think
but like, if the big boys were here, I would expect FaZe getting the playoffs.
To where they're at now.
And then that's kind of where I expect them to be right now.
I'll tell you what changed, because I think this
the only reason I had higher expectations is because of who was left, and that's why I mean they should have beat Astralis, but like
standings and I guess the aspirations of making
I still think the weakest part of FaZe right now is map pool.
everyone was saying this iteration of
They can
Astralis,
play every map
right,
at a pretty high level, but they can't pick a map to punish anyone.
Change, who knows? I think what's changed now is that, you know, now we have hope. Now we can believe that maybe it will work. I haven't seen enough of Astralis. I haven't seen them consistently play at a high level enough to say that this is going to work or they're going to come back to the high level. But right now I'm at least filled with a feeling that it could work and it can change. And to me, that's good.
Well, we'll come back to the desk to break the game down. But for now, James Banks is with Elige.
Thank you, Richard. It's a tough loss and a tough moment for FaZe for sure. And Elige, you guys had one hell of a fight on your hands. If we just start on Mirage and how crazy that went, the energy needed, and then going through onto the next couple of maps, I just wanted you to talk me through where you guys felt it started to go wrong. Because obviously, when we saw FaZe do that classic FaZe moment where you can come back into some overtime, the first one for you to go through, we thought, okay, this is yours in the bag. And I'm assuming you thought the same as well.
Yeah, I mean, we played super good on Mirage. There was a lot of really close rounds. Could have ended earlier, but ended up going a really long distance. And I think on Inferno, we just couldn't really get like a lot of, I don't know, key frags, I guess. And we also lost like the second round on T side, which made it really hard to come back. And I felt like we were just kind of on the back foot from then on.
Then going into Ancient, right? Obviously, you fight back really well on the first half, but it's your CT side again, similar to what we saw yesterday, which kind of been the pain point for you guys. What is it that you guys are struggling with there? What's missing?
FL0M.
I mean, it was kind of unfortunate on the first round. We played for mid, and they ended up going towards A, and we didn't have like a lot of nades to help like with the retake, so that made it kind of difficult. And we're also not winning a lot of pistol rounds, so we're kind of like playing the game on super hard mode. And when we're not converting second rounds on like the CT sides, it's making the game a lot harder for us. And we're having to do really big comebacks instead of making it comfortable.
Yeah, that can be really tough to go through. Let's talk about maybe some more positive on this though. You make your first arena with the FaZe clan on your first time doing it all. How has this journey been for you guys? Obviously, you're still growing through it all, but just how would you sum up the event?
I mean, we started pretty strong at the event, 3-0, pretty good. The first quarter was good, and then like, I don't know, I just felt we had like a lot of tension like in the semifinals and afterwards. I think it was just like really hard for us, and we never really like played our game. So it was just really, I don't know, it was just really difficult, and we just kind of have to talk about it.
Talk about it, grow and learn as it continues to go through. We got a lot of more events coming through the season.
Tom, nice to the 38, by the way. Thank you.
There's always a lot of FaZe fans supporting.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you to all the fans in the arena. You guys have been awesome. You guys are going to have a sick final later. Make sure you keep up the same energy, and it's going to be sick. Thank you so much.
Hell yeah. Thank you very much to everyone in the arena. There's been great energy so far. Grand finals coming up soon, but Richard, we're going back to you.
Wanda, stop baiting.
Thanks a lot, James, and great to see Elige not too crushed by the defeat. He says we're going to talk about it, get back to the drawing board. I'm just happy to see him in an arena again. You know what I mean? He has been a great servant to the game and great representative.
Honestly, he had a terrible Ancient, but I missed map one.
All the problems that region's had.
How bad was that overall?
Really world-class players. He's on this FaZe lineup.
Well, he's still the top performing player for the team.
You hope they're going to be all right. They'll be there or thereabouts.
Immediately pragmatic is how I would describe it.
I mean, his Ancient was a huge problem, but like, I'll be real, guys.
Not really about emotions or anything like that. It's just, hey, we lost some pistol rounds. We didn't have nades for some protocols. We weren't able to get map control in certain ways. It's actually what I want to hear from someone like Elige. He's not worried too much about
there needs to be like
the communication or anything like that. He's just saying, well, we just need to play better, and these are the ways we're
He does have tournaments like this, though. I think Maui said it best. He's like the offer that wins you a tournament or straight up loses you a tournament. Like
moments that FaZe had in this tournament when they're really clicking show you that they can play world-class Counter-Strike, but unfortunately, in this map of Ancient, I'm going to say they played a little bit beneath themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that sentiment from Elise as well.
I missed map one, so let me see.
FaZe Clan, of course, I think everyone would have hoped for a stronger start with Elise on the lineup, but then again, I think their overall goal and their, I guess, target right now would be the major, you know, in Austin, and there's still a couple of months for them to get into the groove, get into the feeling, and
holy
if anything,
shit.
A game like this is going to give them a lot of learnings, a lot of experience,
who was dying?
Help to integrate Elise.
Kerrigan, brother, so you gotta chill.
Probably a game they should have won, probably a game that they will feel disappointed that they didn't win. Overall, though, I'm not worried on behalf of FaZe for the future. I still think it's a team that is
shit, you gotta chill, bro.
Yeah, and look, I think they ran into an Astralis that were very extra determined today. I mean, they certainly had a lot more to
They need him, like, I realize he's gonna lose some of that, but Jesus Christ.
Point in the interview interview, you have a 50-round game, beyond that, and yeah, maybe your energy's all gone. You have the adrenaline dump, and you just lose the next game.
No, but like Kerrigan going in first and dying is fine, but like
into that brick wall where FaZe are still making those adjustments.
It can't be like that though. Like there's levels, like I always like to say,
I'm not convinced this is the final kind of iteration of what FaZe is going to bring forward. Train is there, it's there for the taking. A masterful IGL like Kerrigan can certainly do something with that. That being said, you heard in that interview from Katie, and I wasn't sure if we were mistaken, but Device battled through to have a great
Relentless, we hide the VODs for the Also Flom channel. That's why.
He is with his MVP performance. Roll back the years, we weren't
not like fully hide them, but like they're not displayed when you go to the page.
And set the tone for his
Auditory, thanks to the Twitch primer. Thank you.
Device had to throw up at some point. I mean, so for him to play it through, to gain the adoration of the fans with this kind of bounce back performance from an illness, as stated by Cadian, that the way that he was able to play for the first 5-6 rounds or so, I think he had 1 death and maybe 10 kills at one point. Like that was masterful stuff. And so on top of that, he was doing it with the rifle. He was doing it with the pistol. Like,
oh, bro, I always like seeing majors in new locations.
In terms of how Device can just elevate you in any given
moment. I'm a big fan of using majors
obviously winning this game is
to
again,
build locations.
A great achievement for them. Good for the VIS standings, good for the prize
I know
money,
people love, the idea that Cologne might be a major again. I get it.
Cadian had some fantastic calling, T-side Inferno.
But it's such diminishing returns.
In that
like
overtime game on Mirage, really showcasing character, showcasing that it's a guy you can count on.
As somebody that's been to that event,
on the former 2 maps as well, where he
the last 2 years,
and had a bit of that playoff resurgence that we talked about.
That place is already a major. Like
so
it's.
I feel like you can add a positive.
I love the idea of using majors to build other locations and try to bring and build up the Counter-Strike in that area.
Being there, all of them had moments in the game. It's just about getting them together and having more of those moments consistently together.
Jabbi was fantastic this whole tournament. Yeah, I just gotta say, like,
it's the classic Counter-Strike players of always just wanting more though, so I get it.
His lurks were just so devastating.
Best of 5, we want all 5 maps.
He was the X factor in so many.
If it's a good best of 5, we wonder why it wasn't a best of 7.
On some kind of lurk, especially up the long side on Inferno, like he is just getting so much done in those spaces when he's pressuring apartments too. He's the reason I feel like him and Stare on Inferno. That's why they made it their home map.
Yeah. So we're going to go to a break, guys. But as I said, it's been wonderful. I'm really looking forward to the final. So make sure you join us. It's going to be a best of 5 between Mouse and Falcons. It's going to be epic. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Astralis and final? No, that was 3rd place. Finals is Mouse versus Falcons coming up. Chat running an ad, heads up.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1x bet.
Alright, let me take my dishes back. Go back home.
The first mouse was actually, the old mice with a bowl inside.
Oh, the bowl, okay.
So you could spin that thing and like you were,
You need to clean it as well, right? Yeah, you take it out and clean it.
Yeah, completely different. But actually, I remember the first money I made on CS.
Yeah.
There was these WCG tournaments. You of course remember those. Before the tournament happened, they had in my city events. So I worked there for one day, and I was teaching people play CS in the
oh, nice.
shopping mall or something. they had a like Cybertruck, you know, with PCs and stuff. So the first money I got, I bought a mouse. That was Microsoft the 3.0.
Oh, of course, the classic. Yeah.
So that's how I started.
First mouse I play with, I mean, of course, you had those really old school mouses, which I don't remember which exactly it was.
Some optical thing with a cable on.
Yeah, exactly, like really old school. But I think my first real mouse that I remember having is the Razer Death Adder, the 2013 or 14 Chroma or something like that. It's forever been my favorite mouse to use. I think that's the first one I was using.
The one I received as a gift in Christmas, it was the Microsoft 3.0.
Yes.
So I just remember that I came home and I called my friends and let's play because
I want to use this. I'm ready.
Yeah, I want to try. So yeah, as a kid, I think it was one of the best gifts that I had, and I really enjoyed it.
It was always the 1.1 or the 3.0, the Microsoft ones. They were what everyone was using. They were the good ones back then.
I think the first mouse professional I was with was the Microsoft Intel 3.0 or something.
Yes, that's the classic.
And then I loved the ice mat. And you
the
had
glass.
So I had to play tournaments online to win Teflon. You had to change every week because it was getting wrecked. But
it destroys the skates, right?
Yeah. So you just play online tournament for 4 meters of Teflon.
As a professional, my first mouse was the Zoe EC2.
Okay, so you were still of a generation where EC2 was like just coming out the modern bit, but with a cable, right?
With a cable, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm still playing with it today, actually.
Oh, sweet. You just use the wireless version, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. EC2 stayed good. It's good shape.
For sure.
Upgraded insides of it.
I still have it to this day. I bought my house 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And, I've saved all of these trophies that I've got. I got my first trophy that I won in 2003.
Yep.
It doesn't look as good as it used to, and it's been on the road and in the basement for many years, but now I have the space, so I built this trophy cabinet. And I kept my first mouse. I'm very happy today that it was always something that, throughout my career that, you save these badges from events to events, and it was just something that was special to me. So I still have my first mouse.
I don't remember. It must be A4 Tech.
Oh God, I don't even know what that is.
And also, I think after that, X7.
Okay. You have to be it's difficult for you, right? There's more now, but I guess at the beginning of your career, there wasn't so many.
In the beginning, I wasn't looking for a right-hand mouse. I mean left-hand mouse. I think I was just playing whatever I have.
Okay.
Like also in net cafes, also.
You got no choice.
What I can afford. That was the main thing. But I think I played with a lot to X7.
Nice.
It was also. You could do macro. You could send the 2-3 bullets in one shot.
Okay. Little macro cheats in there as well.
Yeah. When you're a kid, you're
just having fun with it, man.
Fun. I remember. I never forget. I was I think 14 or 15 years old. I got invitation to the national team.
Yeah.
And we played against again Poland. Virtus Pro roster.
Yeah.
that was
not easy first game.
Not easy. And zero experience in the big stages or anywhere. Only Turkish LAN games. I played really bad.
Oh no.
It was 6-17 or something like.
You were going up against pretty much VP search and stuff.
And also we lost anyway 16-3.
Oh God.
On Dust 2. I never forget that map. That match.
That was maybe some good training for you. You're pretty good at Dust 2 now. You're a god at Dust 2 now.
Yeah.
You just needed that experience to go through first time.
Yeah, it took too long time. I don't know how many times I was in that map, even maybe 2,000 times, 3,000 times. I don't know.
I think first event there was these LAN parties in Czech Republic. That was called PG Challenge, I think. That was 2003 probably. We took a car drive there with our own PCs. My dad took us there. The first manager in esports.
Your dad's hooking everything up. This is brilliant.
Yeah. So we went there. I think we lost in the quarters or semis. Actually, Zonic was there. I'm not sure if he won the whole thing. But I was a fan at the time.
Yeah.
I think the first one must have been Copenhagen games.
Okay, yeah.
Even though back then
you just had to attend, and you would be on NATO TV. Actually.
Nice.
So
That's
yeah,
actually not too
I
bad.
think actually it was against Epsilon.
We're so bad.
They had Res,
nice,
Dragon.
Chat was your first mouse. I heard him talking about it.
Freddy B or something, and I remember I was like
first like
14, and I was watching
proper
a
mouse.
demo of them on Dust 2. It was like they were a top team, you know, a top team. They were quite good. We got some anti on them. We got some rounds, but not
Ads
that
never
many.
played.
But
They
it was
did.
a
You
good
just
game.
didn't get any.
In 2005, I got my first contract with salary. It was for.
I'm
for
seeing
SK
if anybody
Gaming.
lists the same one I got.
When they went Danish.
Yes, and they also had a Swedish lineup at the same time because they weren't really satisfied with the Danish roster. But yeah, I remember it was like $500-600
Bro.
salary. I actually still have the mail.
My
from,
first mouse
Alex
chat
Miller,
was
who I think he's still the owner.
Razor Copperhead.
And yeah, we had this Danish team. It was the
You guys
Titans
ever
who
see
got
those?
bought off
Literal carpal tunnel
SK, or
mouse.
who got signed by SK. And unfortunately, the players were not that motivated. And I was the one up and coming. You know, I had to leave my team, who was technically better. But I had to leave because I couldn't afford a new PC, and I needed a new PC.
The opportunity,
yes, and with the salary, you know, and I also got a PC from SK.
Well, that's okay. That's a really good deal then in terms of those days.
Look at that thing,
we
dude.
played like these CPL Brazil and CPL Barcelona as well.
Yeah.
And then I think
that was my first like gaming mouse. I got it for Christmas.
You know, us going to ESWC, which is kind of equivalent to a major.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we lost to Complexity in the grand final. With fraud and
that shit's older than me, Unc.
That was when they were just on their rise, right?
Wow.
Yes. Was no longer Team 3D days. It was going into Complexity. Started to have some success.
Yeah. And also, you know, my hype and you know, trying to be there for the players actually stems a lot from my inspiration for
Yeah, he was a fucking laser mouse. See, look, this is the old advertisements back in the day.
The player's chair when he was cheering, and you know, that
You see
was
this shit?
what
They like advertised how high the DPI went, like it was a good thing, and then it was a laser mouse, bro.
Okay, yeah.
And
2,000 DPI laser.
My best friend.
Oh, it wasn't NXT days, so it was even before this?
Yeah, it was before that. I also played in another organization in a team called KPI, which I'm not sure if that was my first game. I actually don't remember, but it was either with KPI or it was with a mixed team in ESEA Catch Cup that we won. So it was either one of them, but I remember that I think it was the KPI game, and I was really nervous, so I didn't really play good. I think my HLTV career started off very red on the statistics, so yeah, that's what I remember.
It was to play for Portugal. I don't remember my first official, but I remember the first time that
That's important. That's really important.
Yeah.
Was my first event? Oh man!
I go
that I played it or like
to my home, and after 1 or 2
the
hours,
first
I'm
events
playing
I
that
went
game,
to
so
growing
I
up
was
in
so
Columbus.
nervous.
I went to MLG Columbus, which didn't have Counter Strike.
Yeah, it was. I felt very proud on that one.
Of course,
so that's something that I remember.
Yeah, I think it's hard to
For those of you that don't know, MLG is a Columbus-based company, so they always had the big one in Columbus. So I always used to watch a lot of like professional StarCraft and shit.
2006, because I think there was a lot of local lands where it's kind of professional matches with the best teams
Like,
in Denmark.
my
So I think
favorite
international land was probably the first one in DreamHack Summer Biarc.
MLG that I was at was probably MLG Columbus. What year was
How
that?
old was?
Yeah, then.
Yeah, 16 or 17 at that point.
Nice.
But yeah.
That was like where you still had all the
Let's
like
see.
elite 1.6 teams entering, right?
Yeah,
MLG,
like, I think in that
Columbus,
tournament there was Volt Gaming that
Marine,
didn't qualify for the
King,
main tournament.
Prime,
We played them in the final.
SC2.
There was Jabbi and all these guys back. I think it was, but it wasn't the main tournament. So I was
Holy
really
shit, that was 13 years ago.
So that was a fun one.
Oh my god.
There's so many of them.
Look at how Team Liquid got
You
its
know,
start, bro.
The most crazy travel we've had was when we had a tournament in Minsk.
Holy shit, I'm old, dude.
That was actually like 2010 something, and they booked us the flights to Minsk pretty late, so we were flying.
I wonder if
to
this
Moscow.
link still works. Hold on.
And we were not aware.
Knows
that,
what this thing
the
pops up.
Belaruses,
Fuck.
regional flights.
Telephone.
No.
You're running
once
low
we
on
landed in Moscow,
QTs.
and
Telephone
we
receiver.
didn't have
You
visas,
need backup.
like
Telephone
visas,
receiver.
so we couldn't enter, you know,
Telephone receiver.
leave the place. So we were stopped at the airport and
Nah, I
had
saw your
another
message,
night
Maxi.
stay
I
there
saw it,
and
brother.
had to fly back home on the next day.
Oh,
And
they
then-
didn't let you go through?
No,
No way.
They took our passports. We stayed there the whole night, and next day we fly back to
Tech
Warsaw.
Redix to the 59
Then we
month
went back
reset,
to
thank
the
you.
border,
Oshimoshi.
And then we had taxi waiting on the other side to take us to Minsk, but apparently we found out you cannot walk through the border, so we had to take like stops, you know. Like,
oh my
so
God.
we were, all of us had different people taking us.
So you had to jump in with a random car
yeah,
and go
yeah,
across.
So that was like the, you know, the
oh God, that's
probably,
chaotic.
Yeah, that's probably one of the most crazy stories.
I mean, there's a funny moment with Katie.
What the doggo? Whose little pom pom is that, bro?
Where we beat Vitality and.
Oh, when we finally got back to
bro.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We finally got back to LAN, and we were really good online, you know, and we were trying to prove ourselves, and we managed to go to the playoffs by beating Vitality.
Who's that dude? Who's dog?
Like, 1-on-2 or 3 against Saibu or something, and I win on overpass, and he kisses my forehead. That's a great picture, and that's a good one.
I think you know, nowadays with Counter-Strike players, you know, we are at 5-star hotels. We play in big arenas. Back in the days, for example, when we went to these
you may be asking, what's Twitch
tournaments
Prime? Let
in
me
Germany,
tell
you know,
when you connect your Amazon account to your Twitch account, you can get one free sub to any streamer, but really only
drive, you know, 2 hours from the airport.
On Twitch,
and then we went to this hostel where we had to share.
Grab your Amazon account, grab a family
like
or friend's Amazon Prime account, and link it to your Twitch account today. Any primers,
like a
prime
massive room
forgetters
that
in
was
chat.
Like room for 30 people.
Oh my God!
And we would have to go.
Curtin
to
literally putting a whole fucking speech for primers.
It was called like these big. Razer has a stand and
like these, exhibition places.
Yes, exhibition. Right? Yes, that was what I was looking for. And we were sharing rooms with some Polish workers who was like carpenters or whatever, and they would wake up at 6 a.m. and we had had to shower next to them, and it was just a big mess. And you had to drive 3 hours to get to the venue, and then we were just sitting there, and you had no noise cancelling headsets, and there was like a Razer booth behind you where someone was going crazy, and it took you like 10 minutes to go from one side of the hall to the other one, and it was just. Back then, I feel like a lot of the players they are a bit spoiled today because
we had to call a technical timeout because we played at an event that was also a convention called Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah, I mean,
and I believe it was around Chinese New Year.
I'm super lucky in my career.
And during the convention, while we were playing versus Cloud9, to celebrate the New Year.
And
there was a line of like 15 people that got like underneath like one of those dragons, and they had like a drum, and they started going around the convention hall, beating the drum, and walking around as the dragon in the middle of our best of 3. And they were walking behind the teams and shit.
But he was the old guy because of also
just beating the shit out of the drum, so we had to fucking call it technical to wait.
That's something that we all look up to him until this day probably about. But we also made him have a lot of fun. I feel like he really enjoyed the time with us. So yeah, probably that was one of my best memories from that time.
I don't know. Maybe in Portugal we going with my team.
Fuck it, play through it. We did eventually actually.
It was like a normal ride.
We were typing to them because they were on one side of the convention hall, we were on the other, so we were like, is the dragon by you?
7-8 hours.
Oh God.
Yeah, it was very insane, and the guys that were with me, they were kind of crazy, and it was one of the first times that I was with them.
Yeah.
So, and we needed to sleep in basically on the floor to play the tournament. So right now it's very good to remember that because
where you began, the humble beginnings.
And right now we have everything. We are in the hotel, we have a bed, we have everything with the manager and stuff like that. So
but back in these times as well, you didn't even have practice computers, right? There was no
well, you needed to go there, the PCs to play, and after that you just go
get off and go.
So it's
not funny, a dragon, these nuts over your face. Okay, buddy.
History.
Funny now is probably the
But you weren't even in the same room. We played in like a convention like hall.
12 bullets on the cobblestone.
So like,
it was fun at that moment, but,
like on either side of the convention, we'd have the setups, and then there was like another stage in the middle where like there were 2 games going on simultaneously. Then there were some chairs, but then there was an actual convention still going on.
Something like that. One of my roommate, like actually we have one roommate, but he
Let's see if I can find it. What year would that be?
Sickness, I think, from the
Clutch Con CSGO.
In the like 5 a.m. like 5-6 a.m. around, I heard
2015.
someone puking in toilet.
Wait.
And I woke up and I said, like, bro, are
Clutch
you okay? He said,
Con
no, bro, I'm
2015.
dying. I'm even puking like in the different colors. Then I never.
Oh, there's a bunch of videos,
so I said,
but
okay, let's go to the hospital. But we don't know English.
Good luck. Yeah.
so you know some of these names, right?
Didn't even have time to write.
Frost
to the
versus
people,
Liquid. This is
like,
actually where I
to
met
the
Sicko.
hospital.
Sicko made some stuff for me.
Usually
Roka
when
versus
you're
CLG.
the
Frost
two-person
versus Team
going
Liquid.
down
Fallen
to the
versus
lobby,
Elevate.
asking for cap, and
ZQK
going
versus
nearby
Elevate.
hospital. And 6 a.m. even like Veto
Which
was
I think
down.
ZQK was actually the opera at the time, not Fallen.
The hospital place was like, how I can say, it's like a Call of
Oh, wait, I
Duty
think this is
moments, like when your door is not even door, it's like you have to open like this, you know, like
you're pulling it across.
Yes, yeah.
Geek Power Squad,
there was
dude.
no any doctor or something. We were just hearing sounds, like the window was open.
Trying to see if I can show you the venue at all.
And he just.
No.
It was her, I think.
But you see this
she gave,
thumbnail?
like, some couple of
on
pills,
either side
and,
of this
we couldn't
stage
come back.
were
After that, like, we
two
did
more setups, which
everything.
is where we were playing.
We had to look for taxi, but it's impossible to order taxi because they don't know what taxi means there.
So you're just lost.
And after that, we walked. We asked the people. We said, "What we gonna do? Let's go back to this like a war hospital to check."
Yeah, I mean that's just a ClutchCon interview. It doesn't, not quite. It doesn't quite help me.
For 2 hours, 3 hours, they are trying to reach us.
Oh yeah, to find out where
Fucking
you are.
A, man.
Yes.
Do you have no data or nothing?
No.
It's wild
nothing.
times, wild times.
We got the cab. We made the hotel, like managed the camp hotel in lobby. When we saw the all tournament organizers there, like all admins there, and also every team had like one or two person to take care of them because
for the team directly.
For the team,
Yeah.
They were there, our team there, everyone looking to us. It was so funny in that second, like the when they're talking.
They were so scared, I bet.
Yes, because we.
They think you died. You've got away, like
yes,
just disappeared.
Yeah, and also it was like unforgettable memory for us. Also with my friend, like I've been showing like. To toy, he's doing like this to toilet. Yeah. These things, like it was so hard to explain.
You're just miming it all out.
And next day, maybe just we play the Virtus Pro. Like I don't know.
Oh my god. It's okay.
Yeah.
This is a good story.
King, thanks for the 7-month primer. Thank you. Appreciate you. Hi, MJ.
Yes, welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca
Hi, Richard.
2025. It is now time for the grand finals. A best of 5. The energy is still high with this fantastic crowd, and we've got a fantastic desk. We've got Maui Snake, we've got Blair, we've got Dus Murray, and we've got lots to talk about. So let's get into it, guys. Falcons, we're going to be
Best
talking
of
about
5.
them. What do you got?
I mean, Falcons, despite the fact that they've gotten so much hatred with every consecutive win over Eternal Fire, Mouse, FaZe, Astralis, they have been washing away
and that sounds
the
like a vibe.
hatred that has come into their direction.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, man, 10 years ago, it was in this very city, Richard, where we had Nico denied the opportunity to make it to the playoffs of that major, but now he's fighting for a trophy a decade later, and guess who's going up against? The new generation.
Damn, Nico's having a fucking really tournament. Goddamn.
Finally in form after having
It's
such
crazy
a cold start
that
to the year. They are now
Testis is playing this poorly, and they're here.
In Shanghai when they had that
when he's played so well for them as well.
Tournament favorites. Now they're back on track with this new lineup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Testis was literally looking better than Nico for a minute there. I'm not even exaggerating. So it's
really
quite the drop off.
Showing people what he's still got in the tank after so many people wondering, you know, is he going to get a major? Well,
we should get Train, right?
Interested in money if he's joining Falcons. Well,
Pretty
no,
sure.
He's on the precipice of lifting a trophy, and just look at the absolute state of these numbers.
I mean, Nico is talismanic. You cannot deny
Yeah,
that.
because they don't play Anubis. Yeah, we should get Train.
His debut back in the day in the Mouse, what Nico's was, as you called it. Then you saw him in FaZe, you see him in G2, and even here in Falcons, even a team that's trying to kind of find their legs. If there's one guy who will deliver, no matter what the scenario is, it is him, and he's doing it in style here.
truly a transcendent rifler, showing that he can get it done at the beginning of a round, middle, end, doesn't matter. The most
I don't know. Actually, Mouse will probably first ban Train. We probably won't get it if they both are banning Anubis.
He has been their lifeline for a team that has struggled so much. They finally have a reliable star. Game in, game out. He's going to put up 20 kills. Everybody else just has to follow suit.
Yeah, and I think that the core of this team is just so happy to have such a suiting replacement for who they lost in Nerds. Nico is everything Nerds is, but better, more consistent, able to do more as far as the range of rifling play that he can do. Yes, he can be
Sunday, thank you very much for your gifted, by the way. Thank you, Sunday.
But he has those aggressive lurks. He can make star plays on rotations on the CT side, and he can anchor.
Well, there's no floating in best of fives, bro. You both just get one ban and then you just start picking.
Absolutely has also
there's no floating. You just pick one map. You're both banning one, and then you just pick.
Charitable when he joined Falcons. They said, this is just Nico Sports Volume 2. These guys can't hang, but what we've seen here in Cluj is that isn't true. These other players are getting activated, and that brings us to Dexter. He's had some of his best games in Falcons. No, the best games he's played for Falcons, on the stage, in the bright lights, under pressure.
Oh, absolutely. You can't deny him. And I was a doubter. I was watching him play in the group stage. I
think Mouse bans Anubis and then banks at Falcons. Or, sorry, Mouse bans Train and then
as you said, Maui,
makes the assumption that Falcons won't pick it.
Impeccable. Look at the numbers. Yeah. The numbers tell its own
That's a crazy contrast.
They're meant to be the other way around. That's how a usual player responds to pressure.
That's how it would look if it was Stown in the picture, but instead, no, it's Dexter.
Damn,
okay, we got
he said
him
it.
catching group stage versus playoffs, leveling up. Unbelievable in terms of just
to be fair, the 1.0 in
blockbuster
playoffs might be a bit
becomes
nice. All right,
when he gets on stage. It's like he is a Broadway performer, not doing it in rehearsal. He makes it count when it actually is
The
live.
Flom chat circle jerk has begun.
That we have in the game right now.
True, Kern did resub asking for primers, prime forgetters. We are always looking for Oilers and member mommies. We did have a member mommy show up today.
A way to hone him, to sharpen him, to put him in prime positions to have impact. And so when you send him out for an opening pick, he's finding them. When you put him on an anchor position inside of a site, he is shutting.
Oh, what? You heard me. A member mommy. You heard me.
The secondary star system behind Nico that has drove this team forward in this tournament.
Yeah, he even kills teammates as well and still wins rounds. Absolutely
Get out of his way.
Crazy.
What?
Yeah, fair point. I mean, I also do want to point out as well, when he started getting good, that was the exact moment in the group stage.
Speaking of which, YouTube chat, don't forget to like the stream and follow / subscribe, whatever you want to call it, on YouTube to the channel.
Let's talk about their opponents, Mouse. We've got a lot of talking points there, Dust. Sure. Because what they did was they brought in a new IGL. They were ridiculed by the community for doing it. Everybody wants Shuhei. I can't believe he's going to be on the bench.
You literally don't do anything all day. Hurry up.
Liquid might come a calling. People were even like, well, you know, maybe Falcons could come a calling. Everybody wants this guy, except the team that cut him. And yet, here they are in the Brolan era, in a grand final. They could start their era with a trophy, and then Shuhei, who?
Yeah, I mean, I think the legitimate criticism was there about this move from the outside looking in, wondering why you would cut a player who had led this team to a consistent top 5 placement for pretty much the entire 2024 year. Multiple titles, multiple big finishes, but what they have been able to do, despite maybe the lack of IGL experience, is surround him with some of the best firepower we've seen in quite some time, and really throughout the course of this tournament, they have all been teeing off.
It is actually terrifying, dude.
Me, it was the real test,
you guys do realize like how insane this, like, dude, Jimmy Spinks Xerxen rifle core is actually unreal.
Despite the struggles that Astralis have had, and for me, that was such a litmus test for.
If Xerxen can get a little bit more consistency in playoffs, because he's shown it at different times, but he's too hot and cold. They need Xerxen just to be a little more hot, a little less cold. Like 20% more of the time, and holy fuck.
Just excellent stuff. I feel like even though they don't have Shuhei controlling them, the individual flair from the players has been really shining here, Richard. I feel like when I'm watching this Mouse team, sure, they don't have that singular hive mind, but you're starting to see.
Are you doing good? Torji and Xerxen are monsters when they're on. Yeah, Torji gets overlooked a lot, but he's a very talented opera man.
In the mid round, necessarily, they're feeling out the situation, and it's looking like great individual CS that is then being woven together by Brolin, by Exertion, who has stepped up as a voice.
I want to put out 2 things.
Mom, don't let those primers, prime forgetters slide over there on Twitch. True, there probably is one person forgetting right now on Twitch. It's fucked up.
Inferno and Ancient, he's thriving. He's showing that he can be an incredible trade fragger, not just some passive force like he was on Vitality. And the other thing is Jimmy is getting more proactive. He's helping trade. He's helping entry into certain areas of the map. And I think that diversity is really just giving Brolin so many tools
What
to
up,
work with.
Case-Man?
And it just comes down to the fact that when you have such a new IGL coming in,
I think
despite the
I actually honestly put Falcons a
when you
little
really
bit
have a
ahead.
proper IGL, there's more agency on the individuals.
Specifically because they have a bigger map
They've
pool.
been playing at the highest levels of Counter-Strike for quite a while. So I love the fact that exertion, that Jimmy, that Torgia.
Do you think Mao's bans Train and
time to deliver and lift a little
so
bit
both
of
teams
the
chat
pressure
ban
of the
Anubis,
new
right?
IGL.
Well, on that point, we heard in the interview.
Mao's doesn't have a single official on Train. Does Mao's ban Train and hope that Falcons ban Anubis?
Forget about him. We don't care. Brolan's our man, and every
Or
time
do you
they've
think
won,
they try to
you
use it
interview
to their
a player and
advantage
they're
that nobody's
saying,
seen
he's
their
my goat,
Train?
He's my captain. Like, they're really together as a cohesive unit. It seems everybody is bought into this project.
And best of fives are just both teams ban once, and then everybody gets the then you pick.
With HLTV, he's
Dirt Bacon makes the 32-month primer. Thank you.
Making the calls that it's not just a win by committee, that everybody's doing their own thing. It may look like that in the server at times, but in terms of coming up with the game plan, it really is Brolin that's been in the hot seat, and he's been delivering.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And again, I just want to put this particular matchup in historical context and how incredible it would be for Brolin to get this win. Mouse and CS2 have been in 3 arena grand finals, have never won one. They have been the group stage merchants. They have been the studio final merchants. And if he's able to pull this off here against the Falcons, who are looking so good right now after having taken Astralis yesterday, in his debut tournament as an IGL, that would be nigh unprecedented. Just look at the numbers right here. They've been, I mean, of course, the VRS forecast as well.
Yeah,
to be fair, though, Modern.
Just to show you the stakes of the game.
Remember, comparing this situation with Shuei to the Liquid situation is a bit unfair to Liquid. And you're, as somebody that also didn't understand why they banned Shuei and still is wondering, it still feels weird. Remember, they picked up Spinks.
Falcons, however, their story is crazy because I think they came in at 9th or 10th. And as they've gone through this tournament, they are now on the precipice of being up to 5th, and you will see them at the major.
And he got 5, and he got 18. So you've got a top 20 player for the last 3 years. Major winner, multi-trophy winner, Cologne winner.
If you're outside of that, you're just going to be thrown
you picked
to the
him
wolves
up.
Online
it's not like they just replaced their IGL to make a star rifler their IGL, right?
That's just massive.
Or move somebody over. They dropped their IGL and picked up one of the best riflers in the last 3 years.
Because we haven't really talked about the head-to-head, the system.
So, and to be honest, dude, Brolin is not calling anything brand new that Shuhei wasn't setting up in some way.
Permaban, and that's about it. Kixan, Brolan, 2 young IGLs kind of going at it, and this is with the tail of the tape. They're going to have to try.
Lava, thanks for 35-month reset. Thank you. Since when did tournaments stop having knife rounds to start sides? Well, you never did knife rounds for map picks. Knife round would be 3rd map.
You look over at Mouse, there's some overlap with Falcons. That seems to be the big worry if you're Falcons, who I still think might be the underdog. I don't know.
I think it's going to be interesting stuff. We'll talk about the ban in detail later, but I think what the cool thing will be
Brolin probably stole the stray plays and they kicked him. Well, no, it's not stealing plays, bro. He called everything. They just. My point is Shuei says we should do this. We should play like this. I want to try this setup, and other people have ideas too. But my point is that hasn't changed.
Yeah, I think that could be the case. I think that's a conversation.
The only thing that changed is Brolin at the start is calling same plays, maybe at just different times, different. You know what I mean?
I think the last time they played, it was, I believe, the Inferno ban coming in from Falcons, forcing Mouse to go for the Anubis ban. So I think it's a very interesting best of 5 here. Honestly, we know what the I feel we know what the maps are.
Plum, could you explain how contracts work? I mean, team is fine, and then some other team sends an offer to a player, or do they wait until a player leaves the org? You have to. When you hear the term buyout, buyouts are what you have to pay to another organization, not that player, to basically free them of that contract. Then you have to sign them. So a buyout basically buys out their obligations to that organization, and then you sign them. This is common sense. No, not everybody understands how some of this stuff works. And to be fair, sometimes buyouts are a little weird because sometimes people hear buyout and they think it's going to the player, right? It almost sounds, it could be confused with a signing bonus, to be fair.
But despite that, you look at the T-side, the way he mid-round calls, phenomenal. phenomenal, and in that aspect,
Like, it
that's where
depends.
Falcons have the edge over
I
the
could see
Pro
people getting mixed up. I don't think there's any problem asking that.
Finally found his right-hand man in terms of executing a game plan.
But buyouts are basically you're buying them out of their contractual obligation to whoever they're signed with. And it doesn't go to the players. In fact, some players famously have lost money buying themselves out to leave the organization to go to other teams.
And the best part about it is,
the biggest one and most recent one that probably did this, funny enough, and people like to hate him, is Yekindre.
when he's got a rifle in an anchor
He
position
got
on
help
boss,
from Liquid, but
I've seen
Yekindre had to
straight
buy
transfers
himself
from Solo
out
too. In
to
terms
get
of playing
himself to
with
Liquid.
teammates, he knows exactly when he should be swinging, when he should be giving, when he needs to be the first point of contact. It's really actually been quite a growth for
That
him
was probably the
from
biggest one
back
that
in
I
the
can
days when
remember.
he was playing with Apex, where I was just kind of thinking, is this the JL or not carry or anything like that? Well, he's really proven himself that that was no fluke run.
Especially, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, the numbers that we saw on the screen probably didn't pop off the page. It probably didn't impress you.
Talking counter-theorized Mouse and Liquid may believe this game will be more about raw skill instead of tactics and firepower, or it's more about firepower and raw tactics, or skill than tactics, compared to Go, hence why they got fragging IGLs. That's interesting, G-Money, because if Liquid's doing that, then what the fuck are they doing? That would, that's actually a terrible, I would have loved to have been there. That's a terrible theory. So you think fragging, so taking Twist, your best probably individual player on that roster, then give him the IGL role so you have less firepower. If they actually thought that way, that would be worse. Because it's not like they picked up some great fragger, you know what I mean? They got nerds, but remember, they didn't get nerds when they made that change. Remember that? So, I'm not saying I support it. No, I just think that's kind of a weak theory, because if you remember the sequence of events, that's not how Liquid operated. Like,
yeah, that was
come a long way.
And that's why he's better. And that's why he's better now, right? He's actually not buying the Negev.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be a
no, I do think that Mao's just probably lost faith in Shui's calling a bit. From outside looking in, it doesn't make sense, but
I mean, if you're talking overall firepower, man for man, then yeah, probably so. But they don't have a guy like Nico on their team. I'm sorry, like the Nico's
what's up, Jabbi? How you doing, man?
Impact is unfounded anywhere else, and I think even
I think the term buyout should be changed to termination fee. As a buyout seems like you're buying out the rest of their contract. Yeah, exactly. It could be a little confusing.
Average, but Dexter can be more flashy at times.
I just want to highlight this, right? This is just in CS2, right? They've lost some big names, right? I was just going back. When was the last time Mouse as an organization won an S-tier event? It was back in New York in 2018 with Chris J and one of those guys on the team.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that theory though.
Just a drought for titles. Well,
I think Mouse lost, like me trying to actually just like not five-head this. Probably lost faith in Shui's calling after all the failed playoff runs, blamed him for it in some level. And then I imagine Xertion is pretty close to Spinks still, and Spinks was known to be disgruntled in Vitality and realized they could get one of the top riflers in the game. Sputnik, thanks for the 22-month recent, thank you. Galaxy, thanks for the 3, thank you. Raider, thanks for the Twitch Primer, thank you.
Have been fighting for. Cluj, are you ready? Now we have two incredible teams ready to take to the stage. But you guys, you have also been an incredible crowd. Romania has blessed us with an amazing crowd, so much hype, so much energy. It's everything I love. So make some noise! Now for our first team, they have not made a grand final since back in Rio. This will be the first one they can do it with Brolan being the IGL. They showed us that they can fight back. They showed us that they cannot break. Even their mental has been strong on this stage, which is why they have been able to get here. Now they have a chance to lift this trophy, but they have to prove to the whole world that they can do this. And it's all of you watching, whether it's online or here in the arena. So give it up for Mouse! For our next team taking to the stage, this is the first big event grand final for both Dexter and Kixan. And it's the first for the Falcons organization as well. It's their time to show us that this team that was built to win can actually do it. With Nico lending his experience, not just his aim, in order to try and make that happen. Cluj, give it up for Team Falcons! Kixan, Brolan, come down here. The anticipated moment as we stand by the trophy that one of these two will be walking away with at the end of the day. Brolan, for you, how proud do you feel to be in a position where it's your first event leading with the full team as an IGL and now have a chance of winning this trophy?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty roller coaster in the group stage, of course, but I think I'm really proud of the team that we managed to get this far in the tournament. I mean, we obviously want to see how it goes in this tournament, but now it's just aim for one goal and it's the trophy.
And that trophy is looking real good beside you right now, but we've got to get through this game to do it. Now, Spink's coming in, right? His experience and what he brings to the team, how vital has that been for you, and how important is it, especially now in the grand final?
Obviously, he has a lot of experience, and I think yes, he's really showing how capable he is in stress situations. And yeah, especially yesterday, I think it was really insane. And I mean, it's a key factor of the team to perform on the big stages here.
And that's one thing he knows how to do all the time. For you guys, though, you lost to the Falcons in the group stage. We're now going into this best-of-5 grand final. What can you do in order to change that around and to put yourselves in the position where you do lift that trophy?
I mean, We just want to look for revenge, you know, and I mean, obviously we want to play more like a better game than we did in the group stage and see how it goes.
All right, we will see how it goes at the end of all of this. Come on, Cluj! Kixan, first ever big event grand final for you. You've been on the grind with it all. How does it feel when you sit here now?
Well, it feels amazing, and I don't think it's a coincidence that we're here. We put in a lot of work recently, and we had good results this event. But we have one more step, and we already played them once in the group stage. We know how they play, so yeah, I think it's going to be a fun game.
A fun game, but you sound very confident when talking to me. But you also should be confident after the way you guys have played. Even your own individual level has been very good. So does it feel like this is in your hands, like this is yours to take?
I would say so. I think if we do what we did so far in the previous games, we have very good chance of winning today also. So yeah, we are not trying to think too much in advance because it's going to be best of 5. So we will just take it map by map and see how it goes.
You say about taking it map by map. How confident are you in your map when you're going into a best of 5?
Twitch overlay, bro. He had a pit bull on his head.
We've had some time to practice on our map pool. We've been a team for almost 2 months now, so yeah, I think it's good.
Drasky, thanks for the 5.
Well, it certainly will look good when we see what it goes down at the end of the day. Guys, fist bump. Get yourself into your seats. Get yourself ready for this grand final. The stage is set. The teams are
Talking counter
ready.
may have revised that theory. Don't
Cluj,
use me as a source. Oh, it's fine, bro. It's not that serious. You're fine.
No. That's not enough. Cluj, everyone, let me hear you! Now I know there's been a lot of cheers for Falcons, for Nico. So I want to find out where this arena sits. Who, at the end of this best of 5, is walking away with that trophy? Is it Mouse? Is it Falcons?
I think Mouse will ban trade. Yeah, I think so too. Drowski, thank you so much for your 5 gifted. Can we get some nice ones in chat for Drowski?
I think it's very clear. BT Arena, one more time. I want all your energy. Let's go!
Right. Banks' suit. It's really nice.
Yeah, let's go in.
I always just feel a little bad because I've seen it so much. I've watched too much Counter-Strike. I know everybody's goddamn wardrobe.
This fantastic game. Look, a lot of love in the arena for Mouse, but it's clear who the home team are. And by the way, Kixan, a picture of stoicism in that interview. He is absolutely confident. They are amped. They are ready
I have to ask
go,
Nori one more thing.
overcome adversity and lift this trophy. Guys, we're about to get into the veto. Where is it going?
I'll tell you where it's not going, Rich. It's not going to Anubis. It's not going to Train. Falcons, just go ahead and get rid of Anubis. Don't play any games. If I'm Mouse Sports, you got to get rid of Train.
They banned okay, wait a second.
I kind of expected this, actually. I expected the same ban to come out from
so they're going to let Train through? Mouse might play that for the first time ever.
It could. I think it's going to be decided. I think Train's going to be the 5th. Has to be the 5th. It's going to be Duster being picked here. It's going to be Mirage getting picked by Mouse, unless I'm very much mistaken. And then Ancient Nuke. There we go. Right there. The Mirage pick coming in from Mouse. Ancient, I believe, should be the pick coming in from, actually, Falcons with the Nuke.
I mean, it was 50-50 on that one, honestly. And then
Train.
Decider Train, no one really wanted to play this one, so they leave it to dead last. We'll see if we get there.
I would love to see Train, because I think it's going to be absolute pandemonium if it gets
It'd be messy for Mouse. We haven't seen him play that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Inferno ban, in a sense, you can get it because the core of this team used to permaban it when they were on Heroic. It wasn't that they really played a lot, and they kind of started
it's
the
map 5 though. God damn it!
It hasn't really brought them a lot of value, and so maybe that's where they thought a team like Mouse Sports was going to show us some great results on Inferno. They're 3-1 at this tournament. In fact, that was the better choice.
It's a map that they have been kind of second banning. And
no Inferno is cinema. You're not wrong.
Right? And they only played it once, I think, with FlyQuest, which was an easy win for them. So for them,
but if I got Train earlier, I would have accepted it. Although there was no way that was going to happen, to be honest. DC thanks to the 5-month primer. This is as good as it gets, to be honest. Iniquity thanks to the 20-month primer. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Rich. Well, you know, every goat needs its shepherd, so we appreciate you, man. And thank you, Cluj. You guys have been so fun. You guys have been so fun and killing it. We are on the horizon of Aura in this match. A win for either of these two teams in this position will elevate them to a level of stardom that they have never seen.
No, and to see Falcons being cheered for, that's the beauty of it all. Because a decade has passed since Counter-Strike echoed through the halls of this
I was
BT arena.
scheduling an Uber for Nori and I later today.
But while players come and go, our passion for Counter-Strike has only grown. And I have to say that in recent years, I've seen you cheer for Ime as he has raised the Romanian flag to the top of Counter-Strike. Tonight, you wave that flag. You represent what Cluj-Napoca has to offer. So we will shake these walls. We will raise this roof. We will roar.
All right, Scotty. All right, all right.
It's getting hot in here. We just got started. Feels like we're getting 2 grand finals back to back. But this one's going to be best of 5. Strap in, folks. We're in for a ride.
I need Scotty to show up before my lifts.
Already an interesting
Deadlift
start
day, I'm
with
paying
Veto,
Scotty to
but
send me a
Dust 2 was
video.
not a surprise to start the match.
I couldn't memorize the 20-second speech. Average YouTube chatter shush. Thank you.
Nico P250 looking around on mid as smoke fades. Who's going to be the first blood of this best of 5?
Your social skills aren't showing. Get him up there. Come on.
Big collection up on the catwalk. Smoke grenade to go forward with it. That's going to deny any kind of move up from Xerxen without getting awkward.
Oh, the drop. Here we go.
Tessa's actually trying to challenge bottom ramp. He's got 2 duels in front of him. First clean headshot. Then
Oh, wow. Well, okay. Well, Tessa's is here. That was fast.
Sand secures that flank. And it's looking like Maus have simply been sliced through when it comes to that A defense. Smoke grenade denied the vision, the rotation up.
If Tessa's,
the first guy to try to
I
come
feel like Nico's going to probably show up no matter what. If Tessa's gets online early, Jesus Christ.
Dust 2 is such an interesting map to watch between these 2 teams. Of course, they have already played it once, 13-8 in favor of Maus in their last series. It was the only map they won, though. Falcons have been
That's
on
for
a
me to
tear.
know and you to find out tomorrow,
These
Glory.
2 teams are both in the grand finals. They are not made equal by their recent results. Falcons have had much harder competition. Maus, the 2 hardest teams they played were Falcons and FaZe, and they lost to both. So this would be revenge and then some, and then in an arena grand finals. There are a lot of boxes that could be ticked here for Maus, but there's also a lot on the line. You know, in that same breath, you could say that if Maus don't win here, then what? They can't do it inside of an arena. We look to players like Xerxen, all right? Every single time they've made it to a big arena grand final, and a lot of times in playoffs in 2024, he wasn't there. But he's been here in Cluj. He's been good in playoffs. Under Brolin, it seems to be working. This is the final, but most important test.
Just like that, man.
God damn. And we're already doing that. Okay.
I have seen Dexter make mistakes. I have seen Dexter
Okay.
seen lost. But I have also seen Dexter take over servers.
Yes, he is not optimal, but he is explosive. And you can see in the interview how much it meant to him to be playing here. Said he's never been cheered for before. You guys are giving him that first time.
And he's also, in that same interview, mentioned the mentorship that Nico has already offered him. Because, yes, he is a diamond in the rough, but by God, he can glow. And so if Nico is able to do to him what Nico was able to do to Monacy, what is the heights of the op department on Falcons?
Backhand a compliment.
Smoke down for the cross with man advantage. Xerxen's going to push down.
Sometimes this is how the truth is, bro.
On site. That could be a critical one because suddenly it gets a little awkward. A little continued split.
Oh, they blocked each other. They blocked each other. Holy Jimmy.
It's a force buy out of Maus.
Jimmy
in the second round of the
Xerxen.
game. And it all comes down to the quartered health Dexter. Not ideal.
Their
not
spacing was
theirs
ass.
for the taking. I gotta say, it got jumbled up. When Falcons reach the top of ramp and that pistol catches the first guy off guard, he can't actually disengage his teammate right there behind him.
Yep, it did get a little messed up. First kill helps out a lot.
Wow, we're just taking sips. That's crazy work.
Also, you'll feel good. You know, I remember this interview with Config, and he said that, you know, for me, I'm such a momentum-based player. If I got 2 kills in the pistol round, I know I was set up for a
They are
great day.
kids?
If I didn't get those kills, I would be super off kilter. I wouldn't be able to
What
get
the- I don't know, dude.
in. For a confidence
I just saw it cut to- they're drinking, man. I don't know.
He's got a similar feeling.
It's
This guy
Sunday?
goes off of intuitions.
Okay.
And it'll be nice for his team to see a frag like that in the kill feed as well. But Maus
You tell me when I went to
answered
church
that.
and drank wine that wasn't on Sunday, dude? What the hell?
It's not going to leave Falcons with absolutely nothing. AK, Scout, Desert Eagles on the field, and there's a big question to me as to like who's going to bring that
You chugged one?
X-Factor.
No.
In terms of X-Factor across the board, listen,
Also,
Nico's going to be lights out.
very quickly hockey became my religion, so...
His departure from G2's
What?
That is a flick.
What the
Xerxes
fuck?
thinks he has a chance to even shoot a bullet. Nico's got other ideas. That's a 2K off of the Star of Falcons in the first 45 seconds. Now an open catwalk, a vacant A-bomb site, and we are going to go back and forth, tit for tat, in the first 3 rounds of this game.
Without that superhuman flick, this round is 4v4, and there is just no A-plant right now. Could be a totally different story. Instead, it's an instant save out of Mouse.
You saying that you get hammered in church on
like
Sundays?
Nico.
I'd say I'd probably go more often.
What a kill.
Rules.
Simply the best rifler in Counter-Strike history.
And we've got Falcons, absolutely. And we've got Falcons who, they buy the heroic core, they bring in Nico and Magisk, which is perfect for the players that they're trying to replace with the core. All that makes sense.
People hating Falcons and the whole crowd is cheering for them. Did anything change? I think this crowd has cheered for fun Counter-Strike the entire time the event has been on. They've cheered quite literally for every team. I've seen them. I just watched them cheer for FaZe when they won Map 1, and I turned on my phone. I saw them cheer on Astralis when they won Map 2.
Something powerful about the two of them sitting side by side as well.
I've seen them literally cheer for everyone.
Cluj has brought the
They've booed teams and cheered for them at the same time. I've seen all of it.
Just a shooting gallery for Nico, but hold up. Oh, sits him on his ass.
Nico and Hiko, man, 4 letters each.
Flicks out the mid doors. Here we're going to get a little
So I think at the end of the day, they're just cheering for some good CS, and everybody likes to cheer for Nico. Not everybody. Some people, there's hate watchers everywhere, but you know what I mean. A lot of people. Some guy in the chat's like, I don't like Nico. Like, shut up. Nobody asked.
Empty-handed, and all the while, TSS versus Jimmy's going to get queued up over on B. Not that there's an immediate follow-through.
Jimmy almost would have liked that attempt. He was waiting really patiently for that frag to come his way. Mid-B smoke comes out. And they can avoid Spinks, but
I like Flom. Fuck Flom. Get in line, buddy.
But he won't. He will deny himself the vision. This is obviously massive.
Land the man thanks to the 16-month, yeah, the 16-month reset. Thank you.
All about Jimmy.
Well, he's hopping around, having a grand old time. That frag grenade could be big. Yes, sir. Sets him up. TSS taken down to 15 health, but that's not going to stop him from finding an entry.
2v3, these types of situations are still manageable, and they have a re-smoke. TSS is low, though, and has a wet noodle for a gun. That reminds me, he has a real gun.
To this doors retake. There is no tunnels in the equation here.
It's 3v2, but it's still actually a big test for Mouse. Yes, TSS is low, but door and window. This is what they're watching.
They just dropped a smoke on tunnels, well, that means they don't have to worry about it. TSS, oh, he pops up. What could have been if he just sat down beneath? Dexter with a Galil, not ideal. And a player gets backside. It's a good headshot.
Oh my.
All things considered, when Jimmy does all that damage and slows them down, not a surprise to me that seeing Mouse come through with their retake.
It's a risk from TSS, but he's looking at that from the perspective of material. There's only 2 players in the site. If he gets the kill, then suddenly it's a lot scarier, but I think he feels the need to make a risk with his HP. The thing is, with their positions, Dexter could have held the window across.
Trying to recruit back. Wait, open, go back!
They didn't synthesize the information well enough.
Oni's chat is literally just got an itch.
After all of this, I mean, Magisk just believed in his spray, totally blind. There was great utility here for Mouse.
This jump up, you question it?
Oni literally saw that and just hit him with one of these real quick.
This is a moment where he could have, but he was low HP. They still had 2 players. He felt like he needed to take a risk.
Something about Cadian makes me feel like he's a douchebag or something.
Contrast to the last round where we had those.
I mean, I think Cadian is very much exactly who you think he is, and you either kind of get along with that or you don't.
The alternative is a Torji boost to keep eyes down on lower tunnels, but he's not going to find contact there either. How far can Falcons get along this wall before Brolin finds them?
Oh, this is such an impressive smoke that they throw, because it's not full long control, but it does slow you down or creates a boost opportunity. And this isn't a 5-man. There's a loose player. Xerxes looking for beautiful crosshair placement.
Yeah. Rewarded for his patience and slow
he
approach.
found that motherfucker At 1 minute, he is pushed up mid, killing the guy coming back from T-spawn. Me, I'm dying because I tried to flank long and I didn't want to wait for this guy to come back. We are not the same.
A deagle from Kixan.
Beautiful. Nearly shooting through his teammate to get that one done. Now you can go grab a third weapon here. This is going to be Falcons, man disadvantage, but at least with 3 guns and a few nades to work with.
Kixan got spotted. Spinks goes upper tunnels.
How can a mouse defeat a Falcon?
Falcons, well, still eyes on him from long.
Easy does
it. Just doesn't work that way.
Locking in this angle.
Well, you do realize that in this scenario, the mouse has an AK-47, right? Like, and an op.
Okay. Torji, 4 shots, 3 connect. And that is going to be a brick wall
I'm just
of
saying.
defense on that A site. Mao's the 3-2 early lead.
I think he's taken, guys.
Mouse literally just fucking sneaks out of the wall with an AK-47, guerrilla warfare type shit. Like, what's the Falcon gonna do?
That's somebody who's just been getting better and better.
Sure, the Falcon's got great vision and all, but if the mouse is in the fucking walls, bro, they've infiltrated. They've been there for literal years. You didn't even know.
Even though there were some low-buy wins in this match to start it off, it's the op that makes the difference. Controlling middle is everything on Dust 2.
Frag grenade opens it up a second time. Pistol's going to use that as an invitation. Torji, 3 kills over 4 shots.
I've been building a series of intricate tunnels. Dude, I won't lie, when I was just saying that bit just there, all I could think of was the other guys.
Suddenly he's got pistols up in his grill. It's a possibility.
What was it? We'll build an apparatus of kelp or some shit.
Towards the doors, and this spacing for Falcons. We'll see if a bomb plant can come through. I think a bomb plant here is an
We won't be able to be on land for long.
Here's how it always goes. Torzi's going to have to dodge this run boost, take the right shot. He'll get 2 chances to fight. Maybe he'll get no more, actually, because of low HP.
Very good.
This means the plant comes down, that's it. Utility's not coming in from CT spawn red.
First of all, lying off the coast of, I'm assuming, South Africa.
Again, there's no reason in this world that you would believe these majority Glocks could pull off what's left of this round. They've already done what they had to. Bomb is down. That's the win.
No cat player, this Deagle can shine from cat.
No way.
Above, you already got monitored for such shit. Maybe we just stop. Yeah, thank you. We're watching the game. Distracting.
And I think any additional kill like
yeah,
this
all right.
Dexter is something
well,
that take to
Dexter, if you don't win this, you're gone, buddy. Good luck.
Lead.
It'll be a quiet close in the end, as that bomb is actually really far ticked. But Mao's
you know, until it blows up, Mohan, they don't have a problem.
Yeah, that's true. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter if it comes down to the last second. So the mousetrap. You could have a Falcon swooping down if someone's got that gif.
Can somebody just please actually put a gif of a mouse with an AK-47?
Fast. He calls interesting rounds.
Or with an op with the Falcon in its scope, thank you.
I've seen in terms of the style of play that he brings. Late game
That'd be cinema.
I think is his
Dried Salt, thanks for the 6-month primer, thank you.
And he's got players that like to be aggressive, that's for sure.
Second time we've seen this boost. There was one round with it not featured. That's the round to go where the pistols flood out of it. So Torji trying to change it up enough to maybe get this kill lower, but he'll offer up that warning shot. Kixan doesn't waste a second, slips down along the Xbox. Dexter's gonna try to push his op into what could be the unsuspecting victim in Spinks. But Spinks doesn't get shot, not off the first time. Jimmy's able to cut off the entry in Tesses. Dexter goes for the swing. Nico promised
fucking Jimmy, dude.
a little late at the hands of Kixan instead.
He's like the donk anchor when he's not as consistent. I won't oversell it, but like when he is on, which he's on more than he's not, it's like a donk, dude, on the anchor spot. He always just gets a multi.
No flash setup just yet. They're going to take their time.
Last time they didn't have a single
always like,
and it won't look like they'll do it again. You've got an incendiary.
He just doesn't like waste. He very rarely like
get through these choke points, but Kixan's going to interrupt it.
Waste any bullet. Oh, he snapped his fucking head.
Up inside window, and Magisk is able to disengage. Now we get that flash back out. No immediate push. Xertion holds, and then it's covered.
Oh.
Shot. Now he attempts.
Wait, this smoke is actually fucking genius, though.
Down to 20 health, he runs into the smoke. He'll go. Time is of the essence. Magisk outplays him. Lucian tries
wow.
to get the pressure up, but this one is Falcons.
Look how hyped he gets.
No, that was impressive, dude. He didn't re-smoke the door.
Off his movement alone. That was the same round as the one previous, but this time they have the extra flashbang. This time they clear the tunnel and guarantee some information. And it's a great shot from Magisk. His form, it's not Astralis 2018 form. It's not Vitality 2023 form. It is lower than that, okay? Magisk is not the star player that he once was. But when we're here on LAN and with these last games of Falcons, we're getting the best out of Magisk. He is rolling back the years.
I mean, he really said right now, and quote, right now.
It's crazy. Zonic literally just got on the mic. He's like, guys, people are starting to realize I might be a fraud. We really need to bring this back.
Because we have seen important, critical clutches. And it's nice to see him just skate away from that bomb. Plays it like someone.
Why do all pros buy A1 instead of A4? It has more bullets and damage. Ooh, the damage part, you're not correct.
He's known for being the youngest Danish star, you know, after Kirby to come on.
Louder gun does not mean more damage.
And support the super org that were Astralis.
You don't.
Made a journey around
I've talked about this a lot.
teams.
Like the A1S is a more consistent weapon. More people are buying the A4 now, but the A1S is it's just a more consistent gun.
Information from the peak earlier. He immediately leans towards the A site. Was that gun switch just enough information? Torzy, interesting. Oh no! How many times?
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, the A4, if you do not headshot and you put him in the body, it is 5 bullets. A1S is 4. The only time the damage comes into play where the A4 is favored is at incredibly long range. Oh my god.
And an additional one from Dexter. And
how is this a 1v2?
After all his time removed from competitive Counter-Strike, this guy knows how to clutch. But can he
don't forget the time to kill. I'll get into that here in a second.
CT opt to go for the split. There's a ton of utility for them to use.
He's here to expand off of his next duel, but he can't find it and thinks it might be Cat. Somehow wins that versus Jimmy with the Galil.
Now he's still got his
oh my god. Why did...
position. If he predicts that Spinx is going to climb, but he decides to handing on to the ramp. Spinx is
damn, Spinx is a full fucking nade set too.
Dexter.
Damn.
Not able to snap it up. Spinx just flirts his way
that's incredible patience. Miniature thanks for 28-month primer. Thank you.
Doesn't use any of it, knows that he has.
So, you guys are like doing the equivalent of like the guy that goes and buys like a really nice car and starts telling everybody the 0 to 60 speed.
To pick his next position. If it was towards Cat, he'd play on that side of
like, okay, yeah, it has a faster fire rate, therefore the DPS should be higher if you want to be like technical, except guess what? If you get headshot by the AK, it doesn't really matter that much. Also, you shouldn't be optimizing your game to be playing for more bullets and longer spray times. That's not at this level. That's not, you're not shooting 30 bullets.
Good flash, but not good enough.
Okay, there was definitely a little freaky tactic right there. They were ready for the ball.
The A1S is better and still used by most people, majority of the tournaments, because it has higher movement accuracy. It allows you to be more elusive. The suppressor makes it harder to exactly pinpoint where you're standing for even a half a second longer. And it gives you that ability to basically be mobile with it, not have pure confidence with those AKs where they know right where you are right away.
Right here.
And it's just a laser beam.
Oh, hold on.
Man, the kills are getting crazy.
Like,
plus we have the mid control here.
When an AK does that to you, you're
every single round seems viable here for Falcons.
They're not afraid to trade, you know, and the shots they're hitting really justify the peaks they're taking. And in this moment, of course,
so the A4 is useful, like it is good, but the A1S is just a more consistent gun. That's it.
Try to tap into it.
A4 situationally has moments where it shines, and it's better than the A1S, absolutely.
Takes a step down. Nico's back compromise.
Oh my god.
Figures it out with finesse.
Nah, that's crazy.
As well, bomb can make its way all the way around. Torzy, they know he's
like I'm an A1S buyer, but I use the A4 at times on like up run nuke. Oh, what a find!
Nico's got to somehow pick that up and plant, or keep it simple. Kill. Torzy flees, and, well, Nico runs through fire.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to go.
Nice shot, nice shot. Nice shot.
All right.
Nice shot, dude.
He
NS,
felt like
NS.
he didn't have any options, obviously. Can't get the bomb to plant, so might as well see if you can survive it. Yeah. That was a moment where there was actually no other option. Incendiary wins the round here. Torsi wins the round here.
Maybe if he had his knife out and he kept his full momentum, maybe, but probably not.
Torsi has been able to bring these sorts of performances to playoffs. It's usually the rest of Maus that crumble around him, notably Xerxin. But if those two are going to be playing as well as they are right now,
Oh, great. Supers being the 1G police in chat again. That's crazy. Tom, thanks for the 5-month primer. Thank you, dude. Any primers? Prime forgetters. Exactly. Rampage, thanks for the 22.
Very well with either Torsi on the cat hold, or if it comes down to the fight over on long with Kixan. The trade frags coming out of Xerxin, solid.
Oh, this game doesn't end on Dust 2, but it might if Maus don't win it. This is the only map they won versus Falcons in their last series. That's something they're concerned about. They don't get a map to warm up.
You should eat more fiber. It makes your chat less stupid. Wait, really?
Seen a previous round where a bomb point would have looked good. Took 5 players to get that bomb down. Don't think Xerxin's going to offer up an extra bit of money here for Falcons. I think they've got
Official
enough.
Viz, thanks for the 2-month primer. Thank you, Boo Boo.
Going to dome one. Look at that flood, right? Maus so ready to just deny anything further. They are going to set themselves
Yeah, bro,
ahead. 4-round lead
Falcons have battled their way back in hard for the rounds that they've had and for getting close to. But, dude, honestly, like,
who we know has been one of their high-performing
Maus kind of rolling right now.
Absolutely. Maus have not shown their full hand even.
I'm dead ass on golf for real right now. Munchie, what's up? My favorite manager is Zoomies. How you doing, bro?
There are a lot of situations they're fighting back into where they get close. These are great signs.
Probably not, Rom.
On round 11. Best chance, best case, they get 5 rounds, but even that is looking pretty unlikely. I think Maus want to keep this momentum as much as possible. And if they can leave Torsi in mid, there's no answer for that. You know how strong the op is here, CT side. It'll be fun to watch Dexter when we switch over because he's going to be able to have.
Yeah, I think somebody posted the stats recently. I think the A4 is getting used like 5 or 6% more than it was before in tournaments, but in pro play it's still favored. Like, I think it's like 75% are still using the A1S.
Xerxin going to charge right to top middle, but I like this passive
Roots,
look
thank
right
you
now
very
from
much for the
Nico.
5
He
gifts
hears
and
all
subs.
this
Can we get some nice ones in chat? Thank you, thank you.
Spinks is keeping him locked in. Oh, the timing, he turned. But will he still think about Xerxin?
Yeah. Oh, he knows, right?
No flash goes
Wait.
deep. Oh, he got it.
Oh!
Sliver of vision for Nico. 2 kills to the top of middle. Maus wanted to fight fire with fire, but they go up in flames.
You see what this game comes down to. One step back in a moment like that, and you lose your chance. Nico headshotted, but not killed.
Oh, 12% increase, got you. Yeah, I remember the overall 75.
Round, let alone maybe the 5th that follows.
I didn't realize the A4 was that low before.
Dare I say it, enough of a T side to keep this first map competitive.
You have to aim
Why
to
the shoot?
convert.
Because I realize
What
people
the
are more
read
likely
is
to give
here
me
for
money
Maus
if I
in
put a
terms
shoot
of
on my
the
head.
late round, and it will be reads because they don't have the resources to get map control back. They have to just make a play. It's the lean towards B.
Chat, my mom just sent me a mouse with an AK-47 in its hand.
Unfortunately for Maus, a little late to this one.
This is a double dip, right? It's a save. It's a save
drew
protocol as well as if they go B, they will win the round. But Maus sniff this out.
It looks great, Mom.
And allow Falcons to take over the A site. That's it. Save location here for Maus. Great.
Why is my shoe bedazzled? Because Nori wanted to, and it looks.
It's
Dude, look at this
you
thing.
don't want to throw
I'm
in too
slaying.
many times in one
You
half,
see this
especially
shit?
how overtly aggressive it was getting to the very top.
None of those
especially when
like
it's punished
grouping
like
ones.
that.
She did each one individually. Like, I'm slaying out here.
You're going to feel some sense of regret, but the reason that Spinks is out there checking his back, like looking into tunnels, is because they don't have a cat player holding that for him. He's also worried because they don't hear anything. Now they get suspicious that they've been found. And
Where's the other
problem of it
shoe?
is, like, if you push down mid on Inferno, for example,
That's
you can
for
get into a
me
cut,
and
you
your
can
wallet to
stay
find
there,
out, buddy.
But eventually you have to worry about the ult timing coming around.
Mega
So when you pick
drippy,
aggressive
yes.
spots,
Trotwood,
you
thanks for
kind
the
of
10-month
have to get the
primer.
kills
Thank you.
early,
So Falcons
because
gets their
leaving is just
4th.
not that easy.
Mouse keeps 3
I
alive.
think in that case, it's a good job by Nico to kind of hear those sounds.
I feel
and
like
give it
this
an
map's
extra
been a bit
2,
more
3 seconds. Let it kinda
T-sided
cook up top
lately,
mid.
but
And then they felt the urge to
what
go.
do we think, boys?
Yeah, well,
Hey, Mouse, wake up. I know you're part-time these days because I don't have to play the game anymore, but wake up.
You know you will miss timings of people pushing into lower.
There we go.
Flashes that mean either nothing or everything from the CT side.
Wake up.
So it just means you have to be very careful.
Sorry. I'll go. I want to see after at halftime. I'll look at halftime.
Torch is going to go for the upper angle and posts early. Minute 40, he can lock right in on this one. Wants even more. Flash. Oh, he eats it.
It's perfect. They are reading this.
And just as this half starts to come to a close, Falcon's going to show us a little bit of a surgence in success.
It's the first time Mouse tried to do
Entry
that
for Testas.
with an op. And it's
Ooh, that's kind of like a bait.
Flash and checked.
I would like to give you.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's gonna bring Mouse in.
We have seen ideas from Mouse as this half has gone on. 2 fresh looks in the final 2 rounds of the half.
Oh man! Wow.
Dexter
just got assassinated.
It is also a good mid-round
a literal mouse with a fucking A1S, dude.
So here's the response. Falcon C.
John Wick mouse.
Aggressive mid-control with Cat. Well, long must be open.
Brolin trying to keep an eye on that gap. Nice.
There you go. There's your A4. Look at that DPS.
He will sit on 40 HP with a teammate right behind him, so he could go one further. They could try to take this into Nico. But the thing is, Nico, as he retreats, it's going to keep these CTs yet again busy in mid.
Yeah, but
bomb crossing up into the ramp. I mean, if they can even just get this down, then at
John
what point
Whiskers.
is Nico going to come back into this round? I mean, the guy is nearly standing on B. Kill nearly presents itself. Match is going down with nothing. Doesn't bode well for Kixan. Luckily, he has that smoke.
Oh, he got him.
Obviously, the B-site player is going to run away. Jimmy never anticipated Nico to come out, but now they know that Nico has to go on a marathon.
So Nico, about this B lurk, huh?
You can't run this fast. He better sprout wings and fly.
I have B. Guys, I have B.
Secure an 8th round on
Nico,
the
just
CT
like my
side,
face, the teammates for
making sure
real.
They go into middle. Yes, Nico goes back into B, catching a kill, but it's all for naught. Maybe if Magisk is able to help out Kixan a little more, they stand on that post plant, but this is where it drops. 8-4 on the half.
Dust 2 is, I was right. It is T-sided, okay.
He realizes he's in danger.
It's so crazy to see Mirage be 50-50 now.
And that was a spot
Mirage was like the second most CT-sided map in the game.
Maybe to get involved in that site hit as he walks.
That's cool. What if I do? Let's get really specific, yeah.
For there to be any chance of winning the round in the first place. So it ends up
Ooh.
working.
What the fuck? It was going T-side there for a little with the top 10 teams. Holy fucking Trey.
You've got lots of
as soon as you filter into top 10, they're like, holy shit.
Shut out one time.
Train said, hold my beer.
How was that for a first half of a grand finals? How about 5 more overtimes? Soak it up while you can.
There will be one of those maps. We talked about it before this day started, you know.
That Anubis T-side favor though? Oh yeah, no, we got, it's kind of funny, right? Like they're literally
a best of 5 stadium grand finals. They both have made mistakes. Mouse are coming in with a new.
It's kind of cool to see, like, dude, the stats are so different, you know? Like even when you filter top 10 to top 20, it's cool to see.
Crazy rounds, great clutches, explosive moments, but also mistakes.
Clean one from Nico to kick off second pistol. Back at it. Takes a little longer, but he'll get there. 4 for Nico.
I'm surprised Nuke is 50-50.
Just looks so clean.
Nah, that makes sense, to be honest. It really is not like what it used to be, man. People really...
Oh, but Magisk is able to take a peek out from sight, and then Kixan comes up. So a trio of long kills from Nico cues up a second round pistol for Falcons.
Am I going to Austin? As of right now, I have no update for you, sir.
Who's made,
it seems likely, but I thought I was going to go to Dallas this year, and that was not, you know, but I am not.
Doing a good job of killing him too. It's not like he's at the top of the.
I'm trying to be cautious about
he might be
where I'm going and saying what I'm doing, just because I gotta. It's not up to me, you know.
Nico mistakes. Nico
Why?
mistakes. I can only really remember one Deagle shot.
Business be business, and if I can't co-stream from the event, guys, like it doesn't. Yeah, I just gotta be honest. That doesn't make sense for me.
New and improved.
I like going, and if I have the ability to do it, I will.
To catch their breath here, Falcons, and also close that score line, trailing Mouse by 3.
That just makes like no sense to do, you know? Especially for events that I've already been to. Hey, this event I co-streamed from last year, like, Yeah, fuck, I'm just gonna hang out. Like,
of just aim practice.
Also, I'm not gonna stream from my house.
Look at Dexter. Look at Dexter playing optimal, going all the way back to the A site after seeing all those pistols. You know he just wanted to swing.
But hopefully I'll be at Austin. I think I will be, but nothing's confirmed yet, and I just want to be cautious.
Refined Counter-Strike player is something I really look forward to in 2025.
I haven't been a U.S. major in a while, though. It's okay, man. I've been to Columbus, and that was in my hometown, so like, I saw the jumping double from Cold in person.
There's a lot of room for personality for his teammates.
I was in shambles, but I saw it.
You don't want to see that.
Ooh,
wait, guys, you guys are getting. They got bombed down, and they killed.
No longer hands busy. TeSS just swings with the SMG and jumps with it.
Almost got 3.
Well.
There are the Falcons' wings that you were looking for.
And that is your grand finals reminder that the MP9 still needs a nerf.
Yeah, 2 things I think are really cool about Kicksan. One, I've heard him say he's never really had an idol in terms of a caller that he looks up to, which is such a rare thing that, you know, you always look for who your influence is. Kicksan's kind of like, you know, I love this game, and playing this game, I've got to a high level myself, and I've sort of figured out my own way of looking at things. And that style comes through, man. And I think that part of that style is he's thorough, but he's not strict. He's one of those IGLs, which is, I think, a really important quality. And you see that when players get signed to the team, they almost always play like they used to in some sense, right? He lets them have freedom. I think he tries to channel it.
Ooh, good challenge out from Xerxin. He is tearing it up.
Fast long?
17 frags secured.
Yeah, Xerxin having a strong game with Torji is like.
Supported by an entire cohort of teammates.
Boys, we might have a good BO5. Actually, I shouldn't say that. We've had cursed BO5s all year. We're probably, guys, we're probably
they should add time to the clock every time you get a kill like this. The only thing you want to be is patient.
Defense isn't really hiding, though. We've got Dexter also kind of scouring the field with his AWP.
Why did he throw that molly towards blue? Did he throw a different one, or you just talking about like blue molly?
So many mollies and so much time. He will have to. Oh my gosh. Well, that totem pole gets chopped off at the legs.
Tries to snap over down to 20 health. First Molotov misses.
Yeah, that's not great. Look who comes
Nico's
to
gonna
help.
try to help out.
Romanian crowd's been crushing it.
This distance. Molotov again.
Did we miss another?
Oh, does flush him back. Jimmy gonna make quick work of the double kill. Magus gotta be careful. Op is at this distant angle.
It's all about Spinks.
Yes.
He's pushed all the way through B, but now they have no idea where he could be.
Totally cuts off rotations.
But it's the point where if you go too far, then you actually put yourself in jeopardy. However, Spinks is always really careful about these moments. Man, they're gonna really squeeze the clock here. 28 seconds, they're going all the way around to B.
You saw Falcons go up towards Catwalk, which looked like it caused the bomb to hesitate to coming back from top middle, but they actually made loud steps as they drew back through elbow.
Oh my goodness,
Spinks would have heard that, and that's when the T's run away.
This is so close, man.
It's all good.
And Falcons don't think that there's
you only need
any
4
chance that this would happen, yeah.
You only need 4. Bomb down, completely out-rotated.
They kind of had this.
Damn, bro, Falcons.
Something else is going on the map, but they're really in no position to deal with it.
I mean, you saw it, that 5 seconds when the CTs kind of went cat back to weren't sure where to get off to, and T-side out-rotates. So Mao's 9-6 lead with this, but some critical saves coming out as Magus grabs the op, of course.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to pee in the kitchen sink. That's a moment like that.
What?
You just got to make up the call on the fly. That's what I meant. It's not something I would ever do.
Securing it with majority alive. That's Xerxin with an opening kill on long. Jimmy with the double down.
The position, obviously, if you're going to play car, you can survive all the mollies in the world as long as you have one smoke for it. And instead, they had Nico come in to try to fight it. And getting the first kill, obviously, is really huge. But still, 3 mollies left over. There was no chance in that utility battle.
This has been like Falcons' bread and butter, too, man. I don't.
Gonna go for it
We'll see. We'll see.
Again.
It's still kind of early in the half to go full panic for Falcons, but if they're doing this every time,
couldn't see Jack.
Jesus.
Good supportive utility over the top of the doorway.
Yeah, he just climbed over those first few bullets.
But I do like the mid play. Where does TeSS go? Really want to test that back line?
Yeah, the split's a little awkward because Xerxin is very far away. I mean, obviously, if you're a T, you're going to be watching this. And right now, Tessus is, oh my gosh, the timing here. I mean, Torzy, Dexter's not looking at it all. They're not assuming anyone got into the pit. Dexter, surely he's just going to.
Who am I rooting for? I'm rooting for Train. Spore, thanks for the Twitch Primer. Thank you. So map 5.
Now he is out, or was out, in that open position.
He's trying to punish them for making a miss.
I'm going more for players in this one.
Backline here. And we're going to have the rotation finally.
Rather see Xerxen do well. Like to see Nico do well and Tessus do well.
Timings are being created. Teaser watching it, so that's all right. Brolin keeping an eye on flank until Xerxen gets into that locked in. It's all good. Gonna clear that flank, 45 seconds. And T's immediately depart, where Falcons are just kind of still left scratching their heads back on A.
Some of these rounds are playing out so fucking weird. I'm not crazy, right? Like,
cut off, but Magus ahead of the mid smoke. What? Can't get the kill. Oh, if that happens, then suddenly it opens a door for Dexter to run that op over to the B site before they're able to exit like this. And there is a world where Falcons were still able to compete for round 16. Instead, Mao's double digits.
Oh, yeah, and now Dexter could actually die here. He dies in CT
oh,
spawn. 10
oh,
rounds, no saves,
no.
5 alive for Mao's. Honestly, though, this moment is a little sketchy.
Oh my God!
The way that you create that play is like last round, where you have Spinks out in CT spawn. The reason
that they're playing like ass.
Rotate down in the CT, get out there.
I just watched like 3 different fights that look like me streaming for a second, and that's not a good thing. Ham, thanks for the 19-month free sub. Thank you.
So much time waiting it long. Torzy never took his peek because he was.
That entire round felt relatable, and that's not what you want if you're Falcons right now.
Lost. But it's funny because when they played against Astralis, it was also Brolin's entries that helped them make up for some calls that maybe were a little too aggressive, maybe came down to 1 kill and a few seconds of timing.
All B, bro, they're on a USP save. What, you want them to 2-1-2 this? Yo, pick mid, Magus. Pew, 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 pew.
Falcons don't have much to be excited about in round 17. 5 USPs across the board.
Pew, pew, pew. There he is. Oh, he honestly heard me. Pew, pew.
But it just feels like, despite the conversation coming into this best of 5
I'm so basic with the Starbucks referral. Stop baiting chat. You literally know it's not Starbucks, or you should know.
Sure, room for Brolin to offer improvements over time, but as it stands, Kicksan's got that
either
edge.
a fake fan
a
or
couple of mid-round rotations
you're just a
that
fake
actually
fan,
end up
bro.
coming up Mouse's favor.
Yeah. Great shots helped, for sure.
That's crazy, Vikes.
Spinks to hold back this pack. That flashbang does
all good.
Nothing. And Spinks dies to just USPs. Xerxen peels one off Xbox. A second death here would be odd, so you can just leave.
I'm a fake fan.
Go
Fuck
ahead,
long.
jump out, support Flash and Brolin plants. Ops gonna miss as well. They're getting so excited about the thought of these easy kills
go
that
to
they're not
coffee?
giving themselves that extra half second to make sure things go smooth.
Iced Americano every morning.
Robs the AK-47. He's going to make it seem like
But we
he's
make it
run
at
away,
home, dude.
swings
We
back
got a
in,
little fancy
and
setup.
we'll see if that's going to earn him a rifle in the follow-up. Regardless, 5-round lead for Maus, map 1.
Vikes 6 to the 4-month reset. Oh, no, you're still fit. Nah, this motherfucker, that's the most fake. But you'd fit in so well in Vegas. Holy shit.
Sometimes on a side hold, like Kicksan will just go so far above.
Bro gave me money and said not fake. You do great here. Slam Wilson, thanks for the 34-month farmer. Thank you.
Calling strats and taking what's left over.
It's all right. You still got a nice Willie Vikes. Yes, yes. 4 months. I'll say it.
For better or worse. They knew this match was going to be tough, especially on Dust 2. Oh, it's the mayor of Cluj. Welcome. I guess that means we're coming back.
Hey, is that actually the mayor behind them?
This is the mayor of Sweden.
Motherfucker literally is like, so this is what we let them use the arena for, huh?
I thought Emet was the mayor.
No, he's the king.
Razor with the gift of sub to Girthy Man who broke my heart. Thank you, Spock. Thanks for the 124 months. Jesus, oh my God.
Completely catch Tess.
Well, oh boy.
Are starting to feel like Dust 2 is theirs for the taking. Nico's going to try to give him a reminder.
Oh, almost.
Really the boss
oh,
in this
wait.
town.
No, it's 2v2. 2v2.
Catching that kill over top smoke. 2 versus 2 is where we were left at a minute 20. And while the door is smoked and the window's supposed to be mollied, they're trying to get that bomb down. It will go uncontested. Dexter's nade goes a bit too deep. Torzy locks into a solid position. And the smoke fades, but leaves him in a little cover. Dexter tries to inch back, down he goes. And you're telling me with pace like that Maus aren't on the brink of winning this first map?
I mean, it's again another key Brolin entry. He's just so good. It's a 1K moment that he gets every single time versus a rifle.
I'd like to go to a CS event
versus some of the best
at some point in the next few years. If you could only go to one, which one would you choose? Depends on where you're from. If you have like a favorite team, or like if you're like NA, like obviously I would say try to go to Austin this year. Wow, no, actually that ship has sailed probably.
And how many times have we had to enter a playoffs with
Dallas is actually still a sick event though. It's cool.
To mention the statistical drop-off of Xerxes. It was the biggest.
But if I had to pick one in the Counter-Strike circuit right now, it's Cologne.
Uncharted territory for this team, and he is stepping up.
That's for sure saying that this game right here is the horizon of Aura. For Maus specifically, the team that needs to shake off what they haven't been able
Let's
to
meet up in Cologne. I'm not going this year, brother. I'm sorry.
Like this in big stadium, Torzi goes down.
Sax, I still can't believe you've been here for 124 months. You've got to be the dumbest motherfucker.
And I think they also have to kind of start signing up for the nitty-gritty, getting aggressive in the opening bouts like this, double tunnel push. Xerxes just gets blown apart by the SMG. Spinx isn't able to recover that, and it's great tethering coming in from that B-hold. But Maus also outlawed already.
This will be heard.
Jimmy's going to go sprinting. We've got Nico queued up to try to hold this, but for the time being, operates alone.
Oh, that...
But it's the one we get in round 19.
Oh, he really was not ready for that fight.
I like this. A reroute from Kixan.
I very rarely see Nico ever get into situations where he's like not ready at least for the fight.
Hands busy on the bomb plant. Jimmy now turns back, and even low health, you won't suspect that second. The fact that they double up, that's the big one. Brolin, 2 kills already into this round, looks to close out Dust 2. Frag grenade into the smoke, and Magus scours that site.
Oh!
What a shot from Brolin.
Jesus Christ, they're Jason. Remember what I said earlier? Could you imagine a Maus with a fucking AK-47, man? Everybody's all like, oh, Falcon, a first Maus, baby. It's all fun and games until they're just armed.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Toku, thanks for the 17-month reset. Thank you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Chat, I'm running an ad. Heads up, heads up.
Play your role. 1xbet.
Good places to stay in Dallas for IEM. I mean, if money is not an object and you want convenience, the Omni, because it's attached to the convention center. This ad just makes me think of Chef's Table every time, and I did absolutely watch Chef's Table last night to fall asleep. Bees, thanks to the 4-month primer, thank you. Attila, thanks to the 17-month primer, thank you. Can you vote kick a teammate in pro play, like technically? Oh, I don't know, man. Depends on the configs they're running. The answer is honestly maybe. But it's disabled in my games on FaZe, so I tried to kick truck once.
So, first blood to Maus in this best-of-5 final. They're able to upset Falcons on Dust 2, a map that's traditionally been very good for them. We're going to break it down on the desk while the players reset, and I'll just toss it out there. I thought it was very flat from Falcons. Not a typical performance from them on a map where they usually are so explosive, so adventurous, so bold.
I'm just getting a sense of deja vu watching that first half, right? Because it was the same scoreline we saw from Maus when he played him in the group stage.
Get your hair nice nice like yours, bro. I just haven't gotten a haircut. I don't know.
Was at CT side from Mouse and how
does it look good, chat? I don't even know.
They're not afraid to take risks, calculated risks. We saw Brolan just be
as the long hair. Are we flowing? Snow Power, thanks for the 13. Thank you. And Greppable, thanks for your 13-month primer as well. Thank you.
Even if they lose the opening kill,
definitely balding.
And just catching Falcons with a
I don't know what to do with it, bro.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of tag along to what you said, in their previous matchup, it was very much Mousesports finding success.
I want to kind of keep it long, but I literally don't know how to do it.
Being disruptive, not letting Kingston get in his comfort zone and be able to call mid-round with some type of piece of map control. They were denying that with Xerxes' mobility as an A rotator and towards you with the AWP constantly in flux as well. And then when we go to the second half on the T side, again, it was a similar thing to what we saw their last matchup. It was about either quick, decisive, all-spawn plays.
Any recommendation on lodging in Austin? No idea, man.
Rotation in the mid-round after you capture some control, they do it immediately. There is no hesitation.
Razorblade, that's fine. You don't like them, but let's just, you know, maybe leave it somewhere else. It's not in my chat. Thank you.
Falcons. It forces Falcons to expend so much utility when they're trying to take space, when they're trying to just take those initial fights, whether that's for long control, whatever they're looking for early. I think Mao's actually instilled the fear of God in Falcons in some sense because they never had enough flashes to get on those bomb sites. You could see the multi.
Yeah, a hotel. Yeah, you guys are helpful.
The riflers from Mao's were
unperturbed. You please tell me the map picks. So
and that's just never going to be a
Dusty
recipe
was
for success.
Falcons pick, if I'm right. I think Mao's says next is Mirage. And Train is 5th map. And then it's probably going to be.
The fact that when it comes to the individuals, right?
No, it's probably Inferno 3rd, then Ancient, then Train.
Maybe crumbling when the pressure's the most. He didn't crumble today. He was phenomenal. But
oh wait, no, they both. No, I'm stupid. They banned Inferno. That's right. It's
multi-kills after multi-kills.
Mirage is next. Nuke, Ancient, then Train. Sorry.
He was phenomenal.
That's right. The Vetos were incredibly based.
Say it. I mean, the mayor of Cluj might be in the audience right now, but there's one person in charge in this game, and it's Xerxes. And we've been saying this over the entirety of this tournament.
Sorry about that. I had it messed up for a second. Famous Family, thanks for 8-month primer. Thank you.
He's doing it like we've never seen him do it before. He has just been so explosive for Mouse.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's on this. I don't bet.
You can see, again, that mobility that we were talking about. This guy used to be an A anchor. They used to just sit him on the edge along and just make him a turret. But now, in this new iteration of the team, they have tried to put him in a position where he has a little bit more flexibility to push
Shadow Bumper, thanks for the 5-month primer. Thank you.
Doors. So you even saw him on these crazy flanks and controlling the action from there as well.
Bro, Xerxes showing up in the finals on LAN, on the stage.
To see him have this sort of redemption here on an arena stage where he has looked unbothered by the lights. That is
he's so good, man. Like,
because that was really the biggest talking point for Maus, for Exertion in the
previous year. Yes, I sim for him. Yes, I know. There's clear bias. Okay.
It's great to see this because Exertion in studios.
There's clear bias, but I do think it's better for Counter-Strike that somebody as talented as Xerxen makes this like jump in his game. Bro, he's explosive, man. Like,
protocol to a T and not even really think about what
he makes fucking moves. He's so talented. Like, if he can get comfortable, it's crazy.
Him taking it upon himself to just look for these kinds of fights, to be active in the way that he wants to. We might be seeing actually the effects of Brolan as the in-game leader instead of Shuhei, because we're now starting to see that these individuals are just calling their own number in a much more comfortable way.
Yeah, let's also talk about Torji just briefly. We've always highlighted he's the player that always performs when you get to the stadium. He's the player who always plays well in the arena, plays with the crowd, seems to elevate his game. Blair, I'll start with you. I thought this was another really solid entry.
You would kill this look. J-House, guys, J-House sending me headshots of guys with beards and hair.
Even pre-Shuhei, his CD side work was phenomenal.
What do we think?
Right now, I gotta say, there are still a couple of questions here in the absence of Shuhei and proper IGL. We're in T side.
Looks like some work, but maybe
he's getting as much impact as he used to once upon a time. But on the CD side, you give him the op, he's gonna hit every shot 24/7.
I don't even know. What is that? What is that even called?
He's one of the guys that has actually limit tested himself to find out in CS2 when is a good re-peek, because so many offers in this game don't seem to understand when you can swing back into an angle. But Torzi on the CT side, he knows when he has to get a kill and peel away, but he also recognizes moments where he has such an advantage in the Op V rifle duel that it's worth a reswing.
And just coming back to you,
How do you
Blair,
grow such such a glorious beard, or is it just a skill issue? Bro, some of us got nice beards, some of us got big weenies. None of us got both.
We saw that Torji obviously do that. You can see
none of us got both, and some of us don't have either. I'll just take the one.
To a lesser degree. But Dust 2, I don't know if it's just something that Dust 2 lends itself to. It does seem that you can kind of get around and kind of throw the, tees off kilter a little bit with some pushes and space taking, right?
100%. I think round number 12 highlights this perfectly, right?
Okay.
It's going to be an opening kill found towards long. Then we're going to have Mouse with 3 CT players starting towards long, and it's going to be
the 10-month farmer. Thank you.
Towards Torji. What do the CTs do? They leave long. All 3 players group up towards short. They get a kill on a Dexter. What do they do after this? They don't just go back to the bomb site. They drop on the CT. They're going to be coming in from CT, pushing towards CD, getting all the information towards mid, realizing, wait, they're not pressuring B right now. Jimmy's still over there, and Brolan finds another kill over here. And even though it's an empty bomb site that Falcons find themselves in, they're getting swarmed from short, from
Please Google Xerxen, how Xerxen holds his mouse. If we're Googling anything, you should be Googling Fnatic, Maddie's mouse pad.
In the arena as well.
Just some observations from you about that, Dust?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of crazy to think that this has been...
Chuck Love, thanks to the 4-month primer, thank you.
That has been able to find them out twice now is Mouse Sports, and so that's going to have to cause Falcons to go back to the drawing board a little bit. And again, I think we've kind of broke down the reasons why. It's a Mouse team that is very decisive.
Does it have stains? Honestly, that is an understatement. You should Google it.
They'd like to just go for simpler, fast-paced plays off of spawn-based calls, and I think that they make better use of them than what Falcons was able to achieve in their own T-side. And then, look, I think when they did get bogged down to a mid-round moment...
on every North American man under 40 having a beard.
They look decisive. Dude, Brolan even just one round said, okay, this is not working. We got long A control.
I think you just have a type, bro. That's a weird way to tell us what you're into, but like...
and put the smoke on spawn, says, let's go B, we're done. And
I think...
incredible stuff to see from this
hey, like, honestly, that's cool. Like, now I know why you watch me, too.
Anything you noticed, or...
I'm under 40 and got a beard, and I know why he's in you now. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Shot was able to nail someone through the door, so to see his
bro surrounding himself with the...
did see slip-ups, though. Like you said, I mean, Magisk losing the duel to Brolan in that instance was a huge error on his part. And I caught him in the hallway. I caught him in the elevator at one point. Said he was feeling a little bit down. Not the same.
That's fine, Ved, but you don't have to post it 4 times. Thank you.
But at the same time, it was. It's not always pleasant to hear that. Maybe they're a little bit behind in terms of just feeling under the weather.
And I feel that's the worrying thing for this Falcons lineup, because Falcons have a real IGL and they have Nico, right? That's the 2 cards they have to work with. On the side of Mouse, we've seen so far Exertion, even Brolan chipping in with the kills. Torji,
at this point, I'm literally not getting rid of the beard because simply when we go to places like,
and Magis, are you going to deliver
not because stream or anything, people just remember me, which is nice.
As we've seen Dessus do a couple of times in the arena thus far, it's going to be problematic for Falcons.
Yeah. Well, look,
Aura.
just,
Not because of me, just like
Mirage,
one thing on my face. W.
As you can see on the clock. Obviously,
it's helpful.
This is Mouse's map as well, so they could get themselves into a commanding position here. What's their key to victory?
I'm Flom's age, but I still get ID'd when I shave.
Victory is the same thing that it was.
I probably would too, to be honest.
Other maps, it's about being just fast and decisive in the early round, which Mirage really allows you to do. Whether you want to go for quick set pieces, whether you want to go for heavy mid control on challenge connector, this Nico versus Xerxen battle is by far the most important sequence that you are going to see play out throughout this series, and it's going to come from both sides. They both play mid or they both play A connector defensively, and in the last time they played against each other defensively, neither one was able to really come out on top.
I'm afraid to shave the beard because I forgot what my chin looks like.
Tip of the spear and making success, so we need to see that happen again.
One thing that I have to worry
honestly,
about
bro, I'd be so tired of all the questions.
Man, Nico, fantastic.
I already am so tired of all the questions. Bro, how much to shave it, dude? When are you going to shave it? Dude, but it'll be worse if I ever do.
That just parks his butt in
Why did you do it?
Jungle and just stays there for the entire round. There's no secondary regress towards middle. He doesn't push with his A player
every fucking day.
And so I think Maus have scouted that out. Maus are a team that with Cyclone, with Brolan, I'm sure they've game planned for this. I'm sure they're well aware exactly how Nico's going to be moving in the mid round, and I want to see if Nico is able to bounce back, because that does too from him. It had its moments for overall, but he wasn't the transcendent rifler that we build up in the pregame.
If you remember the game they played in the CT side, they were Falcons, right? It was Mouse running away.
How long do I think it'll take to go back?
Right there. And that's when Falcons switched it up. You know
if it's anything like the top of my head, bro, not long.
Dexter and said, Dexter, stop playing towards back. Stop playing safe towards A. Take the fights at
I'd have like my full beard grown probably in like a week. Not like obviously this, not like this. Like if I went clean shave, my face would look low definition in about a week. Especially because my roots are blonde. You see like Magis, what Magis has got going on? that level across my face would probably take like 2 weeks.
Good read as to how Mouse likes to play this map.
Dust, I still think the key to victory here is they have to, whatever they're talking about in this huddle now.
Yeah, like the side's 1 week, but in front probably 2 weeks.
Is there any way they can do that?
Yeah, I think there's plenty of ways. Again, if you're trying to counter him defensively, just put more bodies in front of him. Let Tessa swing off a catwalk with Nico.
So you're
We're
saying that
together,
you're gorilla?
that guy, dice
Basically,
him up.
yeah.
And then on the flip side, when Xerxes playing you defensively, look, just making sure that you're supporting each other and spacing and trading. I think the one advantage that Falcons has going into this, which is why they beat them the last time they played Mirage, is that they're more diverse. I felt Mouse was a little one-note on their T side. They really relied on mid-control into connector. They didn't have as many other plays they could go to. Kixon, meanwhile, has a deeper playbook. He's just a more diverse caller. He's able to call the quick B pops that catch you out of guard. He's willing to, change things up, but I think that is going to be maybe their edge.
Ever been interested in PoE 1 or just you? I liked PoE 1.
They were starving Mouse.
I am a sucker for feeling, and I love the WASD, and I like how PoE 2 looks. So even if PoE 1 is like objectively better gameplay-wise and like has a bit more depth, for those types of games, I really need the feeling and like the look of it to be a bit more engaging for me to lock in.
Falcons are feeling like Dust 2.
Like even though I grew up and I played Diablo 2 when it came out, and I loved it, and I played it a lot, I don't really go back and get that. I don't. It doesn't hit the same for me. I could go back and play old WoW, but for some reason that genre doesn't do it for me.
Because they're going to work a little bit harder at it. But unfortunately, Falcons, they couldn't even catch up to Mouse on the previous map. So if anybody has been improving day to day, I mean, they're going to see it today on Mirage.
I think Mouse have a very good chance at 2-0ing if they can, A, continue to play their strengths of the Xerxes playmaking in middle, but also just add a little bit of extra flavor. Throw in a couple of pacing changes. They know that they're capable
I played
of it.
Diablo 2 much growing up. Yeah, I did,
It's calling from spawn. So if I can just see them mix in just a few little extra things here and there.
WSD is so simple, but a game changer. Yeah, I've always enjoyed that a lot more.
Here, win the pistol, convert the following rounds, and put that AWP
it's the best of 5
from the get-go. Stop playing safe, and that for me is how they win this map.
As someone currently playing PoE 1, I agree. Yeah, like PoE 1 is a great game. It's just
we're going to get into game 2 of the best of 5.
There's some things in that game that it doesn't it doesn't.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I see the appeal. Like I know why the game's great, but
Longers, before we get passed over to me, you just
you ever played the original Warcraft?
We could still be
I started with Warcraft 3.
Tell me why.
Yeah, so the
and then I played Dota.
The
mod.
Get into Mirage
is
that this is everything for Falcons.
Fuck, man, take me back to Warcraft 3, some tower defense and some OG Dota. Oof.
We kind of thought that's how Dust 2 could
go.
Man. But Falcons could still 3-1, 3-2 this series. But it all starts with Mirage. Without it, very low chance a reverse sweep happens. Kicksan opening duel, and mid-control looks like it's all theirs.
Oh boy. That is 3 players out middle for Falcons. Each of them collect a headshot. By the time Nico gets top middle trying to get his game going, because needs to be said, back on Dust 2, man, looking mortal. Not looking like the highest rated player at the event coming into
my
this
friends at the time had shitty laptops in college, and anything could run me first League of Legends. So we had to play League, so I played the first few seasons, and I got to Diamond.
But we'll see if Torji and Spinks
do
anything about this. It's the fact that there's already that.
I don't even play Dota really anymore. I miss it, but
they're being coy by just letting the clock burn down a little bit. Reality is Falcons know exactly what's
for me, if I'm playing something besides CS right now,
very little suspicion here.
I'd want to get back into WoW again. I just don't know what I want to do yet.
Even underpass, so
there's nowhere to
go. They're going to need an invisibility cloak, I think, to get out of here. Or the best aim that you've ever seen.
Well, we'll see if Spinks can offer either of those two things. That's not going to help. Dexter pops up with the Berettas, and now Torji realized the dire situation
cap?
at
What?
hand.
On what? Sorry, I don't remember in what you responded to, Frosty. I said a lot of things there.
With a CT pistol.
It's a great start. Like Bled mentioned, good start is everything here. Because there's a world where Mouse win Mirage. It's just that Falcons have to just make sure
3-0 Mouse? Maybe.
We'll they have to take this just for a chance. The only time we've ever seen the reverse sweep, best of 5, is in a studio with Donk, the tail end of last year. Last year now. And I don't know, in an arena, I'd be hard-pressed to believe that that's maybe ever going to happen. That would be history. But I guess if there was a game, it would be this one.
Right, because our red flag in this situation is we still anticipate crazy.
Nah, I don't get lost in stories too much.
This picture of expectations, and our analysts do an excellent job of doing exactly that.
I always like multiplayer stuff.
These are still two teams that are very much in flux, and when you've got those moving pieces, when you've got those learning moments,
I like the social aspect of video games.
Extra attention, because you never know when the best round of Counter-Strike in a year is going to happen, and it usually happens.
Champs that I play and what?
Now, this
we talked about a lot of things. You got to help me out here. Okay, there you go, Testas. There you go. Ooh, nice. Not very nice eco kills.
For early momentum, Nico not even furrowing his brow yet because the game's barely started.
So much of this game really is the maps. I mean, you can put a great team versus
League of Legends
an
and
average
Dota.
team
League.
on a brand new map, and the
I
great
played
team will still
ADC
find a way to
mostly,
win.
and I played top.
When you take two teams that are evenly matched, so much of the game plan, so much
Probably
of
the
game,
most
so
fun
much of
I
the
had
comfort
playing
and rotations
League of Legends,
comes with
I'll be
the
honest,
wins
is
that
when
they've put
I
together.
played like Bruiser Timo, and I played Singed. I was that top player, and then I abused the fuck out of Darius when he came out, and then probably my favorite ADCs at the time were probably Vayne and Misfortune.
Softening grenade down there for
those are my two. If I got really annoyed, I'd play Caitlyn.
And we'll see how much Falcons want to sign up for this fight.
If I got like really annoyed, that was kind of like what I did.
Tess is such a great player to have on Cat because he is so comfortable on all the hard angles. He will peek you on bench. He will push and get into your face. He'll stay here. Even if
Plum confirmed toxic. Oh, dude, Timo and Singed were. Yeah, no, I'm a piece of shit. That's my favorite type of gameplay.
In a Falcons jersey.
Dude, because like, dude, the top laner. I don't know if they've. I know they've made a lot of changes in the league. I haven't played in a while, but like back then, you know, you're on an island, right? I loved playing characters where like you enter my island and it's like, all right, now you fuck around and find out. Don't come up here.
It's falling apart for Mouse. They had everything in position, so they thought all they wanted was to get this split going. Xerxin down to 28 health as he kills out.
So Xerxin gets through, and it's still a bit flat here. I was a little too standard there, Mouse. I think I don't know if you're gonna beat Falcons like that.
Meandering inside a middle, took over connector, didn't know how to transpose.
You really gotta, for that type of play to work,
given them a fight anywhere.
They need a little bit more oomph.
It's always a bad sign when the window player doesn't have a smoke and they can kill you walking into connector.
That's
the first sign that you've taken too long with your mid control. And for the Falcons, as mentioned, Tessus was sitting there untouched, unbothered the entire time on Cat. That should be one of the first positions. Mollied back, flashed off, threatening.
Flom feels like a techies player. In Dota 1 I never, first off, they didn't come out in Dota 2 for so long, but in 2 I never did it, no.
And he's the one who gets
in 1 I definitely did play him, yes.
So as much as Mel's could look like geniuses over on Dust 2, it can all change as soon as we switch maps. Falcons in control here on the first
You would.
We were speaking to Dust earlier today, and he really
my most played character in Dota 1 and 2 is probably Bounty Hunter.
Maybe simplistic approach to the Mirage T side from Brolin. At times, let's say Inferno yesterday, glorious comeback, but he can get a little repetitive when it comes to the mid plays. The setup and the pounce, and the setup and the pounce, and what, one B pop sprinkled in, I think is the kind of their last outing. So we'll see if that's
I'm the anti-fun haver, bro.
Whether there's any kind of shift.
Nah, Clinks is kind of boring.
They try to put Xerxin up on that boost. That's why Nico's now walking away wounded. Tessus has, again, just been a thorn in their side so far throughout this first half.
Has not died yet.
Who's that?
Watch him get chipped down.
Also, you'd hate me in mid because I played Zeus, and I just played like... I play like farming Zeus, so I would just level chain lightning and I would never show up on lane, but all the creeps were somehow dead, and I'd be farming both jungles.
Guys, he's an opper.
Yeah, he would have killed him in one bullet with the ops.
So you'd have to come find me in the junk.
AK, that's Tess's department, so that is a 7-0 start for the Dane.
He didn't have armor, did he?
Yeah.
But his teammates.
No, I didn't play Ricky. I played Bounty to make sure Ricky in my games hated his life.
He had, you know, faith at an all-time high.
I am the glass cannon.
You think this is anti that Nico just ever plays in Con?
Keep eyes on Connector.
Oh, what he's doing, how he's playing this? No, this is an anti. This is given the situation, the time of the round.
AK on Spinks is something, but
jungle push, that's going to be held by Market.
A lot of teams, if they don't have two riflers top Con, it's better to have your rifler in sight, like what Magus is doing, and then get shit on by Spinks, of course. And then have this type of rotate, see? Nah, this is meta. This is so Heiza. Con players, like, you either fight top of con to deny them getting in there and make it like a bloodbath with 2 riflers top con with the Opera at A, or late around, especially if you have numbers, you just put the rifle outside a window, rotate him fast. The Opera sits ticket with the A player playing hide and seek in A bomb site. Ideally, babysitting the Op to make sure he doesn't get shot in the side of the head by the A lurk.
He has to find a way to slot in and get comfortable, and he has looked great. He saved a lot of moments.
This is not a major, Jake. And no, it's all good, man.
So far for
if you're not super into CS, we have so many great events that first world problems. The fact that you even ask me if this is a major is cool. No shade, bro.
To show some of these guys who don't have as much
CS
experience
fans have no idea how good we got it. Myself included sometimes.
On the same path, you know, breaking in from tier 2 to tier 1. Him with Ents back in the day. Well, I say back in the day, like 2 years ago. You know, Spinks is kind of new too, but he got so much experience from Vitality.
Yes, sir. If anything, his experience is more so winning in playoffs. That's the extra emphasis.
CS events are up there.
Dexter loses his angle. Misses his shot as he tries to push out. Nico luckily gets saved here by Tesses.
Let's keep talking about Tesses.
You know, that is the 3-headed Hydra.
Damn, they are not getting shit going right now.
Tesses, Dexter, and Nico.
Yeah, Mouse is okay. Brolin's got to call like something set out of spawn.
When Nico looked like he was dead in the water.
That's amazing.
They're absolutely getting throttled right now. Chat's not being weird. You're gonna all end up like fucking Diddy here, okay?
Nico and Tesses 8-0.
Court lawyer leaving you. Stop being weird.
It's become an antiquated position in some sense because people are just, there became so much utility.
You guys are all getting put on a fucking list.
The power of the cap player kind of went away, and then it's gone back to double connector setup.
No, but Mal's dead ass look like cheeks right now. They're playing like they were on Dust 2, except they're not killing anyone. So like now they actually gotta. Let's see what Brolin can do.
I think it's really a testament to the old heroic days when it comes to him.
I still can't believe the fact that Jimmy made that retweet, then tweeted what he did after they won yesterday is.
Swing. We actually got that at matches this round. It's got to be said, you know, he's going to have a more boring
That is a sequence of events of all time.
He's made it a little fun. He was there on the site, but now he's got the push in.
And he collected a kill, but Nico, because
for those of you that don't know,
a little space over.
Let me
making sound, so they're going to know damn well that these T's are on site. Opper, hands busy for a second. Nico.
Wait, sweet. Let me make sure I quote the goat.
This time, but Tesses there to trade him. The Tesses
that wasn't going anywhere.
Trade train is simply too sharp in this moment.
That connection is stronger than carbon fiber. It's beautiful here. And yeah, you see where the kills go.
Fuck, what's Jimmy's fucking
to the
Twitter?
Players who are fighting middle, because that's what Mouse want. But at the moment, they don't have the looks to grab it. And this is actually a 4v5 because of Tesses.
Oh, okay,
okay.
Okay.
It's a 4v4 because of Tesses. Dexter can take that duel if he wants to. You can put the op in underpass and set him up for a hard shot. In fact, that's something you should use Dexter for.
Got a shot off.
You put all the great utility in place. You think the opera's going to fall back, not Dexter, because he's willing to be that uncomfortable. But
let me follow him actually. Now that I saw that tweet the other day.
To run through that molly.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted something fast that isn't necessarily.
Wait, did he delete it?
Because again, we've got this constant three-player
I don't
pack
see it
of
anymore.
Falcons starting off the rounds here, and we've got
oh wait, no, I see it
already in the first 5 where they're not able to puncture through. Jimpat will indeed get out from that ramp for a moment. We're gonna get the smoke open top middle. There's a fight for Tesses because, like you've alluded to, dude, he just keeps signing up for these.
He knows when it's his.
Jimmy accidentally retweeted on Twitter. Let's just say his Jame warm-up routine.
Sent that
these 2 players in mid
back through the smoke.
And if you know, you know.
And back of the ramp goes Jimpat.
And then after he beat Astralis the next morning, he tweeted, "Gooning all the way to the finals." Jesus, Astralis.
At least.
It's the bomb confirmed, but still a full minute here. They can work.
Well, Jimmy wasn't able to get success going out.
Here's your attention, Jordan. Cortex, hope you're having a wonderful day. You look great. You're crushing it. Thank you for being here.
crazy. We still have Kixan alone over on the B site, and the T's are still crawling into this.
Yes, Drive Lemons going to Cologne is absolutely worth it. Oh! Okay, all good. All good.
Recovers what could have been a moment for Torji to kind of crack his whip towards top ticket, get the bomb site open. Not the case. Nico waiting it out. Jimmy on the approach. Oh, double entry. Spinks catches Dagster, matches. You've only got 50 health to work with. Do they drop their guard? Spinks coming at it.
Nah, Rick, that's not how it works.
3 kills inside of this A site. This is a 2 versus 4 queued up. And we've been singing the praise of Kixan in his impact, but they've already spotted him, and they are going to trade that back.
Okay.
2v4 for Mouse
So,
to get their first round on
Brolin
the
said, fuck it, we're still playing the same way, just shoot harder.
And it's a symphony of them, honestly, all at the same time as they come into the A site. But you couldn't
Like,
ask for more
Brolin literally called the same thing he just called earlier, by the way.
Kill totally ruins
I'm just keeping, like, I'm actually really curious to see how he does. Like,
what we don't get to see is how Dagster dies to
I personally, after those few rounds where how flat it looked individually, I'm surprised they did it, but hey, fuck it.
Yeah, true. But what angle could he have had?
He basically just called the same shit and said, stop being noobs.
All right, double nade into connector.
Oh, now we're doing some pace. What is this? What the fuck is this?
Bombs, trying to get up that cat.
Oh, that's a cool idea.
Kill the con player. Dagster, deep angle, easy pick up from him.
Yeah, that's not good though. Cool idea. This is what our cat splits look like, Heiza.
An abrupt halt for Mouse to have to deal with.
I mean, I like the setup, but without that Brolin opening kill, they can't.
What the fuck is he doing?
That suspicion on the other side.
I like that Torji just takes a look back.
Okay, I'll explain it here. I have to turn down the game though if you want me to explain it a little bit. They're gonna be here for a second. So that's a fast cat split. Most people start ripping the smoke once they recognize the cat split's coming in. He's smoking out the bottom con molly to guarantee the good smoke. And then he's running through it while his teammates go up cat. Now, in his head, he's assuming they're going to start spamming up cat. Because that's what a lot of people do. Once those smokes come in and it's obvious they're splitting cat, the B players start like, oh shit, they're up. Nobody played bricks though. Nobody played bricks. Nobody was up there to say, guys, they're coming up right now. These guys are just chilling. The spam doesn't come in. Brolin runs through the smoke expecting a player to start spamming the smoke and to create space for his teammates.
6-1 and
was maybe
single player. This could end up being
he just looked like an absolute fucking idiot instead.
The setup is incredible. It is a dire half no matter
Thank you. You learn something new every day. Yeah, that's why I said it's actually really interesting what he did, because most people call, like, I call this sometimes, right? And what ends up happening is if when you go up cat, as soon as the cat player gets contact, a player rips through that smoke, and you usually lose a guy to a spam. So Brolin's going through that and taking a pretty big risk, it looks like, right? But he's got a Mac 10, like... It's a really interesting idea, actually. It was just unfortunate there was nobody aggressive on cat to call the cat split early. That sequence of event doesn't happen. Dexter's back of fucking site opping, dude. Like, that's...
Now, this T side, obviously...
You're just well, that's a well, fuck.
Before we started, and just, you know, what was airing my grievances about Mouse, because you see halves from Brolin that are great.
It was so cool idea, and that's like, I don't know, even if it fails, like, it's just interesting to see. Also, a lot of teams will smoke con right away instead of throwing that molly that they threw, but the molly to extinguish always blooms the smoke bigger.
You might still be able to beat him.
So if you do that, that's really cool too.
Building this brand new team, but I haven't seen those IGL situations from him. A half without activity, a half without ideas, a half without follow through.
All right, who got flum yapping? Whoa, dude, there was nothing going on there. We were going through a yapping little sequence of events.
You know, forgets that he can win off of time, things like that. They go out with a bang no matter what, but they never go out without ideas.
It's a pause at the start of this. Brolin's got the window smoke. Jimmy's got a second smoke. They could try to move this forward once they think that three-player setup has kind of disassembled itself, because it's so consistently Dagster, Nico, Tesses.
What up, Hunter? How you doing, man?
All three of them usually ready to go for
Specky,
some
thanks
kind
for the
of
7-month primer. Thank you.
Response to any kind of presence, but we see that movement from the window into connector. Both angles end up getting smoked off, and again, Tesses is happy to go peeking, but no, you gotta be careful. There are plenty of players out top middle. The fact he gets away with all his health is great.
How'd he even do damage right there? 5 targets.
And he drops a smoke down for Nico to play just behind. So it ultimately concedes a bit of map control for MOUZ. But again, this is what they do. They just kind of position themselves in middle, and then what?
Yeah.
It's this next step that usually doesn't go well. Sure, you can pull off the 2 versus 4 for your 1 round, but that's the X factor. You can't reliably bank on that. And down to 30 seconds, we'll see if they can somehow pull this out of the hat with only the 2 AKs. One of them right here in the window. Nico and Dexter combining for this control. Spinks is looking to get into the action off the stairs, but all the pistol players die.
God damn, Nico. Okay, bro.
Spinks, and he also falters. So MOUZ, you can take it every day of the week. It's right there, primed. But it's the next step that they
Falcons are
struggle
shooting
at
now,
again.
bro.
Yes. The angle awareness there
They
from
are
Nico is
shooting
amazing.
now.
You see the guy jiggle peeking on the stairs. He knows exactly where he'll stop before he has to look at a new position. That is the power of Nico. Oh my gosh. That's the power of Nico.
Mother of God. T-side flat as fuck. Well, back to what it worked for 1 round, but I still think Brolin should maybe try calling a little bit more like set pieces.
That's the beauty of the best of 5. We got plenty of Counter-Strike still to go. Sooner
We'll
Falcons
see.
cut down MOUZ on Mirage, sooner they can try to take a lead in the maps in the series.
Yeah, we've got no Palace Lurker, no A Lurker at all on this round. So many of these rounds have ended A, especially the slow ones. This one, of course, they're setting up for a B play, but they're still keeping options slightly open. One thing that's definitely been lacking is that Lurker, because when
Have you ever played CS2? No, I just like to watch. Ooh, and they have the double on Cat.
Looking for another duel.
Oh my God.
Like bowling pins. Tessas, stop powering him up.
Little walkout from B-Apps. Tessas on
Damn,
for the
bro.
full-blown ace, but he's got the bomb at his feet, so he'll make sure that middle is clear first and foremost. And drop a little utility behind him. MOUZ are somehow going to have to get creative to reclaim this one.
Oh, you thought Nico was nice at 14-3? I present you Tessas, 14-1.
I think MOUZ was actually cooking up a Cat split there too, and I think Brolin called that at a spawn. Now we're at that point where the other team's just feeling it, and things like you're getting triple kills straight on from Cat are happening, and Tessas is 14-1.
He's totally different players. It's totally, and the other thing is that he's coming into a team that has so much brand value, so much attention, a brand new system. Could have very easily just fallen in, faded away into the pack. We've seen that story happen a million times, but he said, no, I'm going to write the story myself. It's like what you said about Malp, standing out in a sky full of stars. You've got Tessas, who could look at himself as a support player and say, I've got Nico to fall back on. But what have we seen? There is no way Falcons would even have these wins without his performances.
How does Tessas play completely diagonal? No, bro. You need to see Lakowski play. Lakowski plays like he's beefing with his teammates. Lakowski plays on MIBR, and he plays at the end.
Machine earlier today told a story about that sign. That sign is from the original Cluj-Napoca Major.
That's cool.
So old that Mantrus, a.k.a. Paula, signed it with his alias.
No, that's amazing. I saw it outside. The first name I looked at was Scream.
Lakowski plays like this, guys. Who? Like his teammates are where you are.
That third frag
Bro
here
says,
on the
don't talk to me. I'm locking in right now.
Sees Brolin in the background. Gets an additional freebie just kind of thrown in. Tessas' spray lately has been getting extra attention from pundits.
No, Lakowski clears everyone.
This Tessas spray down.
There's playing to the side, guys, and then there's playing like Lakowski. Trust me, just Google it. You'll see. Bro, he literally puts his back to his team.
At least that's how it's starting to feel. We've got 3 rounds left in this first half. And MOUZ have what?
How do you spell his name? Oh, that's a good. I think it's started like Luca, I think.
Doesn't feel like
or LUCA, sorry. I realize Luca in basketball. Many people have it. What LU?
It's because their set plays get shut
down. KA.
Defaults aren't netting
right?
the opportunities.
That's Luka. That's for the Lakers. But yeah, his is Lakowski with LUCA.
Astralis. Brolin made aggressive calls, but complimented them with his own entries.
Dexter didn't see him get into that corner. Brolin, he's going to catch him with a Tech 9 dink. Oh, and then the Palace play is just delayed enough. Magisk is going to be given a chance to shine here, but he gets Tech 9 up close. They've gone ahead and opened up a site. They've gotten a man advantage to go with it. They've gotten a deep ticket swing over, and Maus, you know, kind of playing with a bit of timing. And it did feel like eventually they could break through. Now,
yeah, Emma's V model is spreading like a plague.
It'll be tough for Torji to offer up much. Pistol and 2 nades.
Yeah, but
he dodges the second one. Fire spreads in the end and ends up burning him out of this. So we're going to go 2 versus 2. You've got Tessa sitting pretty. 15 kills, 1 death. Jimmy steps up. He's going to drop him. Kicksan jumping over. No way. How does he survive that cross? And how can he pull off this clutch? With a smoke on top of bomb. That's how.
Oh, that's going to make it weird.
Brolin's going to get drawn back. Kicksan's going to try to stick this.
It's the wrong angle. He's hoping he's
he got it.
He finds it in the end. Maus will catch him.
A4 diff.
A4 diff. By the skin of their teeth.
Wow.
Wrong time for the TGS.
The stars are out.
It was a very wholesome message. I think I know what you mean, chat, but if you give it a read real quick.
This arena is on a very short list of special locations.
I'm glad the chat could help.
Counter-Strike majors.
And me maybe a little bit.
10 years is a long time, like I said. We didn't know what we were coming back to.
Unlucky, but if you read the message,
Cluj.
worth. C9, thank you very much for the 13-month primer. Thank you.
More special.
Tessas swinging top mid. We've still got fireworks. And Kicksan tucked down beneath, trying to play what Magisk does, and he will be rewarded. Spam up to the Palace.
He's
rock solid Falcons.
Wow.
We got a 2v4. We have
Salty, I got you, by the way. 6 to 9 business months.
Because Dexter misses somebody going out to Apex. That's Brolin. Another set play gets shut down instantly.
What did the parentheses say?
And this time it's even earlier. I mean, there's been so many situations where Falcons have one mid just playing in standard, or having Tessa alone as the loose aggressive peak, or jumping in underpass, not seeing anything, and then taking the fights afterwards. This one, they come
mostly
to their front door.
You said thanks to the 14-month primer. Thank you, and Dexter. Okay.
Molly's missed, so they'll have to waste another one. And the reason is because their vision is totally blocked off here. They just need to see if someone smokes this, because it opens up options later on in the rounds.
You know, beyond the redundancy and some of the opening moves here from Maus on this T side, I also have to say with, you know, no insult intended, this is the Maus I know on stage. Look at the scoreboard. We're talking about
some guy just cackled in the crowd, bro.
5 for anybody else. Like, how is that the same individuals that were back on Dust 2 rocking Falcons world?
That's what I'm saying. Maps change everything.
Somebody fucking cackled so loud in the crowd at him saying that.
Handled them last time here on Mirage.
No insult intended. Well, sometimes speaking the truth is an insult.
3 rounds T-side, best case scenario.
It's not intended to be, but it's so brutally honest, and sometimes it's just,
Exertion's most iconic map, I'd say, in terms of him going for connector control on T-sides. They don't have it figured out yet. Let's see if they can frag their way into at least a third, because CT certainly will look better.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, well, so map 3, huh?
In all the right ways. Spinks with
Who's ready for map 3? Maus ready to go?
That triple spray down from Nico that also just dropped the bomb. And Nico's not able to bag
you get the 4th kill, Nico, you piece of shit, man.
They've only got 15 seconds. They really don't have time. Falcons, don't do this, okay? Just sit back, relax, you're all good. That bomb is supposed to be in Kicksan's vision. You literally can't lose unless you die. Okay.
Oh my God, I got
Kicksan's
danced.
going to make sure this one goes down smooth. That is double digits Falcons.
10-2 and 10 down in the last round is rough.
CT side in map 2 of this best of 5 grand finals.
Some people are only tuning in now for this event, seeing Falcons play. It's the grand finals. A lot of people are going to be just watching this match, and you are seeing a Falcons that have cultivated this ability. You know, we can actually believe they could be the favorites in a matchup like this, just because of the wins they have here. FaZe, Eternal Fire, Maus already, they've knocked them all down. This has been an amazing tournament.
I don't think it is, but
the reason that we've got Nico chance, Dexter chance, he's earned those fans by winning games versus the better teams here.
That's why I want it, bruh.
Now he's going to try to erect a boost from underpass. This is a fun little off angle. Can catch people off guard in a round like this. You know, really only gets undone by an underpass play.
Yeah, this is the old Fallen setup. It was so good.
And let's see if it nets them anything. Torzi actually just disassembles fast. Molotov to their right side. Falcons want nothing to do with that mid setup.
Yeah, they definitely got the ick when they saw how many people were waiting for them there.
They got the ick.
You know, reminder to what happened back in the first pistol. Falcons played 3 players mid. Everybody got an instant headshot.
Oh, they look like they were going to walk up cat, changed route as soon as Exertion saw them.
We'll see if Tess, who remains over towards the B site, can sell any kind of an additional fake.
Trying to keep this clever.
You know, he's got a flashbang, a frag thrown past him.
Oh, man, I think that because it hit him, it did way more damage.
Yeah, it's Tess sitting on 50. Magis down to a 1/5 of his starting health. Digster to climb up window eventually. Defense is still 3 players strong on B, and Tess's going to show a little more skin, but he's delaying it. Brolin, nice clean tap out from that A site, looks to get back onto Ticket, and he's got a teammate with him, but it's a deep push up into the Palace. Look what Dexter's been able to do. He's locked into this doorway on Market. Xerxin is his victim. No denying. Whoa, never mind.
Yeah, but the bomb's going to get spotted towards the A site. The rotation will come. They just need to get some kills.
There we go. Dexter scoops up the 1. Brolin's still doing a great job of keeping attention towards Ticket. That can ultimately prime the Palace player to come back. Jimmy's now into the kill feed. Nico, he's got to now do this on his own.
From Torzi to get active early. Yep.
Okay.
And that is Brolin.
You don't want to let them like get a little settled into that. That was smart.
Mao's letting Falcons come to them.
Absolutely. It was all about Brolin. He went for the jump spot, and he knows that he's just trying to multiply his presence because there's a 3B setup here for Mao's. They even lose the window timing. Falcons try to make the most of the fact that Exertion got a spot on them at top of mid. Brolin's jumping spotting them from the A site, and him playing this aggressively, even though it looked like he's setting up chances for him to die, burns time off the clock. Puts him in a position like this. 15 seconds, and they need to still get this plant down. Mal's doing an excellent job that round, thanks to Brolin.
Nico's going to back up a second. Almost got hit by a bus. Jimmy just always playing with his nades.
One ball, Jimmy.
He's going to try to chuck it out. Nico now on the angle.
Wait, what?
Ooh, that looks immense. Tess and Magis nearly half their health
Can he do that?
Jimmy leans back.
Can he do that while casting?
To tether off up from the cat hold, so I don't think you're getting out. That is an easy.
I'm blazing Xerxin on map 1. I mean, he played lights out on map 1. Now he's poo-poo. What do you want from me?
To the comeback.
The what now?
The comeback, entirely possible.
What, did you not want me to say you
all my criticisms there for T-side. There was stuff to work on.
What?
It didn't work
That's
out.
how it works, bro.
But you switch over to CT, and these guys can look like all-stars all of a sudden.
I
think there will be some pressure here on
Xerxin,
Falcons,
you're
depending
fucking
on if
ass.
this conversion happens.
What you did on map 1 no longer matters. It was noob.
Nico currently topping the charts for Falcons. 18 kills. Him and Tess, man, really rock solid in that mid hold. We'll see how they get back into the game. They're the ones who've got to swing.
I think if I have to say, if I want to define the signature calling style of Kixan, even though it's still emergent, still latent, okay, I would say it's the rush call late in the game, and then it's the second rush call right after. He's comfortable trying that, even if it fails.
Ouch. Nico pelted by frag grenades underpass, but there's not really any vision to go behind.
But I did
in mid.
Jimmy's just trying
just
to
so you guys know, I forgot. I've been doing this a little bit more without saying anything, but I did mute the alert, so for the rest of the final.
Sees the bodies on the approach.
They'll still pop up, but no noise.
Is a little bit busier with the mid play, so he's
oh yeah, guy is now unemployed.
They've gotten out.
Oh no, that
himself a double entry with Kixan offering up one before he went down. All it took was Nico bottom middle, serving up a distraction. That got Spinks off holding window.
If they go for this and lose their guns, it's just if they save,
there was no way. Both players are so busy with their own situations, and Jimmy just got that jump spot as Nico made presence inside of mid. It's perfect tethering here for Falcons, and just like that,
is the seam sign always buggy? No, we just only allow one a day.
Just a little presence, enough to shake it up.
There's nothing too special about
Yo,
this
brother,
round,
I get that you might not like somebody's content and like somebody else's, but doing what you're doing
start with the op on the back of the site bench, and they had another player watching halls. That's the optimal setup versus a full B attack. When you have someone who is pushed up cat, like we saw TeSS do so many times, there are times where that player can get smoked out or is just too late to get into the fight to really help out. This is one of those moments. It's hard to say if like Falcons created this moment, but they definitely, by drawing attention.
No, it's okay if you don't like somebody. It's just like why come in here?
Perfectly. I just can't. I don't know if Nico would have been like, go now. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying?
Like paying attention to. Oh, he's
like
busy
the people. It's like the same energy as people that announce they leave Twitch chats or YouTube.
You know, we get one early round from Falcons here, and it's just a prime example of how to capitalize when the cat player is so important. Makes you wonder why Mouse kind of didn't dedicate more attention to B throughout their T side. TeSS has hands busy middle. Maybe that site falters, but that's a bygone half. Xerxon praying to God that somebody's going to save him here. He'll drop down.
Oh, the flash was too early.
Able to best TeSS.
Wow, dismantled.
Too early, chat. Just like me and you, for real.
Smoke grenade into the window. TeSS gets up close, but he's down to 30 health. So you think that maybe someone from Maus could dunk a nade on him, but
I feel like they're missing some protocols right there. Like that was the plan.
Most relatable feeling I've seen all day.
Weren't even totally fighting top mid. Window was smoked. How are they going to get him out?
Look like a mission with no return.
They pulled a goalie on the B side. Jimmy's moved his way up cat.
Is this too slow? Maus just kind of sitting around.
This can be okay because with mid control is also fast rotations to both sites. But with 5 alive, we've got Falcons flexing that. Kicksand here, spotting. Brolin takes him out. That's a nice find. We'll see if they speed up now.
It's also a good
both players are mad.
Onto Brolin, so
Kicksand's mad because he died. Brolin's mad because like he's ratting it up and he got dinged.
He's going to try to rotate over to Ticket quickly, but by the time he gets there, won't really have an angle. There's a connector player, but that's Brolin on that low health. That's the easy pickup. TeSS plays it perfectly. Just waits his time. The fact that Torsi's able to peel one player back could open the door.
That's not a good question, Badger. It gets asked every like 5 minutes.
A little deeper, and at the moment, they are not aware.
Oh, he's coming forward.
He's looking for more here. 2
Wait,
kills
he didn't see his
already
foot.
for Torsi.
Not a foot enjoyer.
Nobody really presents. A third one found. He's going to have to do it
1v1. TeSS is going for it.
It is TeSS both sides.
Why does Nico look so angry?
That would have been frustration for Falcons if they didn't pull off that clutch. Torsi found a gap, but you know what? Shout out to Dagster for being very careful about the way that he planted that bomb. They threw a CT smoke, but they didn't just fully
because
trust
in the
it
final,
blind.
his teammate just won the
TeSS
fucking clutch, and he just looks so
round.
over it, bro.
2
Like,
here to start.
not even, maybe mad is the wrong way. He looks over it.
It's Nico's 3rd kill in the round. That's the sprinkle. But TeSS, that right there, dude. Torsi scoped up on him, ready for him to make that move.
Armchair analyst here, but still, like.
That's the cherry on top for this game for TeSS. 20-6.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wonderful round from both of the players left in a 1v1.
Just locked in, maybe. It just looks
3 kills each as they clash.
Not even like a
smile. Makes the difference, and he has been doing that all map long.
I don't think I've seen a single eco frag, Connor.
What? How's that possible?
Quality kills only.
We said this game was going to be sloppy.
True, TeSS has 1 more kill than Nico. That's why he's pissed. Oh, imagine.
Hey, the mayor's here.
Oh, excuse me.
Chat, can we fucking not?
Utility
Lord's
dropped out
Day.
by
Get it
Torsi's
together.
MP9, still standing on the ladder.
Oh, that's what you get.
Well,
I think we're going to map 3 here, folks.
So
Doesn't
Nuke up
seem
next.
to me like Maus are going to be able to offer much on Mirage. Again, we've had a recent head-to-head between the teams. It's nice to see that Maus could do what they did last time by picking up Dust 2, and I think it's a real testament that they won it so convincingly.
Xerxon went from absolute fucking dominating the map to 4 and 14. That's brutal, man.
Spinks has brought a wealth of experience, and he's trying to teach them how to win, but it will not happen on Mirage.
Xerxon, you're so talented, but god damn it, you're pissing me off, buddy. I mean, you absolutely shit on all of them, map 1, and then got shit on map 2. I don't know, man. All right, well, let's see if he gets it together for map 3.
She loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
Yeah, we're not playing window anymore. Chat, I'm running an ad. Heads up. You're a prime forgetter. Also, if you're on YouTube chat, don't forget to like the stream and follow/subscribe. However, your brain processes what I'm asking. Thank you. Is Dexter really funny? Seems like every time he talks, Nico is smiling, laughing. Dexter's like a wholesome goofball, is kind of at least how I would describe him from what I could tell. Oh my god, the 37-month primer, beautiful, thank you. I do, Vince, yeah. Flip, thanks to the 3-month primer, thank you. Dona walled hours ago? Really, Escape? Imagine this streamer Dona walling you. What? Can we get a fuck Flom in chat for No Escape's 33 months? Fatal Suck, thanks to the 3-month primer, thank you. Madison, thanks for the 48-month primer, thank you. Nitro, you smell bad. Shut up. Kenro, thanks for the 7-month resub. Oh, wait. I owe you guys 5 gifted from earlier. Hold on. From Drowski. Drowski, I didn't forget. Chat did, though. What do you guys think? You think Falcon starts to run away with this, or you think they're just going to trade?
We've tied up the series.
You think they're just going to beat the shit out of each other on maps?
Unbelievable performance on Mirage by Falcons, and we're going to break it down on the desk now. So, I mean, look, we set it up quite nicely.
1 minute 20-second ads are crazy. What the fuck? I know. I can't believe this fat piece of shit's running 3 minutes of ads for an hour of the stream.
You've got to stop him from taking over the game.
I, for one, will not stand for this.
That was the battleground where Falcons just absolutely dominated their opponents.
Mouse Sports looked more like roadkill flat on the side of the road, getting picked apart by the bird of prey that was the Falcons. And it goes back to exactly what we were talking about before the game started. We knew that Mouse had a tendency on Mirage to sometimes be a little bit too one-note.
Oh, man, I do feel like this is kind of how these BO5s have just been lately, man. Hypno's, though, thanks for the tier 1, and Laggy, thanks for your tier 1. Thank you. Loco, thanks for your 70.
Pretty much every single round, and they had no adjustment. Like, what is happening here? Like, this is where Sakro needs to come in with a key timeout, call a key play. This is where Braun has to show his grit as an IGL. He didn't.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you need to warm up before a game, and thankfully for Nico and Texas, Duster was a great warm-up, right? Because they were just absolute turrets, Rich, and I just want to highlight, you know, I 100% agree with Duster over here. For Mouse, it just felt
Falcons going to kick Texas after a while?
Falcons did. Apart from the first few rounds where they fought mid a little bit, they're like, take mid, have mid, come into short, come into connector, and Maui, you pointed out, Nico plays very
he's had a quieter event here, but he's been insane for them.
Everyone coming into screw it, just beat a turret.
Yeah, that's the problem, Maui. It's like, I agree with your assessment, but the problem is if you cannot win the duel anyway, it's largely irrelevant what style of play you play.
Falcons had Mouse exactly where they wanted him. Every single time, just letting them take some of that space, but then funneling them into new choke points. Yes, the kill feed is going to look ridiculous here, or the scoreboard, that is. You had 2 guys in Nico and Tessus that combined to 280
I don't think so. I think Tessus on a 1.11. That's not bad.
Both the MVP. We're not even going to try.
Let's give it out to both of them.
Yeah.
Because they worked in tandem so well together as well. If I had to pick one, it'd be this guy, Tezes.
Poppables, thanks for the 5 gifted. Thank you.
He's just so good. He's got some of the best recoil control in the game. He is very good at multi-fragging, but also, I mean, look, exactly what we're talking
Rich,
about.
you asked me the very question. What can you do to shut down Xerxes? Can you do it?
Brian,
this
I didn't know this.
This is what we said. Like, Nico plays Akon well, and Tessus swings off Cat and says, look, I'm going to make mid my area, my turf, and he did. I mean, the heat map shows it very clearly.
Yeah, and then, look, here's your other MVP. Like, it's this guy, because of course it is, because it's Nico. The crowd were going absolutely bonkers for him because, of course. But, I mean,
130 dark, goddamn.
6
out of 6
he
opening
had
duels
some
won.
insane flashy moments here as well.
What I loved about this performance, Richard, is that we got Tessus in an arena doing what he does in studios, okay?
Yes.
That's a big jump up for him because at times throughout these playoffs, he's been a bit quiet. We got Nico highlights as well, and he's a guy that we know is going to deliver in the big moments, the small moments.
In here too. Remember, they're both the MVP.
Exactly. They shared duties in just taking everybody down. And also, the help defense. If their A player, if their B player was getting swarmed, they were so quick to pivot to help out and establish immediate crossfires that made it just impenetrable across all bomb sites on Mirage.
And you can see,
you're aging yourself, but also how you been
being aggressive in your face for the side of Mouse. And
2014 follow, Roasted. Goddamn, not bad.
Listen, when you have someone like Nico and Tessus
playing
their S+ game, even if you're Mouse,
I had
you
to
might
take
have
a
the right
look.
protocols, you're just going to get completely swamped. This
Vortex,
particular
thanks for the
highlight
8-month
from Nico, just
resub.
tapping away, just pure
Bear,
raw
thanks for
skill
the
and
8-month
display,
resub.
and Mouse had no
Question
answer.
for you.
Everybody gets better next to Nico. Everybody that plays in any
I'm going to be in
proximity,
Vegas
it's like
for
the
my bachelor
ludicrous
party. Any
little
recommendations
circle
for
of
food, either
happiness.
on
The
or off
closer you
trip?
are
Thank
to
you.
him, the happier you are, because we're seeing the effects of G2 without this guy.
How
Now
much
we're
money
seeing
are
the
we
effects
lighting
of
on fire, and
Tessus
how
in
many people
arena
you got?
next to this guy. The way he's able to tether
I just
off
actually
of
gave
his
out a
other
list the other day. Chat,
mid-defender
fuck,
is
somebody
just
should clip
brilliant
this.
stuff, and you know that he's controlling it. We know that he's the secondary voice, and he's probably the primary when it comes to the defense on this one.
And I think it harkens back to kind of a point that was made in a recent interview where the team
You got the list?
how,
You actually?
yes, Nico
What,
is our
did
star
you
player,
save me
yes, Dexter's
saying
a
all the
flashy operator,
recommendations
but we
for
want
that guy's
to give
bachelor party the
Tessus
other day?
more agency, and they were very specific about where they wanted it. It was on the CT side.
No,
They wanted to
hold
put
on.
him in areas where he can be impactful, where he can go for plays,
No,
where
he's
he can
got
use
it.
aggressive
Yeah,
nature
he's got
to
it.
his advantage to help his squad. And that's exactly what he did that entire first half of Mirage.
Yep, and we've got some rounds as well.
I got
just
you.
While we're on the
Barry, you
point,
ready to
we're
write
gonna
all this
combine
down real quick?
7 of 9. It's like the ball.
You ready?
What have you got for us, Blair?
Well, it's basically just
8
the
to
game plan
10
of Falcons,
peeps.
so nothing too crazy. But what
Are you guys
surprised
literally
me
having
is that
every meal
the
together?
adapt didn't change. Take a look at round number 7 here. It's going to be a fast play coming out.
Oh wait,
from
no wait. He
the
wrote. He
second
posted
mouse,
it. There you go.
second down.
You
They
see what
put down towards
Shanks
speed.
put in
They're
chat?
not finding any opposition towards mid. They're coming to the bomb site, so they're just coming in one after the other. They're like, we got to find a kill. They're not really executing it. They're not using utility. Just walking in one by one.
Oh, I didn't say anything about Golden Steer, but Golden Steer is a cool experience at least.
Just a default utility. They find no one, and then they creep once again up towards short and see what Tessus does.
I don't know, man.
Sometimes when you're an in-game leader in these kinds of positions where you take all this space and generally unperturbed. This time
Those
around,
are
Tessus
mostly
moves him
off
down
strip
on
though.
Cat,
If you want more
you get
on strip
Cat, you
recommendations,
get
I can help you
You
out
think to
there.
yourself, okay, we're in such a prime position to split the bomb site, but sometimes you trip at the last hurdle. You're not unable to actually convert on the actual split, and if you're used to being a team that is getting those kills in the mid-fight, sometimes it just feels like you were gifted so much space you don't even know what to do with it.
Exactly.
And those are the growing pains of a new team like Maus, who have to really work on now the finishers.
Yeah, I've been
getting
to Golden
the last
Steer once.
20
I didn't
seconds
regret
of
it. I
the
just
strat to
also
really
I'm
work
not
out in
going
their
back.
favor.
But, like, and I don't consider places like that necessarily bad.
And this is when I got
But
to
that's like
give credit to Kixon.
because
right?
I did
They've been
enjoy
playing
the
so passive
experience.
thus far. And round number 11, late in the half, what do they do?
You want some
Four
on-strip
players
stuff
just
too?
pushing up mid. Mouse
Okay,
haven't
all
had
those
to
places
face
that are
any
in there, by
fights
the
at
way, are
mid,
like
and it
5
just
minutes off the
completely
strip.
mowed them
It's not
down,
bad.
and Mouse said, all right, A should be empty.
It's all in like a place called like Koreatown or Chinatown or some Spring Mountain. But
What's he doing there?
I don't know.
What's he doing there?
That's exactly
Steakhouse right now. Go to Don's.
Whatever he wants.
Exactly.
That's what he's doing.
He's in Brolin's head, man.
That was
I've been eating at Fountain Blue a lot. So Q in Fountain Blue, which is
So I'm gonna,
KYU
toss this
or
one
Q.
to you, just. I will say this.
Don's
I think you correctly
Mother Wolf.
identified one note is the right word. And even there in the highlights, while we're waxing lyrical about how good Falcons were, the problem you've got is in a well-drilled team. We've talked about the importance of trading when we were watching FaZe, for instance.
Bellagio,
there
go to
wasn't
the
even an
Spago.
opportunity for a trade in a lot of those cases. The players just weren't spaced right, positioned right. They couldn't capitalize. So, you know, if you lose a duel and some guy picks immediately and you trade out, that's okay. That just wasn't happening. So what went wrong?
Yeah, I mean, the basics of trading
Where else
efficiency
do I
is spacing.
really like
And
on
you're
this
clearly correct. That
strip?
wasn't there, but also it's just a lack of utility usage. You know, it's a lack of
There's a couple
creativity.
places
And
I'm
at some
trying to,
point in
like-
time, when you're going mid over and over and over again, and you're not finding any success, like, yeah, you might find that first layer of map control. That don't mean jack shit if you can't get in the site and get the bomb down or get some
Damn,
frags
he
on the
said
board.
it.
And they weren't getting any of that. They're getting
And he
out
said it. All right, that's
clearly.
my bad.
And I
First to be called John shit.
Ah,
by the way.
Yardbird's in that list.
well, you know, we'll go ahead and pivot that if we need need be. But I think we just need to
Best
see them
friends is
actually
cool.
call some real
Best friends and
tactics,
Park
like, be a
MGM
real
is cool.
IGL, call some real strats, and stop just throwing your head up against a brick
And I
wall,
think
being
that's
stubborn.
And again, that's because of the learning problems for Broland, right? He's wondering, okay, how do I crack the puzzle? He's relying on the individual to pull off something, which is what they did on Dust 2. However, Falcons had a great game plan, and unfortunately, Broland didn't have an answer.
I mean, I do think, just to stay on the Broland topic before we set up the next map, I do think that's the worst T-side he's
you've been to
called at this
Sugarcane, then
tournament. Is that fair?
yeah, you've
Is
watched
it
my
fair?
Yardbird probably.
Early on in the tournament,
Yeah.
he had some stinkers. Like I think 2 round halves on the T side also. So maybe it was 3. But in terms of how we have seen this team progress, in terms of now what we expect of them, given they made it to the
I've
grand
done
finals,
exotics
I
racing.
think
You
you
talking
could
about
say
like
the
driving around on
context
the
is the
track?
worst.
Okay, so the bad
Like the
news,
Speed
if
Vegas
you're a
type
Mouse
shit?
fan, is that they probably
No, I
shouldn't do
haven't.
0. It was their
Bro, I'd
map
rather
pick.
if I'm gonna
You
do that,
might
I'd rather
be
just
a
rent the
glasses
car.
half full kind of person at home, right? You're probably thinking, nah, it's all right. You traded it out. It's now just the best of 3.
Oh,
Here's the
Venetian
problem.
and
The
Palazzo
next
probably
map
have
is
like
new.
some of the
This is
best
just
overall
Nico's
restaurants.
playground.
That
Like, I'd be
strip
terrified
that
if I
connects
was
them is
Mouse now. I think
crazy.
I'm going behind in the series. I should be
My favorite
comfortably
restaurant
ahead
in there is
because
Wakuda.
Nico does
Why didn't I
what he
say that
wants on
earlier?
this
Yeah,
map.
okay, good
Once
pick. Yeah,
again,
go to
Dust, I'm gonna
Wakuda.
come to you to set this up. What is it that Falcons do so well here?
What Falcons do really well is in a quick amount of time with this unit, they have shown a great diverse T-side.
Well, one
that
guy
is
on
indeed led
Discord
by
is
Nico.
going
He's their
out
yard player
to
on
be
both sides of
you
the
at
map,
the
but he's
moment.
so
Oh,
much
he's
more than that.
pretending
He's
to be
incredibly
me?
dynamic
Yeah,
and
I know.
mobile.
There's
You're
a
never
bunch
really
of
gonna see him
scammers
play
and shit.
things
Just
the same
support the
way.
guy if you
They like
can.
to just
I
kind of
appreciate
break
it.
loose and really just control that outer yard, threaten upper from all areas. They can obviously go for the typical back hauls pushes as well. And the other big thing is Magius. I want to highlight him very quickly. Most
Catfoot
lobby
Dixon,
players
tier
you
1.
think
Thank
of
you,
is just
thank
a
you,
guy
thank you.
holding pushes. Magius is not that guy. He's going to peek hut. He's going to look for entries. He's going to try to
Yeah.
pick down ramp. He's
I
gonna
will
try to
not
fight
add
Jimmy.
any of you on
Like, he is a
Discord.
guy
Respectfully,
on this map in particular who can
I'm
be a
not
bit more of a
talking to you.
playmaker for
Razor,
me.
thanks
And
for
also got to
67
remember
month
last
reset.
time,
Thank you.
Falcons played the Eternal Fire on this very map, in this very arena. Xantares, one of the best riflers we have in the world, was bullied into oblivion by the side of Falcons. So Exertion, we talked about the Exertion-Nico matchup, and we saw how Exertion kind of failed on Mirage here. He has a lot of work to do here.
The one thing that, when you bring up the Xantares point blast, that concerns me is that he wasn't necessarily blindsided.
I'm gonna
in
talk
those.
to you.
He
It's
was
gonna be in
actually
the chat,
taking
you know?
50-50
How
duels
you guys
with people like
six-gifted? Hold
Tessus,
on.
people like Nico, and just losing. Like his mechanics were not up to snuff on that map 3 that actually eliminated them. And I think Exertion's shown up today. I think he is here. So I don't know if the early stage opening pick is going to go the way of Falcons as easily as it did versus EF.
And if anyone's curious, I do believe that is a salted caramel Twix. That is the secret of all of Nico's powers. The secret is
salted
out
caramel
now.
Twix.
You can be like him at home. Sign me
This
up,
segment
Twix.
sponsored by.
I was going to say, sign me up. I need sponsors. No, but like seriously, I would be really afraid if I was Mouse.
I gotta
think
piss real quick,
Falcons on
chat. Be
this
right back.
map, it's not that it's clinical. It's not that it's high-level tactics. It's just that you've got this wild card player that's just moving around the map like just some monster in a nightmare you can't get away from. That's how Nico plays to it.
And the thing is, for the side of Mouse right now, this is a must-win. I have Falcons winning Ancient when it comes to it. Right now, the problem is, again, the T side has been a problem for Mouse. Like, not all the time, but we've seen it being a problem. We saw it in Mirage as well. On the CT side, Kixon, Maui, you brought this up. Kixon, just as an anchor, he can multi-frag. We saw it in Ancient. And then upper bomb side, actually, he's one of the higher, he's higher rated than Magisk on his CT side of Nuke. And also, Dexter, we saw him just be a turret, combat opping with the AWP as well against Eternal Fire. That is a problem they need to navigate.
Kixan has been saving Majisk's behind on that bomb site. In fact, when this map's about to start on the defense, I think Majisk is going to probably do his best 1x bet impression, but I love you.
But seriously, just try a
Like, I
couple more
haven't heard
ads.
that enough. You're putting me
But
off
do you
my
love
game.
me?
But is there anything Mouse can do, Dust? Just quickly before we get into the action, we got about a
I just
minute.
need to see a more diverse play style on their T side whenever they do get there. It can't just be all outer wall pushes. It can't just be one note. Like, you need to be able to play a little bit more decisively and stop being so timid. You're going to have to start going for plays, because here's my problem with this. Like, forget Nuke. You let Train through on this Veto, and you've never played it. So now you have to win out if you want to win this series, in my opinion. And it has to start on Nuke. And historically, these group of players are very comfortable playing Nuke. Jimmy loves playing lobby. He loves anchoring that ramp. You know, they're upper. Torzy, very comfortable, very good at being mobile defensively with AWP, as well as being a shotgun upper on the attack side. I need all of that all at the same time.
For me, it's very simple. Mouse, T-side, your game plan has to be, you got to condition. You cannot allow Nico and Dexter to be just stacked up on the upper or the lower bomb side. You got to, throw some fakes, make them uncomfortable, force them to go for plays. That has to be the playbook, or else you're going to be walking into a stack, and that's what Eternal Fire had to deal with.
I'll just say to Falcons right now, things are not going to go as well as they did when you played Eternal Fire. You will not be getting an opening pick every single time you're fighting for outside yard control. I want to see what the second stages are looking like, because they are still a fresh roster in their own capacity, and so it'll come down to the mid rounds from Kicksan, the voice from Nico, and for everybody to put the picture together.
We've just bought 2 minutes. I think there's a PC swap going on. So I can talk about Spinks. I feel like he's been a little bit subdued, a little bit quiet in this final so far. I'm hoping he's going to be able to pop off a bit more for them, because his firepower, his experience is vital.
Indeed it is. And again, I think this team is trying to use him in a more active way than what he had been used in the past. You know, they're trying to, sometimes on Vitality, he would just be kind of a lobby hole player, but now he's not that guy. He's going to be out in outer yard, trying to assist the rest of his team and getting some control. And Xerxes going to need him as backup, either to help him entry or to at least trade off of him to get some space. And so I think Spinks is pivotal, not only for just the way that they're trying to implement him tactically, but he's the veteran on the team next to Brolin. He is the guy that has the pedigree of being on stages like this very well with Vitality and hoisting trophies and doing big things.
And think about Vitality on Nuke as well,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Historically. So, I mean, here we go.
Yeah,
the
there
crowd
we
is
go.
staying with us. You're going strong right now. Wouldn't swap this crowd for anything.
100%.
Yeah.
One player I want to touch upon, T-side for the side of Mouse, Torji. We've said this again, without Shoei at the helm telling him what to do. That's when he was his best on the T-side. He's going to get his op in his hands at some point or the other. How much more impact can he find? Because if he doesn't, it might be a dunzo here on this map.
It's going to be tough for them, I will say. I mean, I think that really the bulk of the work for MOUZ has to be done on their CT side. If they're able to snuff out some of those opening attempts from the Falcon side, then things might actually go their way. But all in all, I don't know. I'm in some way, I'm getting a little bit worried for MOUZ. I feel like they put their best foot forward there on Dust 2. Falcons have now heated up into the series in the way that we expected them to. They're not just losing dumb fights. They look like they've clearly connected there. Like Bless said, I mean, Dust 2 was a warm-up, and now it really feels like you're getting the full force Falcon.
And I think the key component is, we haven't really seen Falcons grow into an arena run. They haven't had one. They look unflappable. Zonic looks more like his old self. All the criticism he's come in for. I'll tell you one thing, when he takes a time out, it seems to do something for the team. When he's
Maverick, thanks for the 11-month reset. Thank you.
Lost belief in him, even if the community have. And they seem to just be unflappable right now. A new level of confidence out of Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where the heroic core that make up Falcons weren't really known for their nuke, if we're being perfectly honest. But I think Nico almost single-handedly changed their ability to play this map just on how dynamic he is as a player. And it's on both sides of the map. Yeah, he can lead attacks, but it's also about how good he is at reading where he needs to be, and reading when he can go for retakes and how to play them. I think his diversity as a player really is what strength up their nuke, and also being that key second voice that they needed.
Also, looking at this guy you see on the camera right here, right? Tessus. He
So
can
right
be
now,
hit and miss. We've seen this.
somebody were to do 42, they'd be number one, and then it resets
arena
them
on
out.
day one as well. But if he's playing the way he is right now on Mirage, the way he was unbeatable. Like, you were not winning any duel against him. Now he's playing towards Ratman. It's going to be a problem. If he's going to be playing the way he did over there, I don't really necessarily see any opening, any weak.
Sounds like bait.
Oh,
absolutely, yeah.
Towards outside, right? You have Nico towards outside. Towards
I'll be more blatant
Nico
with
towards
it next
outside.
time.
You have Dex is going to be everywhere, combat opping. Where are you going to target?
Well, when they do target somewhere, Blair, they're going to have to do
I
it
fuck
like
with Yardbird and Venetian. Yeah, I love Yardbird. I just don't eat there much, bro, because it really requires a long-ass reservation time.
Firepower. We can trade efficiently. They didn't do it on Mirage. It's very uncharacteristic. They've got to obviously rally.
Usually, I'm streaming, right? And I'm not like,
on Falcons here.
We're not planning out our dinners that far in advance, and Yardbird is,
how is Zonic going to react? Because
for
he was
on the strip of Las Vegas, the food is affordable in comparison to other places, and the quality is fantastic. So,
working with the initial end score with Sappy, Mod, and Senpai.
It's usually bought out.
He's starting to prove himself. He's starting to prove that he can work with an in-game leader.
Also, if you don't make reservations, you're not getting in there.
Are the players doing too much, though?
Time.
So I want people to pay attention after the timeout. What are the shifts?
What are the adjustments?
Yes. Are they going to actually go for some different kinds of plays? Is he going to simplify things, throw in a curveball in terms of just a set strategy? Because Zonic has really been the ire of so many people that have just been hate watching watching Falcons. They've targeted a lot of that towards him.
Yeah, I'd say Yardbird's really good. Just make sure you're making reservations.
Have an ETA when we're going live. He didn't help himself with the media work.
No, not one bit. Saying that people are going to get their fair chances, but then they obviously were already out the door. It felt like
saying I never wanted that team that I said that I wanted and loved and adored. You know, it's
like
places
near the strip. I haven't.
Criticism.
Unfortunately, he created a villain
if you want to do a
himself,
Mikasa,
even though he
do
was such a
Kazeki
beloved and
Yuzu.
respected figure. I mean, you cannot
Spring
forget
Mountain.
that he has 5 majors, that he's
If
done
you
it with
hate
different
money-
cores, done it with different lineups. So for him
You
now to
hate
finally
money.
put the pieces together, I want to see the live environment,
Veto,
the
at the
adjustments.
top of
what
Fountain
I
Blue.
told you Paris didn't count.
Hey, Game Religion put a great fight on.
I didn't say it, but listen, I will say this for Zonic, right? The last 3 games he played, I'm talking about FaZe, Eternal Fire, and Mouse. The one thing that's impressed me a lot has been the prep work, right? The reason they've improved is they fixed their mistakes, and they've actually been doing a lot of prep in their opposition, how they're going to deal with it. We saw the FaZe game with Ancient, the way they handled it. They're like, okay, our B's weak.
Yeah, Badger, you have to make a reservation. It's a private elevator, and you can't even access the area if you're not on the list.
Let's be honest, this is one of the more
It's just like you just make reservations through their website, but you can't like,
so I'm very sure, or at least I'm
You're not going to like walk by it or just stumble in there.
I mean,
There's only like 12 seats.
For Falcons, for me, it was just a matter of time. Like we do with the core.
It's at the top of Fountain Blue, and it overlooks the mountains. Nori and I have eaten there once. It was great.
Of the end of last year, the Shanghai major.
We're trying to figure out when we want to go again next, but it's also it's pretty expensive.
And now they brought in Nico, just a superstar level player with loads of experience. And look, I think people slept on Mage just a little bit. Yeah, you know, Falcons struggled. Yeah, Mage just wasn't the same star that he was back on his Astralis days, but he is still such a functional role player in almost every capacity. We've seen him already have big moments this series. I think he'll have big moments again today, helping anchor the upper side defensively, helping attack from lobby, whether it be ramp, whether that be hut. He's a guy who can be a little bit of a playmaker in some of those solo positions and have the intuition on when to make a play and when to hold back.
It's more the experience than the food. It's both.
We're talking about Zonic all this while, right? I have to now ask, or rather, talk a bit about Cyclone as well.
Yeah,
we've been talking about Roland so much so far, talking about Spinks coming in with his
What did you do, the tuna cutting? The tuna cutting is off strip by night.
After getting absolutely ruined
by a fair
on their
amount.
map pick.
All right, we're about to get into
Cool
the
place,
game.
but I don't know
It
if I'd
is
recommend
time
it to most
Jabbi
people that
as
aren't
the team would
like.
say. And let's go back to Scrawny and Lotus.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. So good
There we go. We're getting the PC swap.
They asked for a little extra time.
Stop talking. Start game. Yeah.
One quick question. You're still
Can't believe Richard Lewis just stalled out like that so we could talk more, dude.
Cluj. Very clutch, guys. Connor was a little too shy to try that one.
I've been there, not doing that again. Nico to the P250 entry outer. That's what we've got in store for you. There's a world where you're all going to have to call off work tomorrow.
Prediction poll, it was up, but there was a huge tech delay. That's why.
That's true.
Day off.
Shut down the city. We're playing Counter-Strike. Nico long range, not immediately able to connect. We're going to get the ramp test.
What? Oh my God.
Wait,
what?
How?
How though? Okay. Well,
He's just teleported into the A site. They had no idea they were dropping vent.
did he just go through?
Underneath his nose.
Where did he come from? Was it through outside? Wow, that was okay.
That suddenly turns this one back on its head. Falcons look like
Hold
they had
on.
that A site completely under wraps. And how, with 4 players in that, do you offer
Did he walk through mini
a
smoke?
reopening for a retake? Now 4 versus 3, we're going to come in from both angles. Tess down beneath from heaven, and down goes Brolin. Xerxin going to make quick work of the climb over the box. Tess back sight. It's a little bit labored, and the CTs can't quite connect till Torji steps up. First one, easy. Bomb too far gone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a Falcons T-side pistol.
What was this called?
It was a little fake lower bait with him walking through mini, I
to the
think.
back of the site as Torzi is dropping down the vent. Player on the back had no idea. They thought this was just a setup phase around.
I mean,
this is going to be a full default. Everyone walking around holding angles. All right.
He saves pistol round. Saving armor, like dollar to dollar value is not worth it, but going in there and just losing it for free is pretty shitty feeling, to be honest.
We were watching Nico's duel. I wonder if it's a walk-through main while Nico's fighting outer.
Yeah, he did, I think.
Because, surely Torzi's door's closed. He's in front of the vent.
Yeah, no, it had to be.
Focused on watching Nico duel because that's all I want to do is watch Nico kill.
Yeah.
We'll get the force buy back for Mouse, of course. See what they can offer up. You know, as the desk so eloquently put it, this could very well be the beginning of the end. We've got Train as a 5th map never seen by Mouse. We've got Nuke where Falcons thrive. 5-7 up close though.
Oh my god.
Bit of struggle.
Zapping turtle.
Brolin able to lock down Squeaky Door. It's a good fight back from the force buy. Nico in the sight. 1v4 queued up. Now one player still smoked off. He goes towards the door. They
One kill.
This one. And Mouse make that force buy work.
God
Crushed at
damn.
every single peak. They tried the upper hit and, well, let that 5-7 ring off like rains in
That
the last
flash
match.
did not
My
land
goodness, shut
whatsoever.
down on the A site.
That just got really quiet in here.
Yeah.
There was no flash. What the? Is that no top hut molly either?
Exposing the Squeaky player. Works out for him. Jimmy then just layers up. Kills Nico as the last guy forward.
Going on hut on anti-eco is completely fine.
That takes a little
But
wind
you
out
have
of
to
the
do
sails
some
for
things
sure.
before you do. Like you should probably molly top hut. They mollied it? I didn't see it burning. Am I crazy?
We saw glimpses.
Yeah, like I
of a
assume
good
they did, but
day
I
of
didn't
CS
see it in the
out of them.
replay.
Great, insane shots. But on Mirage, he just wasn't needed. Now on Nuke.
Oh, okay. So it was before
this
that.
is
That's fine. No, that's fine. But
the
did they
litmus
flash?
test of
Because
all
I didn't
great
hear it in the
offers.
replay either. So
And
the
a
molly
map
was
that
just
has,
early.
Aptly brought up on the desk has improved with Nico.
Which that's fine. If you molly it early, that's fine because there's a window where you can get back up there and you're like,
and
you know,
I've
it's
always
fine.
said having Nico on Nuke is like having 6 players on a team. He can instantly make this map so much easier just by playing outside by himself on both sides.
You know, not just by playing by himself, but like Maui Snake put it, everybody who plays next to him simply gets better.
Not a good smoke. They will pop this. Chimpat has to be careful.
We'll see if he can fuel a charge into the ramp.
Flash out squeaky's too far. You can't lay it up or pop with just squeaky flashes. If that's what they were relying on, that's poo poo. Somebody griefed that round. I cannot imagine Kixon called that upper hit and is relying on just squeaky vent flashes late to blind people upper.
They do have 3 players that are extremely low. But this is just a matter of one more player getting caught off
It's like
guard.
not a bad
That's
one.
what
It's
they have
just
to be
like
worried about.
you're not
Spinks is
getting
making
some
a good
really
move,
important
coming
areas
back
if
to
you're
the
not
other side
throwing
of
some
ramp to make
skylight
sure they aren't
flashes
going
late.
headed. Exertion playing sneaky. He can't see everything.
I don't know. Surely this low HP costs them. Surely Xerxin just able to clean up. They figured out where he is. Nico gets killed trying to join them on lower. Match is unable to get that bomb down. Dexter also done for. Xerxin, solid 3K recovery. Majority alive there for Mouse as things look sketchy for a second.
It was, yeah, again, one bad smoke. You let someone get that close to a choke
I
point
think that's
over
his
on
bangs.
ramp, and
Is that?
they do a good job of
Did they
making
turn that shit
bait,
around?
displacing the aim as they ran through.
Or
on the
did he
other
write it
side.
back? Like, wait, I'm so confused because wait.
Towards he died, you get scary, but in the end, no bomb plan even.
When was the last
What
LAN
Mouse are trying
I
to do
played?
right now is break their awkward performances recently.
Like
at, Shanghai, they had
competing
5
wise?
straight wins
Oh
on Nuke,
man.
and 4
Like
of them
actual
were single
competition?
digits for the other teams. But
Had to be with one of
in their
the
last
stream
4
teams
games,
in
they've
Mythic
only
where we
won
were
once
almost in Pro
and
League.
single
It was
digit
either that
losses
one.
in
You
their
used to
3
play a LAN to
losses.
qualify
So,
for Pro League.
Not on form at
And
the
the
moment.
early versions of Mythic, we almost did that with the stream team. Like me, Adren Anger.
Because if I were
Lexipoo.
to ask you who 2 of the biggest breakout IGLs were in the last
Poland,
couple of
and
years,
then
who are the 2 people you really think of, Launders?
The man you mentioned,
There's
Shuhei
Fragadelphia
and
as well, but
Kixan,
if
who called
LAN in
Faith
general,
House.
if you count the 10 men we did during
They're
CS2.
here right now trying to prove that they can do it without Shuhei. And that is a possibility. We've seen what they're able to offer so far in playoffs, but I present a problem for them. Not only do you have to do it without Shuhei, now you have to do it against Kixan. These are the 2 big IGLs that have kind of put themselves forward in recent years. And a lot of the difference could very
Matt,
well
brother,
boil
I get
down
it that
to
you're
that
hate watching,
call.
but also it's really exhausting.
Props
So
to the players
figure it
on
out.
Mouse being
Thank you.
able to keep this system in place. They kind of switch out the head of the Gundam. And they have definitely figured out how to punch and kick.
Was that before or after the Industrial Revolution? Before, of course.
Thinking man's game. Mow down for Spinks. Xerxin gets 1 of the 5, but as you'd anticipate, Glocks don't do much.
That's nice.
Gotta
From the
babysit
perspective of
motherfuckers out here,
rotations,
man.
Covering each other, rifle work, everything, and keeping everyone alive. It's a good way to start building a lot of bank. It's the only way to fortify a CT side. CT sides are about streaking. If you can't build up economy for lost rounds, you've got incendiaries that are
Addison,
more expensive.
reposting the
M4s that are
same
more
copy
expensive.
pasta before is...
Damn, you got the Cadian jersey.
Shush. Thank you.
That's got to be off his back.
That you didn't even make.
Oh yeah, Trud's a new one.
Yeah. Insertion down to the bottom of the silo. Here we go. First guns for Falcons. It's a delayed attempt of a T-side.
And Kai, she's farming FPL.
Versus lesser weapons, but Desk spent ample amounts of time highlighting NiKo outdoors. I mean, Richard was shaking in his little boots.
Sad cat, there was once upon a time where I had a contract to play the game professionally and played it for a bit, and I got replaced by NAF because I suck.
Took a glance, but no commitment. Torzy's little bait works out, and he rotates in.
Spinks keeps his head down while boosted.
Oh, damn.
God, he got way too easy.
Spinks is feasting right now. Spinks is fucking feasting.
I just picked them apart. That was amazing out of Spinks. Another fluid moment of rifling.
I stand the full stream
stepped up to
sometimes.
the challenge of changing jerseys.
I get better energy when I do.
And putting together a wonderful honeymoon.
Holy shit. First Falcons fan.
Moment. Spinks multi-spray down. I mean, this is an individual level that looks strong from both.
Man,
and trying to tap back into what we saw on the start of this series.
The step up on that tall box right
Is
at the end.
Esportal or FaZe it better? I've never played Esportal. I think
moment of mechanics out of Spinks.
it was big
Insertion
in like
versus NiKo
Sweden
outside, currently
and
1-0
like the
for the
Scandinavian
CT.
countries.
But now NiKo's got that Desert Eagle, and NiKo with little to lose. Set up by Tesses, right? These two tethered so well back on the mid setups of Mirage. They'll try to get that going again. Quick run into the secret. Insertion's position's gonna very quickly catch Tesses off guard.
Oh, ooh. There's a message. Nice one, Insertion.
Oh, wow. Jim Pat over towards ramp. Last couple bullets connected to Kicksand.
The way Jimmy aims, I swear, it doesn't look like it's working, but then it's just like they die.
Any kind of openings. Just as fast as Mirage started.
Like sometimes he's super clean, but then he does that and still gets 2 kills. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's just
9
like
players alive in the last 2 rounds. This eco brings Falcons nothing. And yeah, it's only an eco, but it actually matters a ton. We're already breaching 10K on 3 players. Basically 4 here if you count Jibfat's $9,700.
I thought there was a very fair criticism by
feed
the
auto or
analysts
1080?
back before this
should
third
be
match
1080.
started, and that
That's
we never
1080.
really saw kind of, you know, well-timed tactical timeout from Cyclone.
Yeah,
and
you just watch
Brolin
the stream
trying
of
to
the stream,
adapt to
brother.
make a new
It'd be
call.
like that.
Where was that? You know,
Yeah,
Dust
yeah.
seemed pissed, and I think rightfully so.
That's something that we didn't bring up that we definitely should have. We saw moments where Cyclone had taken tack timeouts in some of the previous matches. They came out of it, tried to fix a couple things, but still, even for a coach, at the end of the day, it's the guy who gets to talk when the round is live is Brolin. And even off of those tack timeouts, you get some inconsistent. And the weird thing is that you can see the capability of Brolin in some rounds, absolutely as an IGL. But then in some others, it's just, I don't know, either a choice or he's just a little bit cloudy with it, or he's just, you know, obviously getting used to it.
And I think that's something that
everyone can support IGL. Calling
I
every
don't know why,
round,
but
though, is a
that
totally
PGL
different
right
job.
there with the yellow lighting on it reminded me of like a taxi.
Yeah, something I've brought up before about
PGL
the
taxi.
great IGLs
Takes you where you need to
of
go.
our time. Glaves, Kerrigans, and so on, is that they're systems thinkers.
Nah, bro, they're not even doing
And
new copy pastas.
as
They
the
just
game
ran
goes
this shit
on,
back
they
like 2
collect
hours
a little
ago.
bit more information. Their comms, their communication gets a little bit more complex, and they can organize 5 players within 15 seconds of a timeout and create a round that has the most subtle fake involved and just makes one guy turn the wrong direction on a part of a map that they thought was slightly vulnerable, only to subvert their expectations on another. And in those moments when we saw
On YouTube,
Mirage,
I think you get 1440.
where the
Yeah,
Miles would
sometimes
take
I just
lead
don't feel like
control
dealing
and
with the
stop and
people
wait
though.
outside
With
of
1440
connector
on
and not
YouTube,
do
you're
anything
usually like
else.
10 seconds
Those
behind, even
rounds
if
where
you
they're
speed
not
up.
working, Kerrigan would be working.
And their
Kerrigan
YouTube
would be
feed yesterday
influencing
was
alert.
giving me
He
some
would have
issues, so I
forced on
stopped
that
watching
in
it.
mid-control that wasn't going to win them the round alone. There would be ideas on ideas, and
Getting
each
like
one
the,
player on his team
oh, hey, Spinks.
wouldn't even be able to understand
Getting the
full
guys, hey,
scope
Flom,
of
you're
the
like
call.
10
You know,
seconds
that's
behind,
only
dude.
in his mind. He just tells you what you have to do, and then
It-
he
it
makes
kinda
it
just like,
look like
I
this
won't lie.
masterpiece of a round in the end.
It's exhausting.
And I think that's, you know, the influence of playing under someone like that could lead you to believe that maybe you could do it too.
Sure.
But there's only one Kerrigan.
Of course.
You know, and it's very hard to reach that standard. Oh my goodness.
Honestly, like we've seen delusional players
Holy shit.
play under great in-game leaders and think they could do it themselves.
Yeah,
I think
Holy shit.
Electronic, it happened to you.
See, we're doing all this quantum computing shit, but like, have you ever seen this before?
Playing for Kerrigan.
There was a content
like
piece
that's
at
cool
this
and all
event
Microsoft,
where
but
James
like
Banks sat down with Electronic and asked, you know, what
this
is the
is
system?
true
What is the
engineering
plan? And
right here.
Electronic rattled off 3-4 of the great CIS leaders that he has played underneath, and he's like, with all this influence and having watched them, you know, I think I could do that too. And then when asked about details of that system, he repeated something he's said sometimes now, and that is just, well, we'll see. Too late, man. Sometimes you got to hit the ground running. And I think it's cool that Brolin has shown us more than other in-game leaders that try to take up that responsibility. He can at least start faster.
Yes, for sure. And I came into this
bro,
tournament
his fucking one eye is tweaking.
I couldn't picture Brolin as an IGL, expected to see nothing, and we have seen great halves out of him. So it's not like that's the end-all be-all. Here we are casting him in the grand finals. There's something to say about that.
Man, it's crazy that Launders and Stronny called a timeout just to talk like this the whole time.
That were made to call. Kixen starting out in this role, looking like. And
that's crazy. You're really going to make us wait this whole time, Sonic, and then just
really
talk again?
Before he makes it to Paris semifinals. And a lot of careers are built off of runs like that. I mean, a lot of those rosters that no one could anticipate making it that deep. You have Gamer Legion when Shuhei called for them. You have a situation where...
Would rather have an ad right now? Yeah? You want me? No, I'm not running an ad. We're good.
And Ima come out of that and get.
But I will remind all of you to follow the Twitch stream, and if you're on YouTube, follow / subscribe, whatever you want to call it.
Without the IGLs,
like the stream on YouTube.
That called for.
Oh, damn. Scrawny's having a blast.
And now you're here. You have Kixen with his newest team and the most talent.
Launders having a very serious conversation with Scrawny. Scrawny's like, yeah!
With a stack of beer getting longer than ever.
I mean, I think that thing might reach us. You know, I've actually heard the rumor is we're going to get a return for all those cans, and that makes up the prize pool. So don't drop it. There's a chance we make a can train from here all the way back to Bucharest.
Holy shit.
You're saying that thing is 6 hours long?
Is that average or?
I'm curious, for how many of you out there is this your first Counter-Strike event?
Whoa.
And I think that's a testament to as to why we have to visit new cities, because Counter-Strike 10 years ago came to Cluj-Napoca, and in that time we all know what this thing grew into. And I think that's the beauty of what PGL have done here, bringing it back, taking a chance, and for you guys to show up. I just want to say on behalf of everybody involved, players, talent, production, thank you guys for showing up and being so goddamn awesome. You can see Torji on stage soaking it in. I hope each of you have made a friend so far this weekend. Sitting shoulder to shoulder alongside people who love this game as much as you is something special. That's Counter-Strike.
That's right. It's a vehicle for friendship. Some people who meet here today
oh my God.
will be friends for the rest of their lives. And you just get to watch some great games in the process.
Cue the music, dude. Wait, timeout. Wait, we're back. Come on.
Quick little tactical timeout after a delayed tech. We've got PCs switched out. Shout out to the admins. All the players behind the scenes that make this possible. 15 seconds or so, and we jump right back into this nuke. Can Falcons respond? That's the big question.
Abby, thanks for the 15-month primer. Thank you.
Again, beautiful picture painted.
I think we
by
just
the
switched
analyst,
PCs
but,
again.
A lot of that hinged on the individual
That took
level
quite a
of guys
while.
like Nico and Launders. 6 rounds in. Where is it?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had many rifle opportunities. We have a situation where Nico goes outside once, gets countered by Exertion because he half clears something. There's still more to give here, and it'll be another rifle to try it. This half is not beyond saving, but it is the start that makes you think it could end up like Mirage if they're not careful.
Ooh, see ya.
What? Spinks got spotted fully.
Wait.
Kind of turned his back to this.
I don't think he heard it. Land sound. Land sound.
Land
Land sound.
What? They heard him hit the ground.
Oh,
Down
man.
at a secret. I mean, that
Tessus
audio
is like,
cue
yeah,
somehow
okay.
goes unnoticed. And now we're starting to watch the Falcons get the kills that a lot of people hope they would. So,
Nah, he had like
This
a
one guy
spider cam
typed, and he's
view
exertion
of
hate watcher in the
Spinks
YouTube chat. He has
inside
not
me
typed
as
for
he
like
ran
6
off
rounds.
of the
He
metal.
should be here any second.
Jumped
I'll give him
onto
a
the floor
second.
by Unbreakable, which is a very standard thing to do, and Spinks heard it all. But somehow that wasn't calmed,
Patiently
wasn't noticed.
waiting.
I have no idea. Either way, you can see what one small moment can do to a round.
Bro did have to wait a
5v2
while.
now with Tessus up into heaven.
no, that's coming from a guy who's 11-2 at the moment, playing lights out at the start of map 3.
Oh, he was so confused when he heard Torzi running around because that was supposed to be the guy dueling him to cut him off from getting up there. But now things are going perfectly here for the Falcons. They can sow in all their seeds of paranoia on both the upper and lower side as the CTs have to pick very reserved positions.
Just don't mess up this bomb plant.
Yeah, well, with the amount of utility, you would think there's no way.
Spinks waits, Brolin catching a kill. This would have to be a 2 versus 5.
Yeah, it's a 2v3
Well, it's
now.
begun.
Nico's low.
Brolin, Kicksan is too. But yeah, Brolin and Spinks.
Yeah, they're going to save it.
Also,
That's smart.
I don't
It's
even know if
smart.
they want to think about this.
Nah, like, dude, it's
With their HP,
tempting,
that's
but
their own
like,
problem. They have
and they
lots
do
of
have money,
which is something.
but it's still so early in the half.
But
They
you
will
can
chew through
burn
this money
through
so
this amount of
fast.
money and have to save again in a half. It,
Launders!
said it would only take 3 rounds to do it.
I'm
But it is
talking
absolutely worth trying to kill as many exits as possible to make this the worst win
They
that
gotta
it
make
can
sure,
be.
you know, they don't die though. You think the beauty of it is, yeah, okay, you can still recover, but bombs gonna pop
Pre-watch.
and-
Sorry, guys,
Okay,
I
that's
saw
good.
this ahead of time. My
Yeah,
bad.
that's actually
would come out.
solid. Nico dies at the same time, and there's only 1 save now for the Falcons. So that's about as good as it gets here for Maus after the
My
start
bad. I
that
pre-watched
took
the whole
place.
thing. Sorry.
Yeah, let's run it back.
Yeah, how does 4 best of 3 sound?
Let's go.
5 rounds is where Maus will stall for a second.
Who wins?
we
Fuck
alluded
if
to,
I know.
so
Both
much
these
cash.
teams
I
are
mean, look at this
basically
rebuy.
just
Look
like
at
throwing
money that's
haymakers
still
at
left
each other
over.
and
We
see who
talked about guns
stands.
in Maus's hands for quite some time. That's what they've earned with the strong
Both
start.
teams are like,
even
your
with 2
ass
saves,
at the
right?
game, and the other team's like, no, your ass. And now we're here, and now we're seeing who's ass again.
$12,800.
Also has to be said, obviously last round boils down to like a weird moment. So if
Oh,
Spinks
he's
wants to
going
make up
for it.
that
Oh,
right
he's
now
going
by,
for it. He don't give a
maybe
fuck.
Charging onto the rooftop. Well, maybe this goes right back into Maus's hands, looking to make up for an awkward moment, let's call
Like
it.
I said, they're trading, like,
easier to
literally,
take
they're
control.
just
This is
like,
beautiful.
they're standing tall. It's like a Rocky movie right now.
What are you supposed to go do about a guy on T roof? There are no protocols to make this approach happen so early. Dexter's coming up with a bomb. And he has no idea where Spinks has gotten off to. But
Bro,
now
how
it's
does he
turned
see his
into
head
an
only and then the hit?
Ooh,
Okay.
not
Oh,
bad. That
my
actually
bad.
saves
Oh,
things.
wait.
Nico, he gets another lead. But there's one of the steps waiting. Jim Pat.
Nice to have 2 players downstairs. So the 1 kill on tubes is all that the T's
You're
have
telling me
to
this is
work
a
with.
power
Torzi
slap match,
gonna
basically.
Let his position be known, but there's a really nice tethering going on between players. We saw it with Jim Pat lower. Oh, and then almost Dexter, but he makes sound. That puts Brolin on high alert, and this is a moment
Damn,
for Spinks,
Spinks
who
is
is
not,
going
dude,
lights out
that's-
right now. 14 kills
Hey!
in 10. Big man chilling.
They are
Just hanging
by a
out.
thread. Wow, that's not a great rounds.
Well, it depends who you are.
Yeah, it is for Maus, but not after what we just saw. The instant 5v2 into what looked like, oh, maybe Falcons could somewhat recover the half, but then Maus are still rich. They saved 2 players last time, and now they get away with these aggressive pushes. Well, if anything, this is exactly what you want to see from Maus.
Yep.
They aren't even letting the kills come to them.
This is exactly what Spinks was supposed to bring to the table in order to springboard Maus not only back into playoffs, but to trophy lifts. And if he can't do it by instilling confidence into his teammates so that their performances individually look as good as they can, by God, he'll
Yeah,
do
and I
it on
try to
his
do
own.
both. I do want to, actually, I haven't mentioned this in a while, but
The moment
YouTube
he
chat,
is,
just so you
very
guys
little
know,
buy-up for Falcons.
I do co-stream
We
every
talked about
event,
that wealth of
but for
economy over on the
ESL
Maus
events,
camp. Unfortunately for Falcons,
because
it
of
only really
YouTube,
goes
it's
one
a
way.
YouTube problem. They're not trying to fuck me over, but I can't co-stream on YouTube
9
for
rounds
ESL
into
events.
play, he is 2-8.
So,
Yeah, and
if
if
you're
Nico's
bored
going
and
to
you
be
can
the
watch
reason
on Twitch
that
and
the
you like to
heroic
keep
core
hanging
can
out, make
achieve
sure you
new
guys follow the
heights on
Twitch
Nuke,
stream as
well,
well.
Can't get away with dying in
That might
situations
change
like
in the
this, and I
future.
think
I know
that
they're
even at the
trying to
revac,
change it, but it's a
Gunfire, so
YouTube media rights
What do they
thing.
got here? A clean cross with the 4 players left alive. The CTs have not.
I actually haven't mentioned that in a while, and I kind of forgot. I should mention that more when I'm doing both
Doubled up
streams.
on red
But
as well. Actually, this is quite a
just
gap.
kind of slips my mind.
It's very possible that Falcons get a little confused though, not seeing a single person, and start throwing utility to get into protocols.
There's no smoke though for the covering of the bomb plant. So
Who's bro talking to?
could come down
I
fast.
can't believe
You think I'm talking to a monitor, bro, and alone in my office right now.
Well, at the same time, can you? Because this is one of the criticisms we have for them sometimes.
Yes, this is that's kind of wild. This is a moment where it's opened up on the cross.
So Falcons
even
suddenly
if they didn't see anything, they know that it could have happened.
Trying to lean into these positions, going to force Mouse's hand at a retake.
And there's still a lurk here, actually.
Took me days to realize. Yeah.
And door swung. That's going to get stopped instantly. 5 versus 3 looks comfortable until a double kill comes back. Oh, Falcons.
Wow,
tiptoe their way
dude.
onto a completely empty site, and we're left scratching our heads, asking where the hell was
I mean, they're
Mouse?
trying to be patient and just set up that 5v4 retake, but
full credit to Falcons for not
was-
overthinking this. They didn't see anybody. No one put pressure on them for control steps. No one was there in decon. They walked up, took all the map control, no response. But what is this from Mouse? There are 2 cross
Hope you get it
smokes
sorted
outside.
out. Well, it's
Seriously,
not up to
you
me,
just
so.
killed someone on silo. People walk the cross sometimes. You have no one starting secret. You don't see anybody anywhere. They double up ramp, they give up outside, and they play as if they're the ones who are down 4v5.
It's whenever ESL can figure out all their media stuff with YouTube
Where is the
and media
prophylaxis
rights
in
and
a
all that.
situation like that? If there's a gap, it doesn't matter if you have confirmation, you still have to fill the gap, especially when you're up numbers. You can always afford
Birch
to have someone
S6 to the
downstairs who's
48-month
got a
farmer.
5v5
Thank you, thank you,
setup.
thank you. Appreciate you, boo-boo.
Mistake made. I do like that Mouse instantly called that pause. We'll see what Cyclone can try to adjust. But there's no denying that when you had almost all of
That
the
was such a
economy
clean
from
round,
Falcons
man.
bottomed out, they would have been walking into this
I
round
don't
with
even
a
hate
safe.
that Mouse did that. That's
All
just
you
like
had
how
to do
that
was stop
goes,
them
but
on
you.
that B site with
That's
a
less
man
of like a
advantage,
misplay
and you
from
would be
Mouse and
looking
more
at
like a
Falcons with nothing. Now,
good
it's a
resolve
3-round lead,
from
6-3.
Falcons. Because if you're
Falcons with
5v4, you don't
cashback.
want to be in lower, like giving
I guess
those
the
Tech
silver
9s
lining
like
is
some
Mouse still
space
have a
and
ton of the money that they
some
were
duels.
able
The
to
problem
grow
is you
early
get
on.
I think they're just scratching their
bombed
heads
up at
just a
ramp
bit.
there and. Oh.
Gold.
Why did you say it just like that?
Fast. I believe that's a "We Want Ancients" chant.
So we had one gift of a round, sort of, with that missing the Tess jump.
Yeah.
They crushed on that one. Then we have this follow-up, clear mistake in from Mouse, into the tack timeout. Very important. Another opening duel here, one. That's Zershin outside. He's been giving us those.
Yeah,
Wait.
he's going to have to also best Nico, who
Oh
is
my God,
op.
Nico's so hyped right now.
When the rifle doesn't work,
Listen.
neither does the op. Usually.
Nico said I'm 2-8.
We'll see
Dexter
what
died.
can
He
do.
said, "Let me get this."
We'll give Nico the benefit of the doubt. He can do
He said,
everything
"Give me
else.
this."
Yes.
But right now, Spinks is wasting not a moment. I love the aggression that Spinks has been
And
able to
Spinks
offer, not
is
just
going
once inside
insane,
of lobby.
bro.
See ya. Zershin's gonna get another one over top of Nico, and there is finally some kind of a response back. That actually does open up the possibility of a lower drop. Flashbang at the feet of the Opera on rotation. Do Falcons test the waters? Into hell they'll go.
Beautiful moves out of Tessus.
Oh.
2v3.
Torchy, that's so
Over rotation
unnecessary, bro.
downstairs here.
Now this time they're here,
Yes.
and they get here ahead of time. We get that smoke. To
I'd
trickle
actually
down
be
onto the
so
site,
mad at
50
him
to
if
the
I saw
clock.
that
Tess
afterwards,
scouring
bro.
Backside, looking for some kind of a kill. They're gonna go Danish.
Oh,
Tess
man.
has done it
There you
again,
go.
but he's lost his
Luckily,
teammate.
Zershin's going
That's the
crazy.
thing. Reload.
Yeah, there you go.
Zershin able to jump on him before the gun was ready to go, and the
That
two
is- that
surviving
was-
players here for Mouse.
No,
We've
that's-
gotta talk
those are
about
the
these
type of
performances,
decisions that
'cause
just
Spinks
tilt me
was lights
because,
out to
like,
start this,
Yeah.
15 kills deep
People
already.
hit nice
Now
shots.
we're talking
Sometimes
about
you get
Zershin
put
up
in
to
unlucky
12-3.
situations and shit, but
No,
that's
it's
just
been amazing
like.
from him, and it was him at the beginning of the
That's
last
just
round as well.
completely
To get
not
that kill
needed.
outside.
Like,
He's
I don't
killed
know.
Nico twice. He killed him up on silo. He takes out Dexter this time and turns Nico into the Opera.
Oh.
This is, I mean, you
Shadow
can't
Bun,
ask for
thanks
much
for the
more from that
42-month
perspective.
farmer.
It's still
Thank you.
7-3.
Zerfer, thanks for the 15-month resub.
He's
Thank
also
you.
4-0 in opening duels right now, Zershin, and I think that comes at a cost directly of Nico. Fast one. They're going to try to charge out hot. Spinks isn't ready, but luckily for him,
Oh, they
teammates
gotta
to
cancel
cover
this.
all around the bomb site, and all it ends up being is a ton
And-
of damage, and not a single foot
Wow.
step forth into that A
You
bomb
know,
site. Mouse
Falcons
are making mincemeat of Falcons
have had a
on this
couple
defense.
moments
Yeah,
where it
making it
looks
look like they
like
were
you're
looking to get
impressed
those
with what
three.
they do and how they manage the round.
The pause.
But my
It's
God,
looking
Mouse
good
is just
now.
Both these teams are just doing like the same thing on different maps. It feels like.
Of his career. But here with eyes from Torzy.
Like we have a role reversal right now, right? Every time Mao's got a couple rounds on that Mirage, somebody just steps up on Falcons on Mirage and just bodies them, and it's just.
But the player quality is.
Feels like I'm just seeing the same type of, style of plays happen on different maps.
Train
I
is
hope
the prophecy.
So. Train.
Does Cluj like Train?
Best of 5 grand final finish on Train. I like the way that sounds.
I don't know if I'm ready for that.
We're not putting the potted plant on my head.
Well, choo-choo, son.
X is consistently bad, though. He's the second best player in Falcons this playoff run.
Fast move.
He's like one of the highest rated players in playoffs. I think he's like second highest rated, only behind Nico.
Waiting out that utility, but they do
I say this as a Dexter. Very. People call me a hater.
Oh, the bomb gets by.
Oh, he split the uprights.
Tech9's going to go to pressure the double doors. Now, soon enough, Tessas can try to deal with the upper, but Torzy able to push forward before anybody can attack him from the back. Jimpat up in the rafters. Torzy right here with him. Nico's given a chance, and now Nico
and Tessas, dude, they're just making these messy rounds work right now.
Player for Falcons upstairs. Dexter can take his sweet time.
He doesn't want to, though, does he? Comes in for the peak. That makes it a 3-on-2.
Spinks drops.
Spinks keeps going.
Oh my God! Why is Nico quick switching? Was that a spectator thing? Oh my God! Wait.
Spinks offers up the distraction.
Oh my God!
Done to deal with that one player.
Spinks, Jesus Christ, bro.
CT side.
I am familiar with your game.
Picture for Nico on
and
this
map. My bad.
It was a game of patience, and no one plays that game better than Spinks. Amazing half out of him. Again, new addition here to Mouse. 9-3 on the CT side. Yes, some weird moments, but overall the output was extraordinary. The pick plays.
Why is Spinks watching that angle? He's cheating. What do you mean?
Exertion at the helm of that, and he is the guy who's always in the untradeable spot.
Pretty sure he made a footstep.
If he plays well, you win by a wide margin, and that's what we're getting out of Exertion. Cyclone Tack seemed to solve it.
Oh, good shout out.
Yeah.
It's something that the desk wanted to see more of.
Is there a consistent way to drop vent to challenge like that? No, you just, the best way to drop vent is with your balls out and them hitting the vent at the bottom first. Because if you don't, you're not going to survive.
Now we've got the situation where a pistol and a CT side for Falcons could make them look like geniuses.
Going down the vent is just a crapshoot. So just be locked the fuck in, shoot your shot, and laugh if you die. Ideally, never go down there if you think somebody's holding it.
13-6.
If you have no other options, just fucking get in there, bro.
Map?
Do some dumb shit.
It's kind of a good way to start a best of 5, though. There's something brewing.
Getting back on schedule.
But ideally, you never want to rotate vent. Like, that's the real answer.
Here we go.
If they have vent control,
anybody could take this from Falcons.
Don't go there.
And pistol could kickstart the comeback, like you said, making them look like geniuses to show some resilience in the face of an unexpected challenge. Obviously, Mouse don't want anything to do with that. Spinks brimming with confidence after his first half. There he is. Finally, a glimmer of what Nico can offer, but he can't do it all. Magisk is already down to 8 health, or can he? Nico!
Oh my, Nico's had enough.
And you saw what he wanted. A little energy from the team. Fifth one. It is Bosnian brilliance. You want it?
Nico said, hell no, bro. Y'all got lucky. He said, hold on. He said that whole fucking T half was some bullshit. He said, fight me.
He looked down the line after that frustrating first half.
I swear, sometimes dually bullets just disappear. I think people do two things with them. They don't respect the recoil enough, or they respect them too much. Like what I've noticed as a dualies guy that usually use them for our team, and I'm usually pretty good with them. If I fuck up, it's because I actually...
You could see him on the camera
talking
to his teammates.
I pull down too much.
Kind of gesturing. Like, talk more.
Yes.
That's what
like most, like you want to respect the recoil from the dualies, but really they're not as crazy.
So that's what we just got. Mason, he's 8-11 now.
I've been doing a lot better with the dualies, just like focusing on keeping like instead of aiming like in the center, like here, you know, like
one guy
right
who
across
do it
the
to
top
him right now.
Doesn't this just have a makings of oh, nice ace, bro?
Sylvian with the gift of sub to Nico. Thank you, appreciate you. Real Nico, that's crazy.
But that would also bank on Nico putting his head up over that staircase, and
It's
also
the view
for
model.
Spinks
Yeah,
to
dude.
hit the dirtiest deagle
Dualies
shot
like
of the
kick
series
up
so
like they're
far.
about to smack your face.
And it looks like that
Like,
waiting game starts to favor Falcons.
It's a game of patience versus Nico, not Dexter, so that
True.
swing may never come. There it is. Look at the timing on this guy. 45 seconds. They haven't cleared outside. He knows he has the right to come here.
Speaking of Dexter, where's he at?
When it's been quiet approaches from Mouse, that's when Falcons look their best. And Tessa's here on ramp. Blam mentioned him.
Playing on top of this box and ready for the push through. Looks to maybe try to get a little more. He's got Dexter to work with him. And you'd anticipate nothing really here out of Mouse, but they will still find one Glock kill. Frag grenade hits all three, almost kills them. And look how fast this guy's into the action.
Oh, they're taking
Nico
more
wants
damage.
a piece of ramp. Dexter and Nico will kill two, but a bomb plant is a great silver lining. Magisk isn't here fast enough to stop it. We'll jump through for the frag, so that's Falcons to get a fifth. Converting pistol.
When I spam dualies, my girlfriend always looks like, what the fuck you clicking so much for?
Once we see how things go down.
Yes.
But
yes.
better late than never.
Yes.
I could say, I'm not going to
Okay,
say it.
money matters here. Bomb plant's a small win.
She's just wondering where that effort is normally. Okay, brother, that's what I'm going to tell you.
Not just a fourth round. It feels a little bit different.
Sorry.
Maybe.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
I'm not sorry. But that's
Is this going to be the first comeback of the grand
Your
finals?
girlfriend's watching you play Counter-Strike. She's like, what the hell, man?
No, you guys are some Falcon fans in here.
First time we've had to say that.
Dexter's first time getting cheered for.
Somebody had to tell him.
Charming about
Bro's not picking up on the
Especially after
signals.
his time away from competitive
We've all been
play,
there.
Very well could have been one of the guys lost to the history books of Counter-Strike. Wouldn't be the first, won't be the last. Nico kind of invites this swing out from Xerxin. Oh, but Spinks hot on his trail, double kill into the A site. Got a teammate
Damn,
still
Spinks
to work
is
with.
still going,
from
dude.
Spinks.
Oh my
2 kills here
God.
on this round.
We've got another double up inside sight. Offers that frag grenade to main, which nearly kills the top performing Mouse member. Magisk still looking for contact, has almost killed Spinks.
Little bait going on back here. Magisk looking to peek. He has to play a little wide at all times. They're coming in slow.
Tessus trying to get into this play as well.
They
Will
might
they
forget
buy it?
about him now.
That M4 is going to now be found out. Tessus only got one. Dexter's chance to clutch. 5 health versus 9.
Damn, Spinks has done so much, and he now has to win a
No impact
1v1.
grenade here. Spinks switches to the M4.
Sliding forward, when's it come? Nobody knows until Dexter strikes him down.
I love the X-ray off there.
Ice cold from the back of that bomb site, and it has to be said, that was a lot of bodies inside of A,
It's not a repeat,
and it looked
truth
like
hurts.
Mouse wrote off the possibility of 4 standing strong within it.
Best part of this round
Man.
is Spinks, of course, because not just one kill, but the perfect pre-aim here. Top hut, taken out Kicksand, makes this very scary. All their front sight control goes down, but equally so. It's the bait on the back of the site with 2 players. Dexter dropped into full commit.
Yeah, like I know people talk about the crowd shooting stuff and all are always worried about the noise, but like genuinely, I like, you know, obviously not all the time, but X-ray being turned off in certain clutches just in general is really enjoyable. I think people forget how hard the game is when they watch Pro CS because the X-ray.
Dexter's already clipped the front runner. Easy repeat for the second. Tessus now doesn't have to stick around. Could choose to. May very well catch them off guard or
give up a M4.
Like it loses the like
because now you lean on Kicksand,
what gets lost sometimes with X-ray on all the time is just the speed in which everybody's dying.
But that Tech-9 continues to tap it back into the realm of possibility. Nico on the single door swing, but he doesn't offer up the death just yet. Doesn't want to fall like the others already have.
It's a golden opportunity for Mouse, but it won't be easy. Brolin is so low.
They're going for the fight, dude. They want to sign up for this. That is a huge dink. Now suddenly they're going to go trying to swarm into Nico. Low health.
Oh, wait.
His hands on that M4, and he gets
Oh
it
my
in the
God.
last few bullets of the
He has
mag.
a, oh
Now
my God,
up
how?
against
How?
Dexter. Up in hand, nade, dodged, flash to get him out. He tries to interrupt, peek around the smoke, and he's got it. Back on top of bomb. Falcons take a 7.
There was no
I mean, like, I know why he did that, but also,
full kit of utility.
damn, that looked bad.
Had the smoke to his name.
Bro really thought he was in a movie right there, and he was Rambo.
Electricity. Do you truly think that Mouse are going to lose this lead and lose the chance of pushing it into Ancient?
Good from Dexter though to actually put his util to work right there. Like
rounds like this, no shot.
And by his util I mean to drop one singular smoke, but
just ruins him.
what the fuck? The crowd's like, yeah.
Y'all got any more Facebook memes? Or?
No, careful. Clipshire, thanks for the 10-month primer. Careful what you wish for.
Wow. 2-round game now, Connor. And I just want to draw attention here to another 5-man setup, okay? T-sides with too many 5-man setups. And you start to think they're losing a little confidence in the default, going a little bit too much for rushes. CT side for them looked phenomenal because you have to split up and they could just go for one tactic. That pretty much worked the entire time to get Exertion his frags. But if you want to take down Kicksan, who's not an elite IGL yet, but has the makings of one, you're going to have to try a little harder. Also, Nico, support IGL on this team. Can win a game of nuke all by himself, as we saw on the pistol. Mouse have to come at this game full strength if they want to close here on T side.
Nico started this second half with only 3 kills to his name. He's trying to recover. But as long as he tries to play catch up, with things like that.
That's the pressure on the cross you want to see. And listen, here's a moment for Falcons that now, we had the same situation. They left lower completely open.
Sorry, Launders, I really like you, but that was
Nico, even though he doesn't get a kill.
Molly in front of Tessus.
They have Tessus here to hold control side, which is so paramount to making sure the B site is under wraps.
Unsubbed. Sorry.
Take it back upstairs.
Please resub. I need my mansions. Thank you.
No.
Feels like they're going to size up this
site.
Oh,
Tessus, the flash.
Oh, that's so good.
Incredible flash dodge right there.
Now they're going to try to get the pressure going. That is nice. Opening the door and getting Torzy onto the angle. The better the Opper, but Tessus very quickly sweeps away a second.
Oh, he didn't want to plant open to double. Yeah, they didn't have control
Torzy was
side.
still back within that single door. So
oh man, Mal's falling flat right now.
Recovery in a similar round. The problem being 15 seconds on this clock.
I mean, good luck with this. Don't you want to save?
There was some really clean, minute moments in this round for both teams.
Yes.
A, Tessus dodging that flashbang. B, door swing into Dexter, holding the angle, and still Maus come out with it. Falcons has turned this game upside down.
Completely.
1 round apart.
5-man again.
They got absolutely bodied, and then Nico aced them. And then it's just been all Falcons.
It redundant?
It's too one-dimensional, too one-note. In isolation, it's not bad to have rounds like that, but it cannot be the entire map of your half.
Launders?
Not when Nico sees cross smokes and actually gets suspicious like Mouse did it. Puts pressure down on the cross, calls for the early rotation.
I don't know if I agree with that. Remember the round that they lost that they opened with. I do think that we haven't had a ton of gun rounds yet. We'll see what they do in this round.
That's why you need to pressure top mini while you're taking that control to push Nico back. You can't let this guy see
that round. I'm not like disagreeing, but I just feel like from like what they called, they've called some different looks so far.
In behind this cross just yet. Deeper wall of smokes. Torzy on the hunt. Now he knows that he's got Nico pinned in behind Unbreakable. Dexter's going to go hunting, looking for something elsewhere. And that's going to cost him. Jimmy comes out from the corners of Squeaky.
Okay.
And one of the best situations we've seen from this T side so far, but Brolin almost caught off. He still delivers
Nico looking like me.
Magus now from behind that Tetris box holds the line.
And Jimmy won't come out.
He's got support.
Well, he smoked. If he did, he'd just die anyway. Nah, that was actually smart.
Has to be
it feels really bad.
First one's easy. Now we've got that up on the runaway, and Tessus will give Torzy time to run.
Oh, Tessus is not scared. Torzy is trying to do something different. Turning, watching his back, but he gets away to lower. Tessus still has vent control to his name. Torzy can turn this back up into heaven if he wants to. Tessus can split the difference and play by Squeaky. Let Torzy go for the plant if he wants to. But Torzy, he's got to take a gamble, and if he gambles upstairs, he will probably pay greatly. Torzy, what's the decision? Executive choice.
Down to 20. Knows he can't take a single bullet from this AK-47. And when I look at the tools that Tessus has for this job, that's a smoke flash kit all ready to go.
Torzy going to go for the last second plant lower. TeSeS was hoping that this was going to be an upper hit. He's still going to be a fast
crowd, don't do that.
once
Come
this plant
on.
takes place.
It's a huge health advantage for
Fine.
TeSeS.
He knew it was lower anyway because of the time, but still.
Torzy.
TeSeS slow on the approach. I
Don't
want
do
this
that.
crowd silent.
Look at the crowd shushing others.
It's all about the op shot. One
That's
op
good.
shot needed. And that's the one you get. Torzy, that
Fucking
entire
Scrawny letting
time
them know, and
he's
then
standing
people
onto a
shushing the other guys.
doorstep.
You like to hear it.
Knows one bullet makes a world of difference.
That's fantastic
The
stuff.
flom information
Man,
goes both
Brolin's-
ways. Sound does.
Brolin gets
Literally
these key kills
chanting out
sometimes.
B.
He gets
Not
caught
cool.
off guard
Okay.
by Nico, crossing into Mini with the bomb, and no one there to trade him. Instantly snaps back and gets that frag.
Raythor, thanks for the 46-month
They fragged
reset.
their way
Thank
out of
you.
it.
Torzy trying to be that saving grace because
Don't be-
the big
don't be
question
stupid,
was,
Jenna.
can Spinks in his individual performances be
trolling-
enough to thrust
he's
this
trolling my
roster
goddamn chat.
into trophy lifts? And it wasn't looking like it was enough to crack through this CT side, but a little runway offered to Torzy. And of the rest of the pack, he is the guy that struggled the least on stage, right? He has been trying to be the engine of getting Mouse to break through. Well, there's a clutch, maybe inspired by Spinks' 23-10, that could, and I only say could, get them back in this because it is both teams, all the money on the line.
Man, they're so broke. Look at them. We got a MAC 10 on the T side for the team who just won an MP9 from
Oh, they're
Falcons, who are
they're
trying to
popping.
buy up again. Everything can come down to this
Outside
round.
smokes. Make it look the same, but we're going straight into an upper hit here. Spinks has dropped off his nades.
Both teams will be crystal clear on this. Face press
Door
up
nades from
against the
Xerxin. Brolin with the hut
Just
nades.
MP9, he's gonna have 2 to go. He's pressing in. He's not able to finish.
Magic knew the hit was coming. He
tries
had to go
jump
for
back,
that.
And they will jump right back
Oh,
into
man.
an A site that's lost its defenders. And the
Looking
Heaven player
comfortable
doesn't
in
wanna
that.
make this move.
There's too much
Very
value. They've gotta
comfortable
get
out of
here.
Mouse.
This is Mouse instantly winning the round.
They just take that timing, little bit of timing, and you know what it's offered by? Magic's gonna push.
The
They got
micro
pushed with
in
5
that
kills to
round
his name,
is
drops
what
the
I'm
ball for
talking
the
about when I
first
say they
kill,
look
and flood
comfortable.
into that A site.
I'm glad we got
The
this moment at
spacing when they
Torzy
got in the
because
hut
on
looked
that last lower
good.
hit where
They're
the
not
5-man
rushing
crossed
through the hut
outside,
clear.
Torzy
The
was
timing
only
of
one who
hut,
got the
they
kill
weren't
that
even
could've brought
like.
that round back to fruition. It was an
I
amazing
know
cream into control.
I know it
with
seems
Dexter
so
watching.
fucking stupid to like mention
And he hit
things
that
like
shot.
that, like,
He
but
hits another
that
key
type of
one
stuff
in
matters
the
so much.
one-on-one
Like
versus
even if
TeSeS.
Spinks died
Totally
there, he was
changes
gonna get
the
traded
makeup
so
of this half.
easily that round, and
The
Xerxin was
reality
gonna
of the
get that
future.
door kill 100% of the time.
Muddies the
The
waters
way they were set
entirely
up,
for
like that
Falcons,
was.
even though they've made this partial comeback
That
here on
was
CT
perfect.
side. It's actually still very fortunate for
Very
Falcons.
comfortable
This is a
hit
round
out of
where
them.
they
That
know
was-
we're
that
gonna
was nice
lose all
to
5
see.
players.
Keith, thanks for the 22-month primer.
Still,
Thank
it's nothing
you.
but silver linings and a gut-wrenching feeling as Mouse look to break through.
I know, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how
have
else
to
to
be
describe it.
extremely
Like, as
careful
somebody
with
that
that.
tries to call things all the
But no
time, right?
surprise, you
Like,
have Spinks having the game he's having.
when you're
and
seeing
he wins his
teammates
duel
drop
versus
nades,
Magic, either way,
silently
Magic's
move down the
hoping
ladder,
someone
then
comes
lead
into
out the rush
fight.
and
That
have
one
proper
kill
spacing,
gonna
like,
stop
all
things.
together.
He's the one who's
That
5 and
type of stuff
15.
can get
Spinks
lost
is
in
at
the
the top
sauce in, like,
24 and 10.
high-pressure situations, comms.
What to play, what to play.
And it matters a lot.
How can Nico get freed up? Well, you put a scout on an full dedicated outer. This could end up letting Nico hold A, right? Clearly in the last round, that is problematic. Is Nico enough of a recovery? No, so TeSeS gets active on his own.
That's
and
a high
that is man advantage here for Falcons.
And this was the only thing they added to this round. It's now a 4-man cross. The one guy who's waiting in trophy goes down. And there's still
Damn, bro,
pressure
they are
here.
getting fucked. Oh my god.
Easy
That's
spam
just
for
brutal,
Nico. He's
man.
been just
That is
thriving
brutal.
with that damage time and time again. Kixan can lean down, be the early warning sign, but what
Wait,
if
they might come back up.
Oh.
Brolin has a way to route down through vent instead. That A site looked prime for the taking. What if he goes back? Because right now, Xerxin's testing lower at the same time. Brolin, oh, he's got a blind.
Oh, no!
In front of him, Kixan down to 3 bullets.
Oh,
He's
my
not able
God.
to stop this. Now we're
Everybody's
looking at a
dabbing,
recovery.
bro.
Nico sees them up along the wall. Dexter gets his. Up shot connects.
Oh! He was trying to avoid it so bad.
Shooting bullets at gold, man.
He
Not
didn't know what
wasting
to
any ammo.
do.
Tapping
He's so low.
to
If
the
he peeks, they get
on the
collided,
cross.
but his teammate's dying. What do you
ridiculous.
do? You have no, like,
Any more HP and he gets away with that. It's a round that starts 4v5 here when Jimmy gets spotted by TeSeS. Another key moment for TeSeS in this series. Timeout here for Falcons. And this close game gets closer.
He had 10 bullets. True.
That
Next
round
time I'll
was
tell
just to keep it
Xerxin.
alive, though, for Falcons. They were taking on water. They had very low money, even lower than Mouse did.
That's just plot armor for Nico right there.
Those at least win clean on their upper hit with this lead.
Xerxon, don't peek. He's almost out of ammo. Your teammate's gonna die anyway.
Aggression up into the trophy room, just finds Jimmy along the wall. Look how easy it looks for Nico. And this lineup, I mean, when I saw this peek up in front of him, dude, if Xerxon has a bit more health, maybe that isn't as easy for Nico. Maybe we're talking about Mouse sitting on 12.
But yeah, that's right. You don't just let people cross. You don't even let
Nico
them
was
think about
like
it.
2 and 10 or some shit, right? At half, or like 2 and 12.
Struggling bottom of the pack. Kixen and Magisk have left a lot to be desired.
3 and 11. Okay.
But core for core, Falcons keeping up. 4 rounds left in regulation. Nico finally gonna try to change things up a little bit. We'll see if that Dexter shot from a long range distance goes ahead to set up this. Oh, denied! Brolin just takes his head off. And all that pressure
Yeah, because he's holding control window, Coconuts. That's why he's on that side. Like holding like that.
Have to make up for the loss of Nico. Can it really be Kixen?
They didn't have control side, brother. I don't know if like you just didn't realize that or what, but yeah. Oh man, these uppers are just working.
Okay, that's amazing. Mouse will take 12 off this round. There's no chance of Falcons getting back into this site.
Wallman, thanks for the 81-month reset. Thank you.
And in these one-on-one
situations, Kixen and Magisk right now are getting absolutely ravaged, dude. 5 and 17, 7 and 17,
both sides.
31 and 44 ADR on your upper players is.
Or with Brolin on this round.
Oh, they're gonna go for it late. Oh, they are
not letting Nico build any momentum. He sits here still. 14 and 15.
1 round to go. We saw.
Whoa! Wait, they come in super late. Oh, they were trying to drop someone in the back of the site, but yeah, that's kind of wild considering their money. But okay.
Yeah, costly, right? For what? Remains
Scrim,
the question.
thanks for the 10-month reset. Thank you.
1 round to go, we see Nico added into main instead, right? Freed up by Dexter and Garage.
No, Spinks is having an insane final.
Defense. No Nico as he goes back to red.
Might be the best individual performance I've ever seen out of Spinks. Like, and that's saying something. He's had some great ones.
Like, this watching the side of Mini. They're doing their cross smokes. Nico did have a good timing to peek.
Like, I don't.
He does that to people all the time.
It's an unexpected turn of events in the first half. And it's an eventual close by the looks of it here in the second. Mouse could damn well be walking into Ancient with 2 maps in their back pocket because we know
he was
that
missing last 2 maps. Well, for everybody on their team was missing Mirage, bro. They had like 5 kills max.
We know that Ancient can be competitive.
I don't remember Dust 2. I know Xerxon was rolling.
Lo and behold, Nuke
oh yeah, he was big chilling on that map.
Nightmare map here for Magisk. They need him to be the up ranker. It's simple as that.
How long did Spinks sign for? Considering he got bought out and then he was so then re-signed
with the other iterations of Falcons.
Usually, guys, it's like 3 years. I don't know if that standard has changed.
You know, always wanted to see him back in the upper anchor position.
That doesn't mean he'll necessarily be there for 3 years, but
kills, 0-4 in opening duels.
Maybe it's on HLTV. They sometimes like have the contract link now if it's public.
Wouldn't be surprised if we get another. The pace from Mouse has looked lethal. A chance to jump on it.
I don't know if that standard has changed either from 3 years to shorter.
Head hunting, but he will be clipped out by Dexter. It's a change up in the position. Brolin takes over Garage. There's more bodies where the first one came from. Dexter, be careful. Chucking grenades out. But already now, Mouse, they've got this information.
Short version, don't know. Most players and most orgs don't sign anybody to just 1 year, so I'd be a little surprised.
The thing is,
feel pretty confident saying probably 3, could be 2.
And while it may be 5v4, it's also Magisk, who's been near non-existent throughout this third map, sitting on just the 5-7. So Mouse will use that clock as a resource.
This is an interesting setup. It's a big commitment by Nico because he won't be able to help out upper really quickly. But if they do go outside, he's a genius. And if they're going for
probably
the
6.
Right now,
no Brazilian contracts here.
So far back,
he could literally win this round.
Fucking Fury moment.
Kill, but here comes Spinks, heavy hitter.
The heaviest so far on Nuke. That's a little weird angle. Can't quite get him. There it is. E taps away.
Oh, he dinked him.
It's got to go sailing.
Yeah, not quite that strong, brother. Dexter attacks with the sidearm, and that's going to take a second.
Oh my God.
They tried to tiptoe their way out into the yard.
Oh, it's done.
For a moment there, Mouse looked lost.
Man.
For a moment.
I want to be critical of Nico, but every single round he's put himself in the spot where the T's are coming. And this round, he avoids danger in such a way they look more lost than ever. They walk right by his angle. He takes a risk in getting out here. Him and Dexter pair incredibly nicely. That's a pretty fortunate P250 shot, I'll say that. But the hot swap to the op was a nice look from Dexter.
And the unfortunate trade-off.
Well, Dexter has his P250 out there, right? Because there's a guy top AC above him, so he's assuming there's danger close type shit.
But they're actually taking it to ramp.
And they're going to try to test Nico and Tess. Those aren't
They're not going to know there's two down here. They're not going to know he's down here.
On the brink of victory here on Nuke.
Oh, do they clear him? Oh!
But Nico awaits. Bomb now dropped.
Oh, but then the flank from Kixon.
To hold the line.
24 rounds promised.
It wasn't pretty from Nico, but it set up Kixon's rotate
into the death trap.
They didn't get to clear control early because of it. They're all focused on Nico. Afterwards, Kixon just gets a slide in there.
In the second pistol, that is what makes this possible.
Getting really grand and trying to really overanalyze and overcook the shit out of this. Mouse is going to probably want to do something upper. You just gave the upper player a little bit of confidence. I'm overcooking here. We'll see, though.
Another fast move. Nico going to get into secret uncontested.
Yes. I don't know if they spot. Man, Nico's got no smoke in this spot.
That's not it, dude. He doesn't have the tools to work with. Could his teammates bail him out?
Yes, they can. They can flash over top of secret. They can also, if he doesn't think he's spotted, I mean, he can sit there as long as he wants. Here's the flash.
You definitely could.
Doesn't swing immediately. Waits an extra second. Now they're going to come to him, but they're not,
goes to the stairs.
They're not thinking about the right spot. Nico, he is going to remain patient. We have already seen him patient in these kinds of plays. And
oh my God!
Just snaps it on him. Your king's gone down. And if Falcons are going to truly run this all the way back, it's got to come from the others. Magisk is able to shave one
I still
player
stand
off,
by this theory that, like, turning, shooting people turning is, oh my, Jimmy, if you get both, holy shit. Oh my God, he's playing Assassin's Creed, but he has an AK.
He's scouring, looking for a lifeline. Denied by the Finn. Triple out of Jimmy. And Mouse will not waste this chance.
Jimmy's in your walls.
With a near insurmountable
He's literally the Mouse with the AK-47. I fucking told you. I told you he's in the walls. Bro just appeared out of a smoke in between two of the Falcons.
With or without Shuhei.
Holy shit. Oh my God.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
So maybe Jane was right all along, huh, chat? Guys, I'm running an ad. Heads up.
Play your role. 1xBet.
The first mouse was actually, the old mice with the bowl inside.
Oh, the bowl, okay.
So you could spin that thing and you were.
You need to clean it as well, right? Yeah, you take it out and clean it.
Yeah, completely different. But actually, I remember the first money I made on CS.
Yeah.
There was these WCG tournaments. You of course remember those. Before the tournament happened, they had in my city event. So I worked there for one day, and I was teaching people play CS.
Never used the chess, I'm not sure.
At a shopping mall or something. They had a Cybertruck you know, with PCs and stuff. So the first money I got, I bought a mouse. That was Microsoft, the 3.0.
Oh, of course, the classic.
My first Counter-Strike team, I had 2 players that used a ball mouse.
Yeah, I think...
so crazy to me still to think about that.
Those really old school mouses, which I don't remember which exactly it was.
Some optical thing with a cable on.
Yeah, exactly, like really old school. But I think my first
That's
real
just
mouse
got to
that
be
I
actually
remember having
crazy
is
though.
The Death Adder, the 2013 or 14 Chroma or something like that. It's forever been my favorite mouse to use, and yeah, I think that's the first one.
And I'm not talking about the mice with the ball at the bottom. I'm talking about the one where you use the ball to control the mouse.
In Christmas, it was
like
Microsoft
the big ball,
3.0.
big ball.
Yes, so I
track
just remember
ball. There we
that
go.
I came
Yeah.
home and I called my friends and let's play because
track ball, dude.
Yeah, I want to try. So yeah, as a kid, I think it was one of the best gifts that I had, and I really enjoyed it.
It was always the 1.1 or the 3.0, the Microsoft ones.
It's
crazy. Everyone was using. They were the good ones back then.
I think the first mouse professional I would have was the Microsoft Intel 3.0 or something.
Yes, that's the classic. Yeah.
And then I loved the ice mat. And you
the
had
glass.
To, so I had to play tournaments online to win Teflon. You had to change it every week because it was getting wrecked. But
it destroys the skates, right?
Yeah. So you just play online tournament for 4 meters of Teflon.
As a professional, my first mouse was the Zoe EC2.
Okay, so you were still of a generation where EC2 was like just coming out the modern bit, but with a cable, right?
With a cable, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm still playing with it today. Actually.
Oh, sweet! You just use the wireless version, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. EC2 stayed good. It's good shape.
For sure.
Upgraded insides of it.
I still have it to this day. You know, I bought my house 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And, you know, I've saved all of these trophies that I've got. I got my first trophy that I won in 2003.
Yep.
It doesn't look as good as it used to, and it's been on the road and in the basement for many years. But now I have the space, so I built this trophy cabinet. And I kept my first mouse. I'm very happy today that it was always something that, you know, throughout my career that, you know, you save these badges from events to events, and it was just something that was special to me. So I still have my first mouse.
I don't remember. It must be A4 Tech.
Oh God, I don't even know what that is.
And also, I think after that, X7.
Okay.
Banks is like, what the fuck?
Difficult for you, right? There's more now, but I guess at the beginning of your career, there wasn't so many.
In the beginning, I wasn't looking for a right-hand mouse. I mean left-hand mouse. I think I was just playing whatever I have.
Okay.
Like also in net cafes, also.
You got no choice.
What I can afford. That was the main thing. But I think I played with a lot to X7.
Nice.
It was also. You could do macro. You could send the 2-3 bullets in one shot. You know,
okay. Little macro cheats in there as well.
Yeah. When you're a kid, you're
just having fun with it, man.
Fun.
An extended break there. I think we all needed a break after that one. That was the Counter-Strike equivalent to prime heavyweight boxing. I'm going to hit you, you hit me, I hit you. One of us is going to fall down. In the end, it happened to be Falcons, but man, it was close.
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. And I got to give credit where it's due to Nico. You know, he woke up, that pistol ace that felt like it was going to happen again. But Mouse, man, at the very end, it was Jimmy, once again, a crowd favorite with the Heimlich maneuver, because it looked like OT was on the cards.
Made an amazing play right at the end, which no doubt will break down. But overall, Dust, what did you make of the performance on Nuke? We said it was a must-win map for Mouse. We kind of felt that. Were you impressed with the nature of the victory, or still a few question marks?
I mean, certainly got to be impressed with the first half, right? I mean, that's exactly what you dream of a CT side Nuke, is one where you don't really have too many hassles. You're able to dominate pretty early from the front runner position and not really give up any slack, and they really didn't. I mean, they weren't really giving up a whole heck of a lot, and there was a couple maybe clutches they might have lost here and there. I think of the one that Dexter beat Torzy on, for example, is kind of one of the few things that kind of went against them. But we also got to give credit where credit's due, and Spinks was an absolute terror throughout the course of this game, and it was from start to finish. On the CT side, you're going to see many highlights from this guy, just absolutely taking care of business. Urshan also doing his job in the yard on a couple of those big rounds that we knew was going to be very key. And, you know, ultimately, in a game that T-sides were hard to get, Mouse just happened to scrap together a couple to get it done.
We've seen a lot of messy second rounds at this tournament. Teams like FaZe have to clean up their anti-ecos. Falcons have to clean up their anti-ecos. You could see that in some ways these kind of half-baked ideas where you just send it towards A is probably a symptom of the fact that you're trying to build out your gun rounds, Rich. You're trying to focus on what you think the meat and potatoes are of an entire match, but you got to remember the trimmings. You got to remember everything else. If you kind of skip steps, yeah, all the fixins, you know, get your sides ready too, because honestly, you can't be taking those rounds too lackadaisically, and we see Falcons punished for it. I mean, like Doug said, I mean, T-side rounds were hard to get by, and you win the pistol, but you lose the second, then you lose 5 rounds straight on top of that. Like, that's going to be a huge missed opportunity.
Yeah, they do extended breaks between maps 3 and 4.
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, there were some nice moments. You could see the comeback. Dexter had
Map
his
4
pop-offs, and
Gemba?
it really did go down the wire. This play here you're seeing on your screen just basically
It's a little
broke
early.
the game.
I don't want
Otherwise,
to. If there's any delay, I don't want to like. We'll do it a little bit closer.
The CD side
Actually, here,
for the
fuck it, I
side
got you.
Falcons
Fuck
was so
it.
rough in that comeback, right?
Fuck it.
It was basically the Nico and Dexter show, in all honesty.
Fuck
Showing
it.
us that Tess is chipping in a little bit. But Maui, we were talking about earlier how, you know, we're talking about Kixon and Magic and how Kixon has just been carrying Magic's ass on that upper bomb side. When Kixon was struggling a little bit over here because he wanted to
The
do so much
30-minute prediction.
outside, play towards main. That's when you needed someone like Magic, one of the best anchors we've had on the upper bomb side, to step up. 4 kills on the CD side, not good enough.
We'll come back to Magisk in a moment. Obviously, we'll talk about the player that we did highlight. We said he's had a
hold
quiet
on.
final
Old
so
Butters
far.
is
The
working.
new guy from Mouse, Spinks, anything but here on Nuke, really took over the game. I think he got 19 kills in the first half. An absolute
It broke the timeline.
Yeah, it just broke the graphic.
Yeah, exactly. That's how many kills he got. Like, there's no need to show you them. It was just an imperious performance from the new guy.
Overall, just great reads of the situations. You can see the amount he's rotating. This is sometimes how a Nico heat map can look if he's not getting the fights outside that he wants. He's going to take some more towards inner, around in the lower B area as well. But Spinks, overall, I feel like one thing that's been so impressive about him for Mouse Sports is that he's had these games where he has a lot of kills, but sometimes it doesn't feel like they are actually leading to winning rounds. Like, I'm thinking of the Astralis game, for example, where he ended up with so many frags, but it didn't seem to actually net victories. This time around, he just put himself in pivotal positions. He's in spots where he can win the round. If he's getting a multi-frag in this spot, he's not just getting one guy who's trying to run into a bomb site. He's stopping the entire hit in its tracks.
Yeah, and I kind of figured that we would get a good performance out of Spinks defensively, just kind of understanding his history on this map and how he can play it and his intuition and his ability to just kind of have grit on stage in these tense moments. But what I was most impressed by was in the second half when you flip sides. Dude, think about some of the entries that Spinks was picking up. Like, he had that one mini that I really regard where he just goes up mini, hits a double, and they take the site because of it. Then also you have him abusing someone, getting aggressive inside a hut. Okay, sure, takes it, doesn't hesitate, immediately follows up with the second. And I think between him and Jimmy, those two getting entries from on the upper bomb side is what got them the game.
And absolutely, and you're just looking at a highlight package from Spinks right there. Look at where he's getting all the kills, right? Not just playing towards the upper bomb side, just playing a static turret. He's pushing in. He's boost it up towards ramp, for example. It's everywhere, and that's something you expect. Your star player does, or Exertion who plays towards outside to kind of be the guy everywhere, right? But the fact that Exertion just shutting down outside and being like, Spinks, you take your business all across the map, just frees up so much of resources for Mouse.
From the look of those highlights, I mean, I think he's calling his own number. I think it's fair to say that. If he realizes that there's something that's happening or he's predicting the action, he's just going to say, put me here, put me in the boost. Like, you don't just get boosted up at ramp on a whim, really. He's the one that's kind of calling those sort of plays. And in a fledgling state Mouse roster, it's good for there to be a couple more voices, a few people that say, I know where the action's going to be, just let me at it.
Well, look, we can get back to talking about Magisk now. That's one to forget. Obviously, he said in previous interviews he felt that they needed to keep going far and really redeem themselves because he was the holdover from the terrible 2024 that Falcons had. And look, I still think he's one of the best players in the history of the game. Obviously, achieved so much with Astralis. I think the Falcons project in 2024, it was a bit of a write-off. It's just sad to see. But unfortunately, even the best can have off days, and that was very much one.
And that's been the worry for me for this Falcons team, right? When we're talking about Mouse, we have everyone chipping in throughout this entire series, throughout the entirety of the arena games. For the side of Mouse, we've had everyone deliver some point or the other. We saw Dexter yesterday, we saw Dexter today, we saw Tessa's imperious form today. Nico is Nico. And then you're looking at Kixon as well, as an IGL fracking out FaZe. I haven't seen a Magic game yet. I haven't seen really pop off. And in this particular game, forget popping off, he was nowhere to be seen.
No, and the redemption that he's talking about, though, in some ways, Falcons have already achieved that. I'm not trying to say that they're going to lose this series or anything like that, but the amount of prize money they're winning here is more than they've ever won as an organization. They're already in a great standing.
Money being the problem with Falcons, famously.
Yeah, obviously they need a little bit more.
At least they're getting something back, you know.
Yeah, but no, in terms of the VRS, I get it. Obviously, this pretty much secures a position at the major, and that's foundational. It's foundational for any team, especially if, as we think, no matter how well this lineup does, best will in the world, they're probably going to add at least one star player when we get to the next break after the major, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things where, sure, VRS is important, but I think both of these teams are in a very good position just by being in the grand finals. This is about pride and putting a trophy in the cabinet. Look, this heroic core that makes up Falcons never quite got that far. You know, they had that top 4 finish at Rio. They had a fun run at the Shanghai Major where they knocked Na'Vi out, the tournament favorites, and they literally created this spark kind of on the back half of 2024 that made you feel like Heroic was going to be a top team, but they never really did quite put titles on the line. Then you look over at the Mouse Sports core, and sure, they won a in-studio tournament at EPL Season 19. They won another smaller LAN as well, and they put themselves in a lot of deep positions, you know, top 4s, you name it. They were considered top 5 4s, but again, not a big trophy in the cabinet. That's what matters most. That trophy right there on that stage is a symbol of the trajectory of these two teams and which one can actually finally call themselves a true champion.
I was just hanging out with the doggos.
I agree with that. I think overall, though, you know, this looks like it's going to go the distance. I think there was enough there.
That's right. I think so. 65 really Primer, thank you.
Edge. Let's talk a little bit about Nico and you know, how we thought he did. Overall, we talked about him potentially taking over this game, and he had flashes, right?
I mean, the T-side was something he probably wants to forget about, right? But he was getting shut down, and I want to give credit where it's due. I think exertions on his CD side outside yard, he played a phenomenal game. But on CD side, once he got the pistol ace, he could start to get fired up. He was looking
Bro
great.
followed and immediately subbed.
Like
all right.
3 or 4 kills in the first half, and the fact that he was able to end it with 16 kills, I
dogs
think is very commendable. Once again, man, working so
cream
well
long hair
in tandem with
Dachshund
Dexter. It was Dexter and Nico, you know, the AWP and the rifle combo that even made this game this close.
Ronan. Because we rescued.
I will say that Nico, final
mini
round,
pin,
I think this is going to be
Chihuahua.
burned into his memory. He's not mollied out at secret. He has a chance to take down
Ronan
Torsi,
is,
who was, by the
jet
way,
black.
a hero of this game. We
Looks
have
like
one
a
round, round
like
18,
he's never
where we
skipped
actually
gym
saw
day as a Chihuahua,
Torsi
basically.
doing what he
and
does
he's got kind of like the mini
lifting
pin
up
legs
the
and
spirits
ears.
of Maus in what was
Raven,
like
thanks
a
for the
dire
43-month primer.
He's
Thank
able
you,
to
thank you.
find a 1v1 that was pivotal because Maus were getting stumped. They were getting completely figured out, found out, and Torsi's able to come up with a key multi-frag in this situation. Yimpat taken down by the door player here, and what does Torsi do with 6 HP? Doesn't really just invite the duel necessarily. He just tucks tail, he runs towards lower, plays the timing rather well, and he has to hit this shot. It's so imperative that he was able to hit this because it birthed Maus into a string of rounds moving forward.
When is the next tournament after this?
I
think it's Pro League, right, guys?
Always hold on to
Not next week, but the week after.
And in some ways, even though it's a 1v1, it feels like the gravitas of that kill, that's a highlight for him.
Oh, absolutely. And also the way he played the 1v1, the little micros, knowing that if he just holds the angle,
Connor,
just one bullet, even through the edge of the box, is going to be taken down, plays aggressively, peeks into it, gets a kill.
The two pups we had before, and we had them
right there. I think it was a great play from Torsi.
So they were,
touch upon
the mini pin was 15 when he passed, and then our first Dachshund,
they win a great round right there.
I think she was 17 years old.
I think it's round number 8, I believe, and it's going to be Kickson, or it could have been Spinks himself saying, screw it.
We took a little bit of time off, and then we knew we wanted another Dachshund, so we made sure we could get a Dachshund, and then we wanted to rescue as well, so we did both.
Having a rough time here. Just so brazen. Minute and 40 on the clock, catches Magisk, and then what does he do? He doesn't stop. It's a 5v4. Pushes up, and Kickson saying, what the hell are you doing up there, right? And now we can see the rest of the players fall apart. Nico,
I won't lie though, Ronan kind of looks like the first dog she rescued too, so as soon as she sent me a picture from the shelter, I was like, yep, he's coming home. I know it.
The fact that they did not at any point allow Falcons to get a foothold on the T side.
Well, actually comes
back to what we some stats on Maus versus Falcons for Ancient Rhythm again, but look at this guy with the one. He's trying to get, he's trying to play the odds. Let's see. So he's trying.
They're very mobile, the way they don't mind having pushes, the way that you can rely on.
So he's won. So he thinks Falcons is going to win. He wants to show that Maus has beaten Falcons the last time they played, so he gets better odds.
You know, some of the great teams of days gone by.
Let's see if I'm right. We perma permaban Vaseline King. You guys down?
Wall, and we're going to make you run into it.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's one of the things that Mouse can flex is the total amount of skill they have spread across the server right now. I mean,
50-50.
You know, you have Roland trying to be like a solid fragging in-game leader, and then you have 4 players.
Oh, Falcons actually. Okay, no, Falcons beat Mouse last time they played, so he's safe.
Rifler, you know, Torzy being that AWP that is fearless, that can go and make you plays, clutch, find openings, you name it. And I think the fact that they were able to contain the T side of Falcons so well in the first half was pivotal. The fact that they quieted
anyway, I thought
they
it was,
didn't allow
bro,
him to just be able to be the normal player that he is, where he just takes control of yard and can single-handedly blow up around. They didn't allow that to happen. Spinks and around like that one, being proactive. Look, here's the big key. When Mouse Sports have been successful defensively, it's because they're proactive and they're in your face. They're not just sitting on the sites. They're not just, you know, playing timid. That's what gets them into trouble. And what you saw here is that they were able to win the key rounds they needed playing aggressively, and then they got some big individual plays in the second half to close the game.
I mean, just throw your mind back a couple of hours ago, right? Dust 2, where we were talking about Mouse's CT side, how mobile they are, just work as a pack. They are very good. And also just faith in the retakes. They're like, even if we lose a bomb site, it's okay. We're just going to go for the retakes. And that's pretty much what we saw here on this nuke as well. Not being afraid, catching, just basically playing disruptive CD side. And on Mirage, we didn't get to see much because the T side was kind of flat. So I got to give credit where it's due. I think Cyclone and Broland and maybe Spinks as well. Their CD sides have been the strength so far.
I had my reservations about how Mouse would look tactically, especially on the offense without Shuhei, but they have made up for it in spades with how good these defenses are, how adaptive they are, how they're so willing to swap positions. I was looking at just how Spinks was able to dismantle Astralis yesterday on Inferno, and I forgot what position he played. I honestly wasn't really sure because he just kept switching up, whether he was towards Arch side, whether he was towards B, sometimes he was on the porch side. Like, they're all so mobile right now. And I think that's, that's probably actually a symptom of them not having a perfect structure right now, one that they may settle into more as they get more embedded with this roster. But as it stands right now, it's actually difficult to game plan against. I think Falcons right there had a very tough time understanding who are we going to be fighting outside, where are we going to be fighting them, and what kind of problems are we going to receive, because I feel like Mouse are just doing so much stuff on the fly.
And it's also just the agency of the players, the individuals they have, right? All right, what do we have to work with? We don't have a really experienced IGL right now, but we have players who play together for a while, and we have Spinks coming in from Vitality.
I just never struck me as a guy who would be consistent, especially on the stage from the matches I've seen. Well, Vince, I'll be a prick to you, but I do have to educate you. He's basically one of the most winning players of all time. Unfortunately. If you've only seen him in Falcons, I don't necessarily disagree with you coming to that conclusion. But he's basically him and 3 other players have 4. No, he has 4. Yeah, him and 3 other players have 4 majors, which is the second most in all of Counter-Strike.
And then we'll move on to the next map. I mean, look, I think that Falcons...
Yeah, he's won a lot, and
they seem to be a little bit over-reliant when they're on
he's
that
incredibly consistent, but for Falcons, he's never been that guy. I will say, though, for Falcons,
when it doesn't happen or you get out,
they've been shit, like, as a team.
Player like Spinks, then where do you go? What's the mid-round call look
for a long time, he was probably one of the best anchors in the game.
Been incredible this tournament.
I think that first stint of Falcons kind of fucked them up a bit.
Yeah, again, on a final note, on a map where T rounds
and yeah, he looked bad on that, like that last map. But in general, for Falcons, he hasn't been as strong. But I think he's playing better than the first version. I think he'll only get better.
Mages, you know, we talk about had a quiet game. They usually can rely upon him as a lobby player to be active, to be able to get inside hut, get you a pick on the upper bomb site, help you take ramp room, help you do something, open up further options. They didn't really get that from him, and really no one was finding openings. Meanwhile, you look at Mouse Sports, they did get some big clutch rounds. You know, we showed a couple of them.
Thanks for the 18-month
obviously, there's also the Jimmy round that closes the whole thing down. I mean, that's a lobby player, you know, coming up through Squeaky and making a big play when they need it most. And
total RNG, by the way.
Just growing pains on the new team. I think.
Yeah, they literally won the game based on.
Yeah, I think like when the pieces around you, when you're.
But hey, guess what? That's fearlessness that you need sometimes on stage in critical moments like this.
You can criticize him for it, and maybe you can say, "Oh, that's a bad thing." But when you won as much as him, and you had a team that he first had, I can't imagine he was highly motivated.
Well, look as well, just so people know.
I think at the end of the day, like the human brain can only be like, "I'm a professional and I'm getting paid so much." much if you don't believe in the project that you're playing a part of.
It's not a caster's start game moment, just in case.
So I think he's lost some form because of that. I think he was unmotivated in that first roster because of how collectively bad they were.
I know you've got something to say, but Ancient, you kind of felt
humans are not robots, and even if you're a professional and even if you're getting paid enormous amounts of money, if you don't believe in what you're doing, it doesn't really matter.
Faces of Falcons, okay? I've seen two faces of Falcons on this.
Scotty, thanks for the 44-month primer. Thank you.
Exactly.
And I think that's caused him to lose a bit of his edge. But he can get it back.
At middle, okay? Versus Astralis, I really was not liking the way that he was taking the fights. He was just eating all of the utility every single time, just charging head first into them, getting sideswiped by people. Like even Cadian was getting the better of him at times. So he's going to be somebody that I really need to see watch out for. And is he going to actually give up that middle space, or is he going to actually peel on back and try to see if the fight is better taken in somewhere like Donut or on the A side?
Yeah, if we're just talking about just this first half, we have Mousesports on the attacking side. The two things that really led them to success in the past on this has been A, Xerxan just being such a damn good mid-control player. He has so much intuition on how to push, when to push.
I think a lot of players go through that. You know, like when you're part of a project that you start to lose faith in, like you also might lose your own individual ability as well.
Roland to attack the B-bomb side, he's more than willing to do it. And the other factor about how good their mid control is the fact that Jimmy is a more active agent on this team. Kind of reminds me a little bit of what Elise is doing for FaZe now, where he's not just some A-lurker.
Yeah, this graphic is to kind of show you where players are going.
Searching for a trade. He's there to help him find openings. And I think that's when they're at their best, is whenever they're able to get that mid-control right. Those two players. And their second,
it might be a little, it's oversimplified as all graphics are, but it's a nice visual.
And they have some very good high utility explosive executes that they can throw at both sides for a pacing change. And if we can see them mix that in properly, drop them in just throughout the course of the half at the right times, that can give them a good enough offense to win this map.
I think for the side of Falcons, as Maui alluded to, right, we've seen good and bad. And I think what we saw bad initially was that B-side hold from Kixen and Testas. I think that was a bit of a question mark. They seemed a little uncomfortable the way they were playing it, meaning that they needed to cheat a few of the players. I'm primarily talking about Dexter over towards the B-bomb side, meaning mid was a bit of a problem. But what we saw
why
against
did they not
the side
cut
of
Magis?
FaZe
His
yesterday is what I
resume?
really like to see. What was the answer? Go for the lane control.
Yeah, I mean,
messy,
but
aggressive mid
if you haven't seen Magis play,
they failed to adapt
one bad stint on a roster that clearly everybody knew probably wasn't going to work.
I'm not too sure yet.
Here's the two things that I want to talk about.
I think he's more than earned a second chance, or like the benefit of the doubt.
Victorious. And the reason for that was because
now,
they were the more
I don't think
if he
doesn't kick it into gear on this version of the roster, I would assume eventually he will be on the way out. Yes, but
have a fantastic offense on all fronts. And here's the other
no,
thing
that last roster, bro, their star player was
Spinks never played Ancient when he was on Vitality. It was that team's permaban, so he's been thrown
Madden
into a very
at one
tough
point
role where he's self-admitted as a
Dupree, when
sometimes he worries a little bit about the timings and things of that nature. But what they've been able to do lately
Magis
is
is a
try to
four-time major winner. Get it right. Remember, Magis didn't win the first one with them. He replaced Kirby when Kirby left for North. So he has 4, along with the rest of Astralis, except for Dupree, who has 5.
They actually just started targeting the extremities. They started going for fast plays towards B.
It's tricky. I do that all the time too. I'm just helping you out because somebody's gonna.
And then because they put so much more
somebody
emphasis
like me's
on
my
middle,
excellent.
that is because Jim Pat wanted to go over there.
But it is kind of fun to think about the fact that Kirby left Astralis and then they won.
It was a great, it was a masterclass in terms
3 more
of
majors without him.
How are they going to adapt from our map control, and then what are they going to do? And he was just thinking 2 steps ahead the whole time.
I mean,
Dupree when he first joined was one of the best players. Yeah, and like actually Dupree was banging, but also it shows you how
are we gonna just fight
far away that roster was, right?
Like retake, and it felt like they were in 2 minds about it. And once they finally figured out, all right, guys, we're gonna go for this B control.
I had a lot of faith that Dupree would do well in that roster, but he also couldn't be the fucking guy.
Like I said, 2 or 3 steps ahead of him, and that's what won Falcons that game.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be tough. That it just made a great point about Spinks and how it's like the unknown factor. What I will say is, after the map that he's just had, he's definitely dialed in. You know, it's like he's had that map. He's arrived in the final. My worry here is that I just think Kixen's calling on Ancient is so good.
It is.
I think it's like this might be, for me, the most fun map to watch him call on.
Yeah, I mean, he's very diverse. Again, we kind of talked about some of what Maui was saying with their ability to call these quick extremity plays, but he can do that while mixing in more standard mid control. He's just very good at changing the pace. He has lots of options, and he's better in the mid round. Like here, there's going to be a lot of moments on Ancient where, yeah, you got some mid control. Yeah, you kind of crack through that first layer of B. Maybe you've put a little bit of pressure on A, and you force the players to rotate, but then you have to make the call, the final call, the one to go for that final initiation to see if you can close down the round or not. I think Kixen's just better in those moments. I think Brolin's a little bit more reliant upon Xerxen being able to do great things at middle on his own or with help with Jimmy, or just by calling quick strats.
What happened? Does it make you retire?
How many maps does he even have under his belt? It's like
he's an assistant coach of Mouse. So he's literally at this event.
This tournament's been like 18 maps for some of these guys, which is more than like 2 or 3
And it is impressive how far he's taken them so far. And I will say this about Mouse Sports. They've gotten better as they played the tournament. Even when we talked about Spinks and his issues being a B anchor on Ancient because it's new for him, when we saw their later games on Ancient most recently, they fixed that.
Versus Astralis, he was sick.
Yeah.
Why does somebody like Magic into Priest Grunts or so, and somebody like Simple just fall off?
He adapted pretty quick is what I'm
Why so much faith in these guys? People lose faith in the old goat. You talk to actual like intelligent people, they haven't lost faith. He's just locked in a contract, brother.
He was just calling circles around Carrigan's face yesterday. And sure, you could be like, Elige is a new addition, but it's the best match.
Still a good core.
Yeah, plebs that like do like I said, there's a lot of people on the internet that like if you're not literally in the top like 3 teams, you're tier 2. Like, if you didn't just drop 30 kills on the last map you played, you're a bot. Like, no, Simple literally with very limited experience in CS2 came in and almost carried Falcons single-handedly to the major.
Control and the backside control, and that worked out for them.
But also, no organization outside of Falcons could ever afford to buy him out of his Navi contract and take that risk.
I mean, their bomb site holds before yesterday were abysmal. It was 25% for the whole tournament.
Now, that's not to say Simple will be the GOAT of CS2, but
that changed. Yesterday, on the very first
pistol round, I think it's just, for Simple, his problem is
of course it was the pistol,
he hasn't played enough for anyone to really want to just go and gamble basically their entire organization.
This is our weakness on the bomb site. And so that's why sometimes bringing stats to the table, you paint this picture, it looks like they're going to be awful at it. Everybody's like, hammer B, hammer B, hammer B. But it's like the only thing they were in the lab doing is working on fixing their B. So obviously Falcons, game to game, we're seeing improvement. We're seeing them realize their weaknesses, focus on those. And that's why in a weird way, Richard, I might have to give some credit to Zonic finally. I might, what he's doing here.
No, he's not going to compete before next year, yeah.
Obviously, we know of all of his other achievements on Astralis Vitality. But on Falcons,
I'm literally surprised Navi hasn't made a deal to move him off his books at this point. Absolutely. Bro, one, they want to get their investment back. Two, every time he streams,
It's interesting, too, because Nico plays a whole new role on this team than he's ever played. Every other time he's played this map, he's a B guy. Now he's a mid guy. It's a whole different role.
Like, even if he's not playing, he's actually still that valuable.
And he has been getting better. But now,
I've experienced a simple effect for him just standing in at times, and like I can see how much now he has so much influence still, even as a player that hasn't played a fucking match.
An answer for that lane and mid control coming out from Kixen and his men yesterday, because what they did against FaZe was just so asphyxiating. They had no space to work with. You have the double door smoke coming in, multiple mollies, put 2 players pushing cave, one towards Ram.
What do you mean his streams? Well, his stream the other day was basically, you know, PGL. If you include all the streams, had more viewership, but on individual level, like he goes live, he basically has like 40,000+ viewers most of the time.
Words regarding his capability in that role, as they have told us,
he also doesn't really want to leave Navi either. So it's a very unique position.
Then we are all going to have to usher in.
It's very unique.
Richard telling us the Brolin era.
It could be the Brolin era.
Like,
Mouse have
he wants to play for Navi. He doesn't want to leave that org.
To tell the story, it's Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, gentlemen.
So
it seems like what
it's just a very tricky one.
Fuck it, I'm taking the beer. Shout out Chad and Alex, one time.
It's been phenomenal sharing this stadium with everybody. We're going to do it here on Ancient. There's a world where this one ends. There's a world where we go train. All I know is this crowd's still hungry, and tomorrow you wake up with no Counter-Strike, so make a little noise!
Yes, sir!
All right, here we go.
Let's go, man. And as amazing as Falcons were on Ancient, Mouse have 2 good wins behind them here at Cluj. They could very well carry that momentum forward from their last win that was on
Train, but I also would like to see Xerxen get a dub on the stage. I'm conflicted.
Falcons should be teaming with confidence.
We saw that ace from Nico with a USP.
All right, looks like we're going to Train.
Now he's got Tess ahead of him.
Oh, we're definitely going to Train.
Page out of Nico's book. Glock dead. Falcons Falcons looking to establish early in the pistol. Fast swarm from Falcons looking reinvigorated after the loss back on Nuke.
Yeah, and they're probably a little bit frustrated as well, knowing that they could have won that. That was a map that ended 13-11, where Nico, every single round, read the setups, put himself in a position of frag, and got one bulleted by Exertion in the first half, by Brolin in the second. Brolin had 11 frags at the end of the game. I think they were all Nico, I swear.
That poor guy. You know what? I think it's sweet revenge for getting, you know, an ace in the pistol.
Why didn't Simple send Falcons? He didn't want to.
Comeback happen, and then he's the guy that gets
and he was on loan.
After round.
So immediately Falcons turning up the temperature, full map control. Over down B as well. Mel sitting back.
I think it's a tech pause. I saw Zershin tapping his headphones.
Okay.
Not to spoil this one, but I guess we're all gonna have to wait.
Good thing we have beer.
Yeah, true. And Counter-Strike. But looks like we'll play it out.
Yeah, he's moving. No damage has been taken. They're just going for it. It isn't, I'm sure he wasn't like, yeah,
I think it's just a timeout. I think it's a friend's timeout.
I need my audio. I've got a Glock, guys.
That would be pure confidence, though, if he's like, yeah, I need the reset.
Yeah, what confidence was that setup we saw in the pistol flying down out of mid.
That's right.
Nico and Tesses, dude. I mean, we saw what they were able to do back on Mirage.
Bomb prediction. I'll close it after this round.
What do they have in store for us on Ancient?
Ooh, baby. Well, Nico's got it.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. What an ace. Wow. Man, that A4 looks real good versus no armor. I am not going to lie. My God, he's shredding. Put that in the frag movie,
Nico
boys.
Chance in the building. Everywhere we go, there's a damn Nico chant.
Well, that's because everywhere he goes, he does this.
He does this.
Pretty impressive.
Guys, where's the scrawny chant?
No.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, now I have to do a good job.
Oh,
what?
Talk about a good job, Tesses. What kind of timing is that? Brolin didn't make a peep.
It's the first gun out of Mouse, and he gets shut down early, 5v4. I've got this weird heebie-jeebie kind of feeling that Tesses may just tear up this fourth map of the series. You know, critical positioning when it's going to come to Cave. Able to get opening kills, to freeze up Dexter to do what he does inside this B-bomb site. I mean, the AWP should be a pillar, I think, of the defense for Falcons throughout this map. You know, as long as he doesn't
Doc, thanks for the 2-month primer. Thank you. Appreciate you.
There's a world where he racks up a bunch of round wins for Falcons. Tesses could do the same thing if he still had a head.
Yes.
Zershin, clean entry frag, pressure here for Magus, kill drop utility. They're going to try to charge. Why? Down to a 2 versus 4. You gotta swing. And in doing so, the recovery has begun.
Magus had a nightmare map over on Nuke. He could not buy a site hold. We'll have a second lease here because, of course, we're in the best of 5.
Burner, thanks for the Twitch primer. Thank you. Pat, thanks for the 2-month primer. Thank you.
Make this more interesting, and Magus misses his opportunity.
Zerson might get a moment, but wait, and they know where he is now.
There's only one
no! 10 seconds.
P9 pressed up against sight. Someone's got to plant.
We saw him.
On the clock. No way they steal this. Unbelievable.
No.
Oh my God! If he had an A1S,
daylight robbery from Mouse Sports.
He might have got the ecos. But if even
isolated every
even
duel.
Nico misses the A4 on the flank.
Off their firepower
my
again.
God.
What they were missing, what they
I'm
were
telling
missing
you,
in
this
some of the strategies that we've seen over the tournament.
I didn't remind me to never flank when I have a fucking A4 in my hands. Jesus.
They make up for in the
The amount of whiffs I see with the A4 on the flank is insane.
Everyone. That is an absolute disaster.
They're going to start to crank this dial. You've got a wounded CT side now.
Like, it's not even, dude, it's actually so stressful.
Early T side. I don't need to remind you, but they are already sitting map up in this series after that nuke close. That goes the distance, but over the line nonetheless.
Maybe the only curse is the Nico ace. Eco'd, well, forced up back-to-back, but Tessus takes
I'm just like, how many of you guys watch all these co-streams with me and see like the A4 though? Just
make the hard fight happen. Unfortunately for him,
I'm just bold enough to admit to you guys that I know I'd whip that too. Like, that's the difference. So I use the A1S because I'm a crutch.
Makes it scared for them to try to cross.
Like, dude, we've seen it so much.
Spinks has this waiting for him. Kicksands only got the MP9.
Unfollowed.
Yeah, he'll be singed, and he has to leave.
Okay. DBGZ, thanks for the 4-month primer. Thank you.
That's crazy. That is absolutely insane. And they won mid.
It's not even the no recoil. Like, man, people.
One of the teams that are going to be very good at doing this. We have seen how scrappy
the spread on the A4 and the way the recoil kicks to the side on like in the first.
How many pieces of
utility? It's like after the first 5, like 5 to 10. The 5 to 10 on the A4
versus Nico on nuke. I'm starting to wonder if
even if you have great recoil control, can still like, especially when you're on the flank, it gets weird, man. If you're not fully locked the fuck in. It'll kick out to the side, and you miss a couple, and then you know you missed it, and then you're trying to pull it back.
His name, the rest of the team, 2 combined. Xerxin is stepping up, and when we go back to 2024, Xerxin was the biggest.
Will, thanks for the 116 months, beautiful. Appreciate you.
Stage to playoff play that the entire Counter-Strike
world
like had to look, point at, and
A1S is like training wheels so much better. I mean, I whiff more than the A1S and the A4 Seamaster. That's just because you can't aim, so you're aiming to the side, and then the recoil just grabs them for you. If you're missing with an A1S, that means you actually probably miss like the desktop icons on your desktop when you open the game.
I can remember the moments where he went aggressive and then peeled back. Here's a push.
Speaking of it,
all right, Falcons.
Bro said I'm going to open up Counter-Strike. World of Warcraft starts playing.
Control. There were the smokes there to allow it.
It's electricity at their fingertips, a 5-7 in hand. Magus, just the sidearm. To get a second.
The pullback. Wow.
Nico pistol only.
And this rush, I mean, the full commitment here from Xerxin. Again, what we're seeing is exactly what we need to see.
It's in the face of course, lesser weapons. The reason they go down that ramp is because they only had a few guns to work with. Dexter's got a smoke, no kit.
Whoa, they don't know about Temple just yet, but they know that there's still 3 players alive. Xerxin was spotted.
Yeah, Mach 10 moment, but no head armor. That's tough.
Making the most of a fast reaction. So
one off the scammer.
You have a 4v5. They've already won the 2v5. That's what kicked off this T side.
Don't call me out like that.
Not going to stop. That's 3 rounds straight now for Mouse.
I can remember the playoff rounds, the moments where Xerxin pushed aggressively to
some
do something.
Teams have different philosophies, Vince, on like what they want to do in mid.
Not the guy
you
from
hear
the group stages, from the smaller crowd.
Also,
in this final, though, he's trying to wash all those sins away. He's trying
it's like
to
a game plan thing.
He's not
like
scared anymore.
Some teams, it's what they're comfortable with playing a certain way. Other teams, you know, you hear analysts before the game started talking about game plans, right?
In this 4th map.
Sometimes you see another team doing one thing, and then you game plan a different way in how you want to deal with them.
Another good moment of timing at a Tessus.
And so you're changing what you do in response, because you don't want to start every round the same and show the same stuff, even if that's what you're comfortable with.
Some utility back.
Obesity, thanks for the 1 gifted. Thank you. Oh, I know, Tony. I'm well aware.
Sends a couple troops forward. They're going to try to carve a path to get closer
to the site.
Thank
you again for another one. Thank you, beautiful.
On the other entry point, Brolin versus an MP9.
Bro was trying to start the scam train. Green, thanks for the 33-month timer. Thank you.
That bomb goes down. Things get weird. CTs drop a smoke inside of Cave.
And Genesis, thanks for the prime. Chat and match it all on Twitch and on YouTube.
Now there is a lean back happening at the moment.
This MP9 spot is so strong.
Like if TeSeS can't manage, it's going to have to come from the mid push.
He doesn't have to move. They've got the mid push coming in. He's in the right spot. And
the timing is beautiful.
He sees it.
Wow, and that's Matt just ran though.
Ball goes back, has to cross.
He ran.
Outside that door for the time being. We hit 35 seconds on the clock. Everybody starts to come and clear this Xbox climb up.
They know they're going to the wrong site, but they still might have to go
20
back
seconds.
To it. Jimpat still scouring.
Do they clear Magis here?
To get them back over to that A site. Magiska's disappeared and he struggled.
They should know.
No, nothing.
But Nico got here in time. No. Wow.
And it's going to have to be
trades.
Kixan.
Wait, what are they doing? 10
still-
seconds.
Nope, they're not.
Hurry
gonna
up.
double
Why
back
is you
sprint
stutter
into the
step?
insight. Both out of Donna.
Kixan,
quick to the
that
play.
fucked up their timing. That fucked up their timing.
Bomb player
Oh!
busy, and he gets him off it. Can he live?
Yes, he can.
That stutter step fucked up their timing, man.
It's a perfect read.
Oh, if they just win.
And they took so much time. That's a moment where Mao's getting uncomfortable.
They thought there was going to be one more behind Nico. They were trying to stay locked in for that fight.
He needs to get his one kill.
Well played from Kixan, man.
If Mao's keep playing like this, I'm not sure. We'll see. It's scary from both sides, though. And, I mean, you cannot fault anybody for feeling the pressure in this moment in a game like this. You're not going to play your best CS, map 4 of a best-of-5 grand final. But what you will get is 2v5s. You will get clutches. You will get
Cluj,
big
thank you
moments.
very much for the 5 gifted subs. Can we get some nice
We
ones in
tried
chat?
to raise the alarm early. There are rounds in this series that are going to get wild.
Sky, thanks for the 34-month resub. Thank you. Appreciate
Win
you.
can be grabbed by either. Kixan kills him after time, so that's money bottomed out as well. So big limitation here for Brolin.
Dexter, take notes.
I suppose at least everybody has Kevlar, so we've definitely seen worse.
No, you're going to have to call in sick.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh,
You're
no.
just watching this best of 5.
Yeah, that's
Just
right.
tell your new boss
Get
it
your
was a best of
priorities
5.
straight.
Yeah.
Ancient delivering so far.
Boss, you don't understand.
3-3.
They did a 3rd place decider match before
Exertion
the
top
best
of
of
the board,
5
that's what
final,
you wanna
and
see.
they had quad OT.
On the other
You
side,
don't understand. Then they went all 5 maps. I'm sorry, boss.
Down to half health, though. Takes a bit of a gamble stepping up into that fire. Especially with Brolin right on the other end of it. We talk about Brolin's limitation with an SMG, but TSS ends up dying. And then Torzi's simultaneous second kill. This is going to force Magus to try to recover, but he doesn't actually come around that corner.
Yeah.
Dude, Jimmy is such a nuisance when it comes to playing inside A main. And right now, Maus have opened up the correct rotation. With what Matt just offered us back last map, I don't know if he can hold an
is that
entire
intentional?
camp of Maus players out of this site. He'll try his damnedest with the SMG, but they'll find it clear after the fact, and I think that cues up the
Do you think that was
double
intentional?
M4 save.
Like, no, right?
He should have
Doesn't
tried
matter,
to,
but
take over main. Didn't want to go for the full swing. I think was nervous someone was there waiting for him, but went for the reverse signpost fight. The plant will come in. Quiet death here for Falcons as they'll save with 2 after those 2 opening kills come so quickly in the beginning. As T-Half gets started off the 2v5, but now it's not stopping.
I think it bodes really well for Brolin that the best moment of leadership we've seen so far at this event was that huge comeback on a T side versus Astralis, right? His teammates in the postgame, Spinks immediately said, Brolin didn't make one mistake in calling that. And I think as time goes on, maybe that's when we see these mid-rounds power up. And we know Ancient, when you create openings off guys like Xerxin, dude, the mid-rounds could be key.
And the calls are great, but I think it's also a boon to Brolin to say that he was calling, but he was also entering. And he was entering on Nuke, and he made those first kills happen. And being crystal clear with your aim, being able to like clear everything perfectly when you also have to organize the round is its own challenge. So the fact that that doesn't drop off as he's taken on this new responsibility deserves an accolade of its own. Falcons come into this with the 2 guns saved.
clean during 3rd map. How was it? Probably the best map of this best of 5 so far. So basically what I'm trying to say is you fucked up.
Xerxin back at it, off to the races. There was a chance there for Kixan while the smoke got popped, but no contact made.
I love Xerxin being frisky inside of middle. Just keep testing him here. That's how you're going to make your money if you're Mouse Sports. Full A attack is taking shape.
What the fuck just happened to my YouTube
Everybody
chat?
on B will have no targets. This round looks
Minute and a
like
half
it's done
remaining.
before
How are
it
you guys
begins.
5 right
Nico
now?
running over.
Doesn't die. When I look
Nico
at this
with the
radar, I see
deagle.
all of Maus ready to pounce into
One
an
man
A-site, and Nico
versus
just
all of
desperately
Maus
trying
with
to
a
get an
deagle,
angle
but
up
that
from
might
Temple.
be
I
all.
don't really believe.
That'd be cinema.
Prove me wrong.
Not
Couple
looking good.
shots missed. That opens the door, and they will flood in with the bomb plant uncontested. Unfortunately, here for Falcons, rifles don't get where they need to. Xerxion's patience out in middle ends up costing him. Now, obviously, there is no kit on this play. They just have what they saved in the last one. But if they make this fast enough, there's a world where they could come
Thanks,
through.
Armin.
The smoke
Appreciate
going
it,
down
man.
in Donut really starts to turn this the other direction.
So deep.
And you can't help but save at this point. Pistol player up close is out of it. Kicksand can wait around, but this is going to be Maus to establish the 5-3 early T-side lead.
Yeah, it's already successful in this half. They've so much to play with here, and Falcons saving guns is good.
Radica, thanks for the
But as
4-month
soon as
farmer.
they
Thank you.
begin their first strike here on the buys, they need to make sure it's a streak of rounds.
Thank
This
my old man to add him to my Amazon,
has
to his
already gone
Amazon
ugly
family so I
fast.
could send you his Bezos
The
bucks.
expectations
Radica,
of
thank you
Falcons on
for
Ancient,
us hustling
a
for
lot
that
of
prime.
it has to do with CT side.
Don't act like
right,
you
as
don't
well as
enjoy the
T-side.
shipping, all right?
They put themselves in great positions to win.
We're out here acting like he did it all for me, like he didn't just order like 50 things to his house and it got there the next day. He said, it is nice.
Haven't heard a Jimmy chant for a little while.
Yeah, where are my gooners at?
Jimmy, where my gooners at?
Sitting at the bottom of the board, it's Xerxion tip top.
Bro,
10 and
who was
6.
making that
Keeping
noise?
momentum going.
How did they leak the audio?
Nico down.
So blind.
Jimmy got him. He heard it. And now Xerxion
Oh,
right there to train
man.
him. So again, it's a fast
The second
flash
kill
out
is
through
huge.
middle. Falcons continuously signing up for these, and Maus continuously coming out on top. God,
This mid battle has been all Maus, dude. Have they have they won mid yet? Like,
oh my
like when they
goodness,
both fought.
what a
Obviously,
find.
Falcons.
And
Oh,
we've seen Spinks do these lurks on T side.
Nah, this
here
is
on
crazy. He's
Ancients.
literally walling.
coming back. Cave player dead though.
Nah, that's crazy. That is fucking
just as clean as an opening.
crazy.
Maus are simply spiraling through this T side.
And it's a moment of insecurity because mid controls. One Kicksand goes to check
No, that's
to see if anybody
that
has
is
lurked
nuts.
Dexter not even able to hold that rifle. Maus are making a statement, folks.
Is this high level or two decent teams fighting? Ooh, it's a good question. But they're adding to it. I like it.
We're going SSJ4.
I'd say it's pretty high level. I think the way that these two teams.
Okay.
I think the way that both
Smashing
these
Maus.
teams like to play,
That's what's
though,
supposed to be happening, but again,
makes these
Nico,
rounds a little like.
hate to say it, has been out towards middle, flashed. It looks like effectively
You're not
the
seeing
utility's
you're
made
not
his
seeing a
job so
Navi
much
round
harder.
right now. Let me put it like that. You're not seeing Navi vitality at the moment.
Favor, right? These guys have mostly only played with each other in their
And
careers. Like
that's
playing-
like not. That doesn't
Roland
make it
playing for
lower
this team
level.
has revitalized
Like
his
he's
career as well.
matchups matter, and the way these two teams like to play.
Spinks could think about wanting to join
I
Mouse
think
Sports.
just
It
leads
speaks
to
the
some
team that
like
they
kind of
made.
some very quick rounds. We'll say.
It's wild because as Maus struggled throughout the year, making playoffs but never winning when it truly mattered most, you know, the
I
conversation
think it's interesting
around them was
too,
never
from like
really
at least like the
leadership
Mouse
change.
perspective,
They
seeing
just felt
them
like more time
potentially
is what
get
they
more
wanted
and
and
more
what they were gonna
confidence.
get. The
They
late
can play
roster
that style of
swap
game
Maus
versus
shook
top
the
teams,
world
but they
at
always
the start of
struggled on the
25.
stage, right? Like I mean, like the big boy stages.
They are just tearing
Oh
through
man!
this. Spinks, look at him
Oh, there you go.
Maybe a little too overzealous, but it really speaks to the confidence here of Maus. They truly think that they can just topple this defense. What can Falcons do to change their minds?
Everything's working here.
But you got to talk about like this Mouse team, guys. The individually worst player on the team is Brolin.
Everyone's off the board.
Mauser not wasting a moment.
Now, for those of you that have been in the Counter-Strike world for a while, I want you to think about that statement and what I just said out loud, and think about like
full display
what Brolin has done.
Man, they aren't even having to
I
show
will
their
say,
full
like,
hand
IGLing aside, like a pure individual talent perspective,
the lurks up towards B. The crazy part
That's
about that
nuts,
call is
right?
the amount
Like,
of
just like
times
from a,
Falcons actually started
I'm
out
gonna
with full
shoot
B
you.
control. Tessus with that push on ramp, Magisk walking down, and yet Spinks found the one round where there was no one there.
Brolin was never that good. I will
Got
ban
the
you.
info to make the move. It's been nice and varied here on the attacks, with a really good amount of this mid control.
Oh.
And Nico dies again.
Not gonna happen. Kicksand will pick up one. Tessus gets there. It's a bit of a prolonged spray, but again, look at the rapid.
Sphinx wasn't cut from Vitality because of firepower. Well, no, Sphinx wanted to leave if you didn't know.
Magisk with the high alert warning of the shadow. Now that's a good amount of damage, right? Considering he's working with little, that is what he's going to have to do.
There you go, Magisk. So Magisk is just an MP9 merchant, just like me for real. There you go.
First half, Falcons just trying to keep up. And how many times have we seen sights falter with nothing
Ain't no way kicking shit is the right call. Guys, don't do the internet thing where I'm literally talking about something and you guys are like trying. No, that's not what we're talking about right now.
If you clear this out, you need to take a shower.
Guys, look at the firepower on Mouse. So you think it was good they kicked Shuey? Like, no.
He could possibly be in, and he can hear everything.
Don't talking. Sphinx wanted to leave? Yeah, Sphinx literally wanted to leave. The rumor was out there, and then they won Cologne.
Sniff this out.
Oh.
You know how, like, it was such a weird feeling seeing him partying in the hotel lobby, knowing that, like, all of that shit had come out saying that basically he wanted to be out.
He has no idea where they've gone.
Oh, he's going to start climbing up. He's going the wrong direction. What else happens here? Because Torchi's got a full bar of health. Nice headshot. Dexter, no instant trade
I'd rate
back.
Brolin over Torchi individually, or am I tweaking?
Bomb on your back, but fully surrounded. I think
Sure,
I
if
want
you
to call this.
Really want? Nah, I probably wouldn't personally. Not in CS2, but if you want to, that's fair. But my point still stands.
Finally a moment, albeit versus some of an easier buy where Magisk can kind of take a breath.
If you want to say that, I don't even care. Like, but
he did. Yeah.
You get what I'm trying to say.
Winning mid, even though they lose Nico at first, however they can do it, that's just what that needs to happen. Makes sense. Now we have Mouse try it again. Even though it's versus a low buy. Their flashes have been better. Their aimers have been better.
So it's cool. I don't know. On the flip side, though, I do think as long as Tessus continues to
desperate here from the Falcons. Smells will take their first
build like he has. This is probably the best
That's how he gets the AK.
version of Tessus we've seen. Not necessarily this game, but on Falcons.
So really, again, just trying to fight it with tempo, right? Falcons, you can definitely say that even though they're trailing in the round count, they're not going down without a fight.
Actually, he was probably slightly better on Heroic, I guess.
Even when Nico presses
like
into
that last
doesn't get his kill,
Heroic
at least
roster with nerds.
Well.
Yeah, it's worth a try, but at this point, results are the only thing that matters. There's no more rope left. Copy and paste on the A play. Shot miss from Dexter, but Magisk has his back.
Right? There's
Damn,
been good
okay.
layering from Falcons players
starting
in
to
these last
shoot.
couple of rounds. Nobody's really had to operate on their own. So fighting for it, man advantage. But Xerxin, who's been shining brighter than any other member of Mouse, is still up. And as long as he stands, entry's possible for the T's. We're gonna get a smoke over the top, blocking off CT spawn. An additional smoke then comes down into Donut, but Dexter not going to be bothered by it. It actually looks like a miss smoke.
Actually, a nice recovery here from Falcons.
Not ideal. Torchy whiffed that.
Just get Nico to ace again on pistol.
He tries to cross paths to climb up and join his two teammates. That's the bomb confirmed to be at the bottom of mid. What would it be doing there? Odds are trying to climb up to the B site makes total sense that Falcons.
As long as they don't piss away this 5v3.
Hell, they could even swing in.
This is smart from Tessus, though. He's getting comfy in the site, opens up spots for Nico.
We saw a 2v5 come through from a similar position. Surely Falcons don't let that happen again.
A million eyes
Final
on
round
this.
of the defense.
Jimmy gets
Dunn
one.
with one. Spinks can't trade. And Torzy's looking to get that op out. Takes
There you
a
go.
bullet to the face. Falcons swoop forward. And now they've got this crunch on
Tessus
the
played that
exit.
so well.
It's
Tessus
indeed
just
a
played that
fit
so
for
well.
the defense. A slight recovery at the tail end of this first half.
Falcons want train. So they make the most of it. There we go. That's the best one so far.
That's the CEO of PGL, by the way.
That's elite ball knowledge right there.
Yeah, that man knows. That man knows ball.
Well, they're going to have to do this the hard way. They made Nuke interesting off the back of the pistol ace out of Nico. And they definitely could have won that game on a different day. But these fine
Wait, I gotta
margins,
piss.
there is something about the fact that Mouse are coming out ahead almost every single time. It's a critical juncture. It's a critical 2K. It's a critical clutch. We're talking about Mouse. They have the spotlight right now. They're playing from a position of power.
Chance to collect themselves. Win another pistol. Pistols have looked strong, has to be noted. Again, back on Nuke, they lost a conversion in the pistol. That's what really cost them in the end. Definitely add it to the pile anyways. They start this map with one. Can they do it again?
Love the way that Tess has played this.
Yeah, really
the
drew
way he
them
fits
out.
in. It's like, how do you even know that he's going to layer the setup like this? It's beautiful. It's a way to be aggressive towards Cade, but with support at the same time.
Here we go.
All right, man. This could be the last pistol that we see here in this grand finals if Falcons aren't careful. T-Attack's coming towards the A site. Jim Pat waiting here with a smoke in hand.
No,
or Molly.
incendiary. Yeah, even better, right? It's a big pack of players that are going to try to burst past him. His closest rotate will be Torchy.
Oh, CT Molly's so shit for this, bro.
And so what serves as the trigger to chuck it down? He sees some shadows, drops it. He can't really go through it. Scrambled rotation coming out from Mouse.
It's awkward. Limited utility here. They can wait the 7
God, that
seconds
feels
out.
so.
They will be
I'm
smoked,
actually
but they'll
surprised they
track
didn't go
utility
through
of their
that.
own. So CT's coming through with no vision. That
Oh, what a
flash.
flash. Only gets one,
The
though.
whole entire pack. And then a push
Whoa, he came in to fight, but then he left, Torchy.
We've got Falcons in a prime spot.
Oh,
4v2.
no.
Trio of kills. Can't find that bomb planner.
They ran in and Torchy said, "See ya, boys."
Gives him a moment. Smoke comes up a little earlier than he expects.
I wonder, how many bullets did he have left?
They say.
That's true.
Smoke grenade over towards lane. That's going to bring a player back. We've got 3 low health bars here for Falcons. Zershin, can you truly crank this dial? Dexter's going to go down first. These dual Berettas looking to get roaring.
Wait, who's scared of who right now?
Right? Falcons leaning back. There's a second one.
Wait, no way.
And now it's going to be a desperate
Why are they playing like such weenies?
They clawed back. Man disadvantage.
Oh my God,
nothing.
Falcons.
2v4, and they get it. A 2v5 and a 2v4.
Dude, they were
in this
so
map.
scared.
The kinds of crushing rounds that will cost Falcons.
Dude, those 2 Temple players look like they actually shit their pants.
For not finding not even a trade in
And
that.
then Kixon and Spawn
Until the
afterwards
very
just
end,
panic
when it was
shoots through
too
the
late.
fucking smoke like instantly. He's like, oh,
Too timid.
fuck, man, we're losing.
Who's afraid of who, you asked?
Oh my God, what the fuck just happened?
Mouse have primed themselves for a
That
run
is crazy.
to
Slap, thanks for the
victory
7-month
in
primer,
map
thank you.
Zershin right
Oh,
at it.
he's blind
And
as
gonna
fuck.
catch
Jimmy's
an
got it, though.
assist Thanks to Jimmy. Drive by from Brolin.
That says it all right there. They instantly go to CT side, win their mid fight versus Nico, catch him full blind. Falcons could not conjure this up for themselves.
Smoke in front of Tess. Deagle chancing to B. Dexter floats out middle. Careful, Brolin. Changing guns. Matches connects. Can Falcons pull it off themselves? They're losing bodies out mid. Middle of the map completely to Mouse's favor. Fire in front of them cools them off. Falcons can't go instantly sprinting in. A change of the weaponry for Cave. But the bodies here, again, 3 players strong inside a sight. Jimmy already climbed up. If Falcons think that they can go back, they would be cut off. And at that point, early, red flag.
Bart, you asked me the best NA players right at this moment. It's
But you've got
Elise, yeah.
Spinks ready to come out and trade. Missed shots. Picks them both up in
Damn.
the end. And that is
I mean, it could be Twist, but I think Twist IGL and it can't really be.
Falcons have not shown
So
us those hot
it could be
mid-round
Twist, but
moments
it's Elise
low
at the
on
moment.
Players getting kills. Instead, it's just an easy
Are we continuing the
close
stream
for
after
Mouse.
the final?
Everybody
No.
alive. Majority win again. Looking to take 10
Any news on the
swiftly.
rival series? Yeah, I should be coming back soon. That Twist is
That was
Canadian.
his first
He is,
big
but I mean,
arena
Twist, that's NA.
playoff
I mean, people just say,
the grand
okay,
finals
if you want to
of
be
best of
specific, like
5.
US, yeah, definitely
Could be
Elysian,
queued
but
up.
no, I'd still say Elysian over Twist right now. I think
See
the
if the smell
IGL
of it
situation has not
will
been
affect their play. The thought of it.
that great.
Not looking too shaken, is going to go ahead, catch a couple kills. He has straight up said that he is trying to teach them how to win, how to hold their nerve in these sorts of moments. Because Spinks has won on bigger stages in bigger moments, but he's got to inject that into his teammates, and by God, with that 4K, he'll make quick work of them in the 15th. Mao's sitting comfortably, 3 rounds from victory.
Spinks looking so comfortable. What a debut this is going to be for this team. New IGL Spinks looking like such a good part of this roster, even talking about how he's helping out with the fact that he's got so much experience under his belt in situations like this. He's lifted
Twist
the
definitely
arena
went with the hair
trophies
game
before.
though. Yeah, and I mean, like you could argue
now he
Twist
might
has
help
higher
the rest
like
of Mouse do
ability
it
at
too.
times, but like if he's not, that's when he's not IGLing, you know.
Spinks charges forward.
But the form goes in waves as well. Like very hard to be consistent for such a long period of time. And yeah,
He's even got Brolin to support him, but what does this do for Nico? He's going to carve a path through. And
Oh,
if Brolin
that-
comes back, that's an easy
that's huge.
victim.
That's
yes,
huge.
He was a little bit worried about it. Oh my God.
Nico
Well, he
sends
did this.
another barrel advantage.
What the
There we go.
fuck?
A little Kovac X Factor.
Okay, Mouse, we just
Doesn't look like
we're
this
just
will go
trolling
down
now,
without a
huh? We're
fight.
just trolling in finals.
But there are fights on all fronts. Bomb still lingers over towards A.
Yeah, what's another 2v5, Connor?
Surely
Not
not.
most consistent in A.
The bomb in the position
That's
that
a
it's
tricky
at,
one.
the T's have no
It's a bit of
idea.
a
It's very
loaded
possible to
question
walk
because I
into
feel like he
another
hasn't
duel.
peaked as high. So yeah, he's been more consistent, but he also like
Good for him to go top middle. To
like Naf
collect
is
2 kills
insane.
with
Don't get
that.
me wrong. I just feel like when you start
Someone
putting
who we've
Naf
been
next to
singing his
Twist and
praise in
Liege,
terms of an individual impact.
it's a bit
Grand
weird.
Final's not his best series, but tapping into it in the 16th round, a critical moment where Falcons prove that this game's maybe got some legs still to stand on, and who better than Nico to step up?
He finds a trick, getting into cave while Brolin and Spinks are off duty. And even reading that Spinks will follow up after Brolin, this is nice.
Because for everything Spinks should be able to bring to this Mouse camp, Nico should be bringing to Falcons and then some.
And then some, absolutely, absolutely. But you'd be remiss to say that he has in this finals.
Naf
I
is
think
a
as hard
touchy
of a-
subject for
as hard
Flom.
as this
Hell
goes
no,
have been,
dude.
Him getting one bullet in
Low
every
key
time.
best thing that ever
he simply
happened.
has not won the duels. Flash is no good.
Oh,
The flash is
bro,
awful.
brother, you
Players looking
guys
up into the skies.
stink.
God won't save you now. Spinks on the top of ramp, doubles down, and it's the SMGs pressed into them. Just when Falcons thought they had momentum, they're gonna have to bank on Magisk to clutch. And clutches are what he has offered us lately. Trying to prove why he has on this roster
Okay,
stayed
Magisk
longer
could
than
do it.
everybody
Look at the
else.
HP. Look at the
2
HP.
low players, peeks in,
Oh,
gets both, but will not find that last.
Oh, he had
Oh,
the
if he
read.
gave
looked
himself
in the
a
right
half a
direction,
second longer on that peak.
but he still gets traded out. A very nice attempt in that moment.
It's the 2 easy kills he finds, but Torji hot on his heels. It's a couple rounds separating Mouse from a victory. A Mouse who first proved that they could do big things back at the IEM Rio Major when they took down Cloud9.
Why is chat disappearing for me
That
so
is when,
quickly?
for a
If you have
moment, the
7TV
world
and
stood
your
still and
browser isn't up to
understand
date,
that these
sometimes
young
breaks.
players
Or
had
if in general, just
potential.
turn that shit off.
It has been years since we have seen them slowly fine-tune and craft themselves not from the plucky underdogs, but to the consistent playoff attendees.
Most of the time, if your Twitch chat breaks and you have 7TV, it's probably 7TV. I
Every
stopped
team
using
that's
it.
seen major
I love it.
playoffs,
I love
that
7TV,
made
but the
deep
actual
runs.
extension fucks up, so I just use FFC. Jakey, thanks for the 27-month
And
primer.
that
Thank
do
you. Searcher,
win
thanks for the
events.
26-month resub. Thank you.
But now they're trying to reach a new strata. They're trying to build an aura around them. Create some fear with their opponents. That they can take a championship.
Demise, my
in
thoughts
any
are it's
setting.
one side from one side
Things
that's
like this will be
disgruntled.
remembered,
That type
both
of
for
shit
the
happens
team
everywhere. It could have gone
and
down
the teams
exactly
that
like he
play
did, but I
against
have
them.
a hard time imagining it did. And I'm not
Falcons
surprised you
just 6
formulated your
rounds.
entire opinion after
Maybe
hearing one
last
person's side.
goal by. And Nico swings out to his death.
I'm not surprised by any of it. I got a whole video dedicated to that. To all Counter-Strike teams. That shit happens everywhere.
Kicksan tries to recover. If anything has opened up possibility, it's these kinds of B approaches. And Kicksan saw that shoulder.
Oh!
But his teammate, Roland's able to dodge that.
His teammate shot at him. Why did he do that?
Spinks from sight. 1 kill to his name, Magisk. Quick trade, looks for a little bit more. Xerxes
Oh,
hot on his
ooh.
heels. From middle red room into this B.
You gotta
bounce
show a little
while
bit
it was
Demise.
sitting
It's
under
probably
question,
like
and Jim Pat swore
probably a fair amount of criticism in there, but that shit kind of happens everywhere, and also like definitely a bit of it seems a bit over exaggerated for while he's probably not thrilled.
6 map match championship points.
Why do the Falcons try to get mid control and they get slapped every time? Because this map is incredibly small if you don't have it.
The buy comes straight away into two
it's like
here. A bunch of utility, a third one pops up.
Okay, I call this map Green Mirage. You ever try to play Mirage when your team just can't take middle ever?
Eagle for Nico.
You kind of just get rolled, right?
Here of Falcons. And what could be the final crushing blow here for Mouse?
Like, I'm not saying they can't do a better job of what they're doing, but if you're asking why they're trying to get middle so much, it's because this, bro, if you don't have mid on Ancient, they can literally look all the way across Cat and you have to come out of a narrow double door. Or your other option is go to A.
Safe to say Nico
it's
has
tough,
been
man. You have
in this
like
T-side completely shuttered out.
Same thing happens on a lot of maps. You know, best analogy is Mirage. Like if you lose every single mid fight on Mirage, you lose the game.
He's got him lined up again. The flash. Spinks offers a helping hand in more than one way. But there is at least a response back from Falcons.
Let's see,
Comes at a
3v3.
cost of HP. Brolin's still waiting outside of the smoke. Sershin bested. Falcons are going to try to get that bomb down. It's another man disadvantage, but when has that held Mouse back?
Don't look the wrong way.
Oh, man.
Doesn't look like it will again.
Not again. Not another one, Falcons.
Got the flash to get him out from the donut. Brolin scours sight. T sit back and wait. Nico flustered, flush forward, finds his angle, finally finds impact. Torzi, the one guy they could bank on, won't be able to get it done now. Mouse have offered up one more.
They're holding on.
Falcons
Holding on.
5 demanded.
Oh, it's a gift. They catch the flank. It's Mousesport in a lot of good positions to stop that. Jimmy could have done it in one spray. Cut them down as they were exiting main. Instead, Falcons survive. This comeback will have to be the 6 rounds in total. 5 now left. That they have Mouse at least down to 3 MP9s. Just don't lose to these.
So these utilities come down to a. Wait, Jimmy back into A main. Dude, this guy is hard. He hits hard.
Oh my God. Oh, that could have been so much worse.
Here. Things are getting sketchy with Sershin having cover.
Just don't lose to these.
Just looking for the headshot, and that's where that's going to go down. Brolin's got an angle out from Donut.
Oh, he just started giving up that angle.
Magisk is coming alive.
He just gave up that angle. That could have been so much worse for Falcons.
Then it should be Magisk to offer something. 3 kills to his
Magisk is shooting hard, guys. As we all expected, map 4, Falcons pushed to the brink. Star Rifler Magisk, 20 and 14.
It's late to wake up, but he still hears the alarm. He's jumped to the Call of Duty.
Like we all predicted.
20 frags is something very important. It's what we didn't get on Nuke. The only thing we'll find out is whether or not it's too late in this map. In that final round, 1 trade on Jimmy. And that map goes to overtime.
Yeah, Jimmy is a
just like you said, when the pressure's on.
Of a main once he's able to get his hooks in. But as he goes barreling into it, you can see how it kind of all gets frazzled.
Text notes. I don't see that shit anyway.
Strong on A main.
The fuck are you looking at, Matt?
Expensive round. We do have the investment here for Mouse.
Gives me the energy of like one of my. When the fuck did we get ice cream?
Like anyone could be the last.
Oh man!
However, even with pistols, if there's one FAMAS on Spinks,
did we do that, man?
there is still a way. We've seen a 2v5
if you know
and a
that
2v4
one
from Mouse within this match.
That was
We've
a great
seen almost
moment.
Every clutch go their way across this series. There have been no shortage of tragedies for the Falcons. Look alive.
They try to turn it back
The hell?
fast, but you got 4 players for Falcons.
Machiavelli, it's too rich. I'm too old. Just give me a nice American Wagyu instead. Dry age. Thank you. 30 days.
Up from Donut. This is the kind of buy that Mouse bring to the
Preferably
table.
from Snake River Farms.
Cannot lose to.
No set play towards the A side. Instead, it's a slight B lean. This is looking correct. Mid totally open. They're not afraid to go here. Very important that they stick to it.
Dude, that was an ad.
Nico
Oh
fails
my
on
God.
mid one more time, they will not win the game. But they will not win the game without Nico fighting mid.
If that was an ad, I wouldn't put a door in my office, and I definitely still wouldn't be able to get out of it because I'd be physically too large. Have to squeeze me out.
Stand inside it. That B-bomb site's going to be found completely vacant.
Randomness, thanks
free
for the
taking
56.
for
Thank you, dude.
Falcons. Round 21, free.
Okay. 12-9. MWAT, thanks for the 29.
Here comes
but
the
does
CTs
Nico
to try to
feast up on
collect
some
whatever
Ecos
they
to
can.
get some confidence?
Nico knows.
All should be good. Spinks' Falmus, nothing really for him. Oh, come on. That's a weapon to be grabbed, but you're not going to compromise this bomb site. The round will not come with the death of Nico.
Yeah, they'll take the upgrade.
There's a lot of other rounds that have come with the opening deaths of Nico. But we saw him back on Nuke.
So about that
3
confidence
kills.
Ecos.
End of the first half gets in.
I meant donate an AK.
The
is
beauty
really
of
what I
Nico's career is that he has been omnipresent and always able. So what will his contributions look like when push comes to shove here in the dying moments of Falcons' attempt in Cluj? AK saved here by Xertion. 2 players survive. Falcons now only need 3.
And that's what they have to tell themselves too. They've gotten close.
It's a Cyclone rolling timeout.
There's still one more thing. You know, like it's still Mauser going to show up in mid. They're going to be comfortable pushing B. They have the full confidence. They're going to try every aggressive move. If they don't do that, that would be a complete indictment on Mouse. And that would allow Falcons
I mean,
back
I'm
into the
down.
game. But if Mouse can't remember,
look at me, Machiavelli. I've never turned down free food
they
before.
have decimated Nico every single attempt on mid, whether it was T or CT side. Then I don't know what to tell you. This has to be Nico if they're going to make this happen. Every team Nico's played for, he knows it has to be him. Here in this exact position, on this map, on the attack, he has that weight on his shoulders. He sits here 11-14 and has to be Atlas.
Back at it again, Nico into the elbow. Smoke.
How do you feel about cheat days? I don't know what those are. Oh, that's tough.
Like that.
Sitting on the angle, gets deleted.
I just have days.
Again, the successful press. Falcons, you could take your time because you're sitting pretty on 1:30, but what you don't have is
12-9. Your team's trying to make the comeback. You just get spammed straight through smoke in 5 seconds. That table of Nico's is shaking. Oh my God! Oh, they're shredding them.
Locks it in. Lights out performance from the player who has been questioned in playoffs to the tip of the spear.
Mouse fucking did it, man. Why does the PGL admin look stunned behind them?
They did it. They did it in their debut. They did it with Spinks, their firepower.
Brought his arms crossed and just did. He was lost the fuck.
They shot hard. They outdid Falcons every dimension of the game. 1-to-1, whether it was rolling on Nuke, whether it was exertion with this high quality.
Them, Shuhei, Brolin, IGL bringing Spinks. I do realize that top teams skip this event, but they did also get the. This is their first win on a stage, right? Like a big stage with a crowd.
From a debut. A roster that was questioned when they announced that change, because who could imagine that these players,
as much as I still question why they dropped them, like at some point we might have to start going, maybe it was not the worst move.
Enter 2025 without the head that we knew, and here they are approaching their trophy, your PGL Cluj-Napoca champions.
The fuck, weirdest message in YouTube. I don't even know what that is. Oh, goodbye, bitrate. Goodbye. Great event from PGL, by the way, man. Can we just say that, like, tons of growing pains. VRS is a clusterfuck. Lots of problems. We're still, as a CS community, we're still figuring this shit out. But this event didn't exist last year.
Have done it. They crushed it here in the
this crowd didn't get
finals.
to see this.
And Cyclone,
this
I want
wasn't.
to start with you because Shuhei goes out of
honestly,
the team.
dude, like, say what you want about PGL Sound Guy. Like, production was on point, right? It was clean. Format was good.
This team's career.
If only we could get those top 5 teams to stop being weenies.
For this group of people, it's been a long time coming. I think on a day like today, nothing was going to stop us. At some point, we just had to run in front of an audience, and I'm super happy that we got to do it in front of this crowd here in Cluj-Napoca.
What do you think made the difference today, mate?
Yeah, third place match because of VRS, way better than the show match.
In the zone, even when it was difficult, even without winning pistols. I mean, I think Dory really proved himself today. He was.
Jimmy didn't go to Falcons and just won with Mouse. I didn't even think about that.
I think his communication, the tone of voice, really led the team forward.
I love to hear it, mate. Congratulations to you, Jimmy.
Jimmy is real warmed up for this final.
You're all the way to the grand finals, and now you're gooning all the way to the trophy.
Exactly. I blasted all the way through.
Georgie,
no fucking way!
The biggest trophy of your career. It's been a long journey, and to do it in front of the crowd.
Crazy.
What do you want to say to everyone?
It's the biggest, but not the heaviest. First of all, and thank you for the cheering. Means a lot. You guys are amazing. And,
Man, he said he blasted all the way
I'm
through,
really happy and
guys.
proud of the team, the work we put in. So yeah, good job, boys.
Good job indeed. More than a good job from you, Brolin. You were 14 years old on that reality show where you said you wanted to be an IGL. Now you go and lift
He's like,
your first trophy doing it at your first event with a full team. What do you want to say?
I am fucking happy.
Brolin undefeated IGL on land.
It feels like a crazy long journey though, right? If you
In
think you won
playoffs.
IGL all this
Actually, I
time,
think they
you only
lost
just
one
take
game
it
in
on,
groups.
And then you managed to do this?
I mean, it's just the first tournament as IGL, and there was many doubters before this, and I'm just really happy that I just believe in myself, and my team is just believing in me that we can actually do this, and I'm just really revealed, and it's just, I mean, obviously I got really carried this final, but I'm just really happy, and yeah, I'm just working really hard for this, and yeah, I just finally show so that I can actually call and be a leader, and just try to improve it from it, of course, but. Yeah, the last weeks has been really exhausting, and I'm just really happy that we managed to win this tournament.
You should be happy and proud of yourself, and it's great to see a smile on your face as well. Zershan, you had incredible performance after incredible performance. We were talking, right, about the trust the team has in you, what you're able to do as well.
Turning around that narrative on land, man.
I mean, I'm a bit speechless right now. I mean, I've been on the side of losing a lot on stages, also finals, so it feels amazing to do it finally, to win.
Number one player
amazing, guys.
in finals, Zershan.
And
1.21 is what he finished
I
with.
I wouldn't be here without my teammates, so I'm grateful for each one of them. We have built an amazing team, an amazing atmosphere to be in, to play in, and
Good for him,
yeah,
man.
I'm just really confident in what we have here.
And I would be confident too, because this looked damn good. For you, Spings, first event in the Mouse jersey. First time you stand with a trophy in your hand. We talk about all the experience you bring, but this is a pretty crazy run, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think the last 3 months of my career have been really weird, to be honest. I didn't expect to win the first event, and I won Cologne, I won Major, but I think I'm shaking now more than I shaked before. And thank you everyone for the support.
But with that being said, a big
Well, is that hate
congratulations to
watcher?
everyone on
I have not
Mouse.
seen him type
Cluj,
since the new
one
game about
final
Zershan,
time.
no.
Give it up for your PGL Cluj-Napoca champions. It's Mouse!
Yes, Falcons flew high this tournament, but sometimes you
All
fly
right.
too.
I gotta go. We actually timed this quite well. I'll be back tomorrow. And I'll see you guys bright and early. Normal schedule, I guess, which I don't really have one, but you know what I mean. I'll be live around like 8 or 9 my time, probably, hopefully. Back tomorrow. We have matches Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It'll finish up the advanced season. If we win 1 match, we're almost guaranteed playoffs. 2 matches is playoffs. 3 matches, we're top 3 or 4 or 5. I can't remember. We're top 5 in playoffs. We'll see. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are matches. Yeah, I appreciate you guys watching the co-streams with me. Sorry for missing the first map today. I was a little scuffed waking up. But like for the third place decider game. Still though, that was cool to see. I'm glad that they added that. If you guys did enjoy watching on Twitch, don't forget to follow. If you enjoyed watching on YouTube, like the stream, subscribe and follow. Also, one extra, you have a lot of homework, YouTube chat. Can't co-stream on ESL events on YouTube. Make sure you follow the Twitch stream if you're able to watch. Media rights, YouTube, all that. YouTube kind of sucks with that. Unlucky for them. But I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll be streaming everything, everywhere. Again, tomorrow we'll be getting it. Hopefully we're getting some wins tomorrow and keep building on the season that we've been having with Mythic. All right, take it easy, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe, stay beautiful, stay kind, and I'll catch y'all later. Bye, guys.